Chapter 737. Ready. Do it, the system responded. Gustav nodded slightly and placed his palm on Boss Danzo's dried-up face. Processing brainwaves reanimation, a system notification popped up in his line of sight as a transparent red glow appeared on Gustav's fingertips. Reanimating brain last vestiges, 0 100%, 27 100%, 45 100%. Gustav waited for the bar that appeared above the percentage readings to fill up. 69 100%, 92 100%, 100 100%. In about 4 minutes, it was done. Reanimation complete, preparing to withdraw data, bypassing brain cells immunocode, 100 100%, processing data withdrawal. The red glow on Gustav's fingertips became brighter and strands of the glow pierced into Boss Danzo's face, causing his skull to light up from within. 100%. Gustav could tell this part of the process would take long because it was already slower than the former. The system had given him an estimate of 15 minutes for the completion. 5 minutes had already gone by since he started this operation, so around 10 minutes were left till this was completed. This room had cameras positioned in several spots. Still, the closest cam to Gustav only allowed him to be seen from the front where the cryogenic pillar-like tube blocked half of Gustav's frame. Of course, if they decided to make the cam focus more on Gustav from the control room to see what he was up to properly, the angle wouldn't matter since cams were multifunctional these days. However, there was no reason to do that since the securities placed there could see that he was a doctor and was probably busy examining the corpse. They would only be alarmed if someone was trying to move a corpse out of this place. Gustav would occasionally move his left hand like he was doing something surgical to not arouse suspicions. He hoped spending more than 15 minutes in here would not cause any problems for him. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the building, the medical personnel who helped Gustav with the device where Boss Danzo's corpse information was kept was currently walking down a corridor. She arrived in the middle and turned to the right to move towards the office door. Com. She knocked on the door softly and tried to slide it open. Noticing it was locked, she brought out a small black cube and placed it in front of the left side of the door. Catchem tilde the door slid towards the side, opening up for her. She stared at the empty office before her and could see the office table and chair up ahead. A holographic computer was in sleep mode but still had some tabs on display. She looked around and couldn't see anything out of place in the office. Then, turning to the side, she could see the rectangular-shaped locker placed against the wall. All doctors who had offices had this rectangular-shaped locker within, where they could keep their normal outfits before changing into medical outfits. Most of them never used it since they could keep their things in their spatial storage devices and carry them around with them. The lady medical personnel moved towards the rectangular-shaped locker and stood in front of it. The moment you notice anything suspicious at all, give me a call so long as it is related to Danzo's corpse. She recalled the words of one of the male MBO officers who arrived here to give the order for them to report anyone who comes looking for Boss Danzo's corpse. Remembering how Dr. Marklin acted opposite to his original personality, she felt something was up. Especially when it was related to checking out Boss Danzo's corpse. The MBO officer had said anything suspicious that was noticed should be reported to him instantly regardless of what it was. She felt there was only one reason a person would act opposite to their original personality was when they were up to something. Her colleagues said she was reading into it too much, and he probably woke up happy today or something, but she didn't feel this was the case. She had contacted the MBO officer a while back, and he said to check Dr. Marklin's office covertly for anything out of place while he would be on his way. She got the override cube that opened every office door within the medical center from the control room and was able to gain access to Dr. Marklin's office. She tried opening up the rectangular-shaped locker, but it wasn't responding. It turned out the cube didn't work for that. After opening it several times more, she gave up and moved to the office table area. She began checking for anything out of place around the table and eventually moved towards the computer to switch it back on and scan through the files there. She had no idea that the real Dr. Marklin's unconscious body was within the rectangular-shaped locker. Fortunately, the override cube didn't work on it. A few minutes later, a thin-looking man with knife-shaped spiky blue hair arrived within the office. From the presence he carried, one could tell he was quite the powerful mixed blood. A red-haired lady wearing a back-eye mask that covered only her eyes area stood beside him with a crossbow-shaped red device in her grasp. "Did you find anything?" he asked the moment he came in. "Nothing, Officer Rayner, but believe me, he acted suspiciously. He never tells anyone thank you, and neither is he ever polite," the female medical personnel voiced out. It seems a bit far-fetched, but I was the one who told you to report anything no matter what it is to me, so I have no right to complain," Officer Rayner said while looking around the office. He moved around, trying to see if he could find anything related to secret communication devices. Right now, the only theory was the possibility of Dr. Marklin being controlled or working in secret for an unknown entity related to the Gustav incident. They had no idea Gustav had stolen his identity. Chapter 738. Violet, go find him while I check this place out, Officer Rayner voiced out and proceeded to move towards the office chair. "I will take you to where he is," the female medical personnel voiced out and led the way out. The red-haired lady wearing the eye mask followed the medical personnel out after hearing this. Officer Rayner began to check through the holographic computer. Meanwhile, in the cold room, Gustav stared at the notification bar in front of him as he waited. Data withdrawal process, 60–100%, it will probably still take around 4 minutes for this to be done, Gustav thought as he waited. He felt like he was disrespecting Boss Danzo's corpse this way, so he hoped this would be over and done with quickly. He stared at the massive hole in the middle of Boss Danzo's corpse for the umpteenth time, and the guilt within him kept rising. Gustav had already apologized a number of times, but he still felt it wasn't enough. The longer he stayed here, the more negative emotions continued to rise within him. Data withdrawal process, 84–100%, less than 2 minutes left now. Gustav sighed in relief as he felt this whole charade would come to an end soon. His senses were currently spread across the entire 13th floor, so he could sense the medical personnel moving to and fro. Sometimes, there would be no single person walking across the corridor for more than 3 minutes. In the next moment, his eyes widened in suspicion as he sensed the arrival of 2 figures on this floor. Why is there a strong mixed blood on this floor with medical personnel? And she's holding an item which has power contained within too, Gustav analyzed. He could sense the outline of the item in her grasp and felt it was shaped like a crossbow, which made him feel even more suspicious. Something's up, Gustav instantly came to this conclusion as they walked along the corridor, moving closer and closer to the area where the door of the cold room was situated. Data withdrawal process, 87–100%, he stared at the notification bar again and gritted his teeth. Hopefully, I'm just being too cautious. Even with this thought, Gustav wished he could speed up the process. In the next moment, Gustav realized how wrong his last thoughts were as these 2 arrived right in front of the door to the cold room he was within. Damn it, Gustav cursed underneath his breath. Down in Dr. Marklin's office, Officer Rayner had checked everything he could within the system in the last 4 minutes and couldn't find anything suspicious. He moved from place to place around the office again to see if he missed anything. They finally arrived in front of the rectangular locker. This was the only place he hadn't checked so far, so he was curious. He tried opening it, which of course, failed. He realized it could only be opened using specific keys and shrunk back a bit. This place seems more suspicious than all. I might find something within, he thought and looked around. Since there's no other way, I might as well do this. He voiced out as blue blades shot out from his hair. Thwee. Both blades stabbed into 2 different sides of the locker and glowed up. G tilde, they cut fine rectangular-shaped lines in front and flew back to his head. In the next instant, the metal still sticking to the locker fell out, displaying a hole within. But then Officer Reiner's eyes widened as clothes began to fall out of the locker. He quickly moved closer and tried to hold them, but the clothes were pouring out like crazy as if the place was stacked full of clothes beyond its capacity, and it was just waiting to burst out. Even when the clothes had already formed a pile in front, there was still a lot of clothes within. How can someone call himself a doctor and be so unhygienic? Officer Rayner felt frustrated as he saw all this and tried to pack the clothes to the side. He touched the clothes still on the inside and was able to tell that there were still so many more. Officer Rayner, He suddenly heard a call from the communication tool strapped to the side of his head. "Yes," he answered. "We are unable to get through the cold room door." The voice that belonged to his female subordinate could be heard from the other side. "What? Is the nurse not over there with you?" he asked. She is." The entry cube worked, but for some reason, the door won't slide open. "I'm on my way," he voiced out and proceeded to turn to the side to leave the office. He initially wanted to sort through the clothes even though he considered it a waste of time, but he couldn't ignore this call. If he had sorted through the clothes, he would have found Dr. Marklin's body underneath all that pile. Gustav placed some oxygen nodes in Dr. Marklin's nose before packing all of those clothes on him. The clothes were actually from Gustav's storage, and that setup was done just in case anything went wrong. On the 13th floor, Officer Rayner arrived within the corridor and rushed to meet up with his subordinate. "I've tried over and over, but it's like the door is stuck," the female medical personnel voiced out while reaching out the cube towards the door once more. "I wanted to ask for permission to use lethal force," Violet voiced out. "Don't. Your attack ability has a wide area of concentration." Officer Rayner instantly turned her down. Meanwhile, within the cold room, Gustav was standing in place sweating while his concentration was focused on the door area. Gravitational manipulation was currently active as he made the door several times heavier than it was supposed to, which was why it wasn't opening up. However, this was costing Gustav a lot of energy, and he was currently weak, so even though he had kept it up for around 2 minutes, he was sweating a lot. Chapter 739. However, this was costing Gustav a lot of energy. He was currently weak, so even though he had kept it up for around 2 minutes, he was sweating a lot. Data withdrawal process, 99-100%, almost done, Gustav said internally as he sensed the 3 figures outside the door. He could already tell that one was about to attack. From the view outside, Officer Rayner stood in front of the door while both ladies gave him a little distance on the sides. 2 blades shot out from the top of his head and flew towards the door. The door suddenly slid open before the collision was made, and the blades ended up flying through the entrance. "Oh, it opened," the female medical personnel behind voiced out. Both MBO officers were surprised to see it had slid open contrary to the initial situation. "Maybe it was stuck," the female medical personnel added as she moved towards the entrance. "Grab." Officer Rayner grabbed her shoulder from behind and pulled her to the side with a suspicious look on his face. "Stay behind us," he stated while walking forward with his subordinate, Officer Violet. Sheeing. The blades flew out earlier returned back to his head in the next moment, but he allowed them to float around his head this time instead of joining to his hair as they were supposed to. Violet held the weapon in her hand slightly upwards, ready to use it the moment she felt the need to. Calm. They could already hear footsteps from within as they got to the entrance. Officer Rayner and Violet both voiced out as they spotted Dr. Marklin walking towards the entrance from the northeast side. He had just passed through the midst of some cryogenic pillar tubes and arrived at the front, where he had to turn towards the left to arrive on the path that led to the entrance. The entrance wasn't too far off from his position after turning, and he seemed to be tapping on some holographic projections being displayed from a watch on his right wrist like he was computing some data. The 2 officers took a few steps forward and paused their movements. They looked around the massive hall-sized cold room. They couldn't see anyone else within except for Dr. Marklin, who was approaching their position. "Oh," Dr. Marklin suddenly paused his footsteps as he acted like he was just seeing them. The holographic projection floating above the watch on his right wrist disappeared as he discarded what he was doing. "Officers from the MBO?" Dr. Marklin voiced out with a tone of surprise as he saw their uniforms. "Dr. Marklin, right?" Officer Rayner inquired. "Yes," he responded with a tone of confirmation. "Can we have a brief discussion outside? I wanna ask you some questions," Officer Rayner said with a tone of seriousness. Dr. Marklin nodded in response while Violet walked forward and turned to the right. She began headed in the same direction Dr. Marklin was coming from earlier. The female medical personnel who followed them directed Violet towards the area where Boss Danzo's corpse was kept. Dr. Marklin acted normal and followed Officer Rayner out to talk at the entrance. Officer Rayner began asking questions about why he was here and what he was doing with the corpse. Examining it, of course, there are still investigations going on, and as mentioned earlier, he died like the rest. However, he was murdered directly. Dr. Marklin began answering the questions professionally. Officer Rayner made sure to read his expressions as he answered the questions he posed. Meanwhile, Violet was currently inspecting Boss Danzo's corpse with the female medical personnel. They were checking if anything was amiss which might prove that Dr. Marklin was truly up to suspicious acts. Yes, the investigation wasn't completed according to the police since they have determined how close Gustav Crimson is to Danzo. It is believed he wouldn't kill him. This leads to the theory of the enemies being at fault, just like the eyewitnesses say. After a few minutes, Violet walked out of the cold room with the female medical personnel, and they reported to Officer Rayner that they didn't find anything suspicious. Boss Danzo's corpse was intact, almost like it was never touched. At this time, Officer Rayner had also finished questioning Dr. Marklin. There was nothing to use against Dr. Marklin, as it could even be said that he was helping the situation with the examination he was conducting. Just as they would let Dr. Marklin go, Violet proposed she did a quick scan. "Oh, you want to check him out?" Officer Rayner asked. "Yes," she responded. "Okay, do as you wish." After this, "Well, let him go." Dr. Marklin, who heard this, squinted his eyes a little in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding as he saw Violet place her hand on the eye mask wrapped around her upper face. She slowly lifted it up, revealing a pair of glowing azure-colored eyeballs. "This energy. It's the same as..." As this thought appeared in his mind, Dr. Marklin turned around. At the same time, Officer Violet slowly raised her head to stare in his direction. Fwoosh tilde to everyone's surprise, a burst of wind blasted across the place as Dr. Marklin disappeared from their line of sight. "He's running. We're going after him," Officer Rayner shouted out and charged forward. Officer Violet was quick in reacting, and both of them ran forward as well. Their speeds, too, weren't shabby as they arrived in front of the teleporting elevator at the end of the corridor, leaving the female medical personnel in awe. They were gone as well in the next moment. Gustav, who had been imitating Dr. Marklin's identity all this time, had to escape before Officer Violet could lay her eyes on him. Right now, he was headed towards the second floor where Dr. Marklin's office was located. At the same time, the two officers chased after him. Chapter 740. They were obviously not as fast as he was. Still, they both took the teleportation elevator while Gustav dashed towards the stairway area on the left. The teleportation elevator took a few seconds before it would teleport a person towards their desired floor, which was why Gustav had to move towards the stairway to avoid getting caught or having Violet's eyes on him. Even though Violet couldn't see him directly, she could still see through some flaws within the building structures, so they planned to cut him off at a particular floor since they would arrive before he did. To both their surprise, Gustav suddenly disappeared from Violet's range of eye detection when they arrived on the 7th floor. He was initially on the 8th floor, then he suddenly disappeared. Both of them instantly began looking around the place for him. Meanwhile, Gustav actually leaped out of one of the windows on the 8th floor since he had already determined that falling from this height down to the 2nd floor would lead him directly to Dr. Marklin's office. Hover has been activated. The instant he arrived on a window side of the 2nd floor, his body paused in mid-air. Gustav flew a little bit forward and went in through the window. He had arrived within Dr. Marklin's office. He looked around and could see the mess created from cutting open the rectangular locker by the side. Gustav moved towards it and pulled off the rest of the clothes on the locker, revealing a white-haired man who seemed to be around 40 years of age. This was the real Dr. Marklin, and he was currently in his undies since Gustav had to wear his clothes. Gustav wasted no time picking Dr. Marklin up and clothing him as fast as he could before wearing a new piece of clothing. Flesh-wriggling sounds could be heard as Gustav transformed back into the dark skin and afro-styled hair identity he used earlier. He then proceeded to lift Dr. Marklin, who was still unconscious by his neck, and slammed his head onto the side of the office table. Bam! Blood rolled down the left side of his head as Gustav proceeded to drop his body and dash towards the window area. Swoosh! He leaped out the window once, flying across the streets and disappearing out of sight in a few moments. Meanwhile, Violet scanned across the building on the 6th floor with her vision as they looked for Dr. Marklin. "I found him," she suddenly voiced out as she stared at a particular area beneath. "Where?" Officer Rayner asked. "In his office, but he seems unconscious," she responded. "Let's go," Officer Rayner shouted out as they charged towards the nearest teleportation elevator. Zing tilde in a few seconds, they arrived on the 2nd floor and began making their way to Dr. Marklin's office. Fuwum tilde people on the entire floor were startled as they saw the state of things with these powerful MBO officers running around. They were in Dr. Marklin's office after a few seconds and saw him lying on the floor, passed out while bleeding from the side of his head. Violet spotted the bloodstain on the side of the table in front of him and the clothes on the floor behind. "I think he tripped," she voiced out. Officer Rayner, who had also noticed this, moved forward and brought out a medicinal pill from his storage device. He squatted in front of Dr. Marklin and fed him the pill. Flicker, flicker. After a few minutes, Dr. Marklin opened his eyes to see two figures dressed in MBO uniforms standing in front of him. "Ah! What happened? Why am I on the floor?" he slowly muttered as he sat up. "Why were you running?" Officer Rayner questioned him with a suspicious tone. "Ah! What are you talking about?" Dr. Marklin asked with a look of confusion. Gustav arrived back at the lab 5 minutes before the timer for his shapeshifting went out. "That was close," he sighed as he slowly transformed back into his original looks. "Why were those officers there? Did I make a mistake?" Gustav wondered as he tried analyzing the situation. "The nurse with them. I saw her at the casualty documentation office." Gustav recalled the face of the lady who gave him the documentation device for Boss Danzo's corpse. "Whatever I did, it must be related to the identity of that doctor. She probably found something about me fishy." Gustav instantly put 2 and 2 together, understanding the situation. He already knew Boss Danzo's corpse was under inspection, so he could tell all this was concerning the identity he took and looking for Boss Danzo's corpse. He was just glad he got away without having to do anything disastrous. Earlier, the MBO female officer wanted to scan him with her eyes, and Gustav could sense had similar energy with God eyes. The moment she stared at him directly with those eyes, she would instantly be able to see through his shapeshifting. His original bloodline was something he wished to remain a secret, or it would cause many problems for him. Gustav knew that if it became known that he could mimic people's identity, the usefulness of his bloodline would drastically reduce. The authorities after him would be on a watch out, and the technology to see through shapeshifting would definitely be massively issued out. Then there would be no point in having the power since it could be seen through. He had to keep it a secret that he could mimic people's identity so they'd never see it coming. This bloodline ability was so uncommon that any talk about a shapeshifter that could mimic the identity of people had not been heard of in up to 100 years. In this age of technology, there were see-throughs that could be used to identify if a person tried to disguise as another person, but presently, they weren't used actively. Gustav felt if anyone besides Miss Amy and those who already knew of his original bloodline found out about the secret, he'd have to silence them forever. Chapter 741. Gustav felt if anyone besides Miss Amy and those who already knew of his original bloodline found out about the secret, he'd have to silence them forever. The two officers would have found out that he had such an ability, which would lead to the MBO and the whole world finding out as well. He didn't want to cause more death than he already had, but I already killed close to 3,000 people. What's 2 more? This was Gustav's thought process at the moment. He wasn't trying to escape earlier for himself. He was trying to escape for their sake. Anyways, the first step of the plan is complete, Gustav said as he took a seat in front of one of the holographic computers. Are you ready to transfer the data now? Gustav asked the system. Affirmative. Go ahead and place your hands on it, the system responded. Chenem. Gustav nodded slightly in response and proceeded to place his hand on the holographic monitor. Data transfer from archive, 00192548-277-7452 in process. Huh? Why are the numbers so many? Gustav voiced OU, 'cause I have a lot of data in here. The system replied with a scoff. Oh. Universal data, Gustav muttered underneath his breath. He couldn't fathom just how much information the system had gathered within. The system had said it would reveal things to him as time passed, but he still only knew a little, and sometimes he wondered if the system would actually reveal stuff like it claimed. Hey, your longing is quite disturbing. I said it'll reveal things little by little, okay? The system suddenly voiced in his head. I didn't say nothing, Gustav stated with a scoff. Yeah. But I could sense it. I live inside you, the system girly voice repeatedly echoed in his head, causing Gustav to hold his head. Hey, stop it, Gustav stated with a slight look of annoyance. It's still weird hearing a girl's voice in my head saying I live inside you, UG. Gustav said this, but he was completely used to the presence of the system right now. Oh. Is the Virgin worried because things are supposed to be the other way around? Perv. The girly giggling voice of the system echoed in his head. Shut it. Gustav wished the system had a physical body so he could just pull her ears whenever it started speaking like this. Of course you'd want that. I look this way because of you, and now you even want a physical body for me. You really want to have your way with me, eh? The system tried mimicking a seductive tone as it teased Gustav. Hey, stop being creepy. Since when did you start sensing things without me thinking about them? Gustav was curious, knowing the system couldn't do this before. Since when our bond increased. The more we accept each other, the tighter our connection becomes. Feelings and thoughts wise. The system explained. Who accepted you? I didn't. You're still very annoying, Gustav voiced with a slight stutter. Hihi, of course, you'll deny it, just like you denied falling in love with Angie. Oh, I remember, here's a term for people like you. Tsunder, the system stated and began laughing maniacally. Lines appeared on Gustav's forehead as his face squeezed up. Just as he was about to respond, a system notification popped up in his line of sight. Data from archive 00192548-277-7452 successfully transferred. It's done, Gustav said with a longing gaze as he stared at the monitor in front of him. Video file received. This was displayed on the holographic monitor in front, along with a play button. Gustav looked a bit emotional as he raised his hand to tap on the play button. Time to check this out. Truantilda at the top of a massive floating structure above a blossoming city, a figure could be seen flying towards the structure. The floating structure looked like a chunk of rock the size of a building, ash in color. So it had been here this whole time, and it was invisible and impossible to sense. The figure flying upwards was startled as they noticed the structure. Hey, Red Shadow, I found it, she voiced out through a communication device as the wind caused her jacket to flap. That's great, young miss. You just have to disarm it using the T-67 now, Red Shadow responded through the communication device. The figure flying towards the structure happened to be Miss Amy. Strange purplish energy surrounded her as she flew upwards. In the next moment, she arrived in front of the massive chunk and could see a weird cone-shaped device protruding from the top. She flew a little higher and floated towards the device protruding from the top of the massive chunk of ash-colored rock. Beep, 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 beep. A faint beeping sound echoed in her ear as she approached it and brought out a 3-feet-long cylindrical-shaped device. This was the T-67 device Gustav and Red Shadow found past the mixed-breed borders behind the neighborhood a year back. Just as Miss Amy landed on the chunk of rock. Beep, beep, beep. The beeping sounds suddenly became extremely fast, and this was when Miss Amy noticed the pinky finger-sized timer placed by the side of the device. 2 minutes. It suddenly went from 2 minutes to 1 second, 1 second. Miss Amy's eyes widened as she charged forward with the T-67 device in her grip. Boom. From the intensity of her speed, half of the floating platform behind her got blasted into smithereens, and from below, it sounded like an explosion went off in the sky, causing the citizens of the city to look upwards. Miss Amy had already seen the keyhole where she was supposed to put it, so she instantly shoved it into the hole and turned it anti-clockwise. Midnight, in the last millisecond, Miss Amy managed to deactivate whatever this piece of machinery was. It slowly powered down since there were about 7 more milliseconds before the 1 second was up. Miss Amy was fast enough to deactivate it in less than a second. Chapter 742. After handling the unexpected situation, she sighed in relief but then suddenly sensed something and turned around. She was currently high up in the clouds due to where this platform was located, so even looking behind her, all that could be seen were clouds. However, Miss Amy was powerful enough to see beyond all that. Her eyes widened as she charged forward, but the moment she did, a loud blast rang out. Boom! Unlike the one where her speed caused it, this explosion happened in the far eastern part of the city within the sky. Miss Amy was currently 700 miles away from there, yet she blitzed at a speed that made her close in the distance in a few seconds, but even with all that speed, she was too late. A grey-colored fog had covered the skies in this part of the sky. It kept spreading, and it looked like the city underneath would be consumed in no time. "Young miss, what's going on? Didn't you deactivate it?" Red Shadow's startled voice could be heard coming from the communication device. "We got fooled. There were two of them," Miss Amy responded. "What? Two? Damn it. What are we going to do now?" Red Shadow asked with a worried tone. "I'm sure both were set to go off at the same time, which means it will be less effective and spread slower with just one going off. Evacuate the citizens from the eastern part of the city as quickly as you can. I'll do my best to slow the spread and disperse as much as possible," Miss Amy voiced out as the purplish ore-like energy surrounding her increased in output. This was the far eastern part of the sky in the city, so beyond it were road routes that led outside the city, which was mostly void of life. Miss Amy spread her hands, and a whitish glow covered them. Two massive items began forming in her hand as the grey fog kept spreading till they covered even her. All of a sudden, "Fwoo-woo-woom" tilde a loud whooshing sound reverberated in the sky as two massive objects could be seen moving in the sky. The cloud of ashy fog suddenly got blown backwards by a lot. The citizens beneath stared at the sky with a look of astonishment and confusion, wondering how half of the fog that was already looming over a large quarter of the city was suddenly blown back. High up in the sky, Miss Amy could be seen holding onto the handles of two massive hand fans. The hand fans were each the size of 4-story buildings, so it looked like she was holding a massive building in one hand and another in the second hand. Miss Amy swung out both fans once again at the same time, causing an immense gust of wind to blow back the ashy fog once again, decreasing the range of its spread. Meanwhile, on the ground in the city, Red Shadow was working with some MBO agents, helping the citizens evacuate the city. Ruckus! Ruckus! Come on, move this way. There's no time," he shouted out as he pulled some kids out of the hover bus bringing them back from school. He stretched his hand forward, and a star-shaped reddish light appeared. "Go," he shouted to them. All of them ran forward one after the other and disappeared the moment they went through the red star-shaped light. The entire vicinity was crowded with panicking crowds, and vehicles had blocked the roads due to people who had already been evacuated leaving their vehicles behind. The MBO agents moved swiftly as well, leaping towards the buildings by the side, where workers were situated and bringing them down. Red Shadow would open multiple portals simultaneously, which led to the outskirts of the city over at the west side. The range of the fog they were trying to protect everyone from was only within the city. "Move, come on." Red Shadow hurriedly helped another 20 people move teleport away. This part of the city had at least 20,000 people living in it, and so far, he had only managed to help around 10% of that. He knew they didn't have much time because even though Miss Amy was helping reduce the speed of the spread, they were still dealing with gases in this situation, so there was no way some of it wouldn't mix with the oxygen in the air and become invisible. It would soon start having little effect on the surroundings regardless. They had requested for more help from the MBO to move the people away faster, which was why more MBO agents were arriving on the scene. But even with the amount of MBO officers on the scene, it would still take a lot of time to get everyone out of here. In the sky, Miss Amy had fanned a lot of the ashy fog back with just brute strength alone that it looked like the skies had cleared, but this was far from the case. Miss Amy could sense a greater pressure than before coming from upwards where she had fanned the ashy fog to. Suddenly, boom! There was another outburst of the ashy fog as they spread across thousands of feet instantly. They were spreading out way more violently than before, catching even Miss Amy by surprise. It was almost as if they had sentience, as a massive amount of them formed a gigantic upside tornado in the sky, charging towards Miss Amy with the tip. Miss Amy raised both massive fans again and swung them out with force. Fauhuhum tilde an outburst of wind blasted forth and slammed into the massive upside-down ashifogged tornado. Even though it was the size of a skyscraper, the violent wind crashed into it and dispersed it instantly. However, as it dispersed, more ashy fog suddenly burst forth in every direction, instantly covering Miss Amy's small figure up in the middle of the sky. It's starting to consume my protective energy field. Miss Amy sensed the purplish ore-like energy surrounding her, thinning out as she found herself within the sea of fog. Chapter 743. It's starting to consume my protective energy field. Miss Amy sensed the purple ore-like energy surrounding her, thinning out as she found herself within the sea of fog. At this point, she remembered information about this ashy fog when she was making her findings with Red Shadow. For the last year, Miss Amy and Red Shadow had been on a mission together to find out what the T-67 device Gustav and Red Shadow found beyond the border was linked to. Government scientists had inspected it back then and revealed that it was a key to a piece of technology, and it held a lot of power. Hence, the piece of technology was definitely nothing to be scoffed at. Not only was it a key, but it was also a generator that was actually powering up the main piece of technology regardless of the distance between them. They revealed that destroying it could cause disastrous consequences, so that wasn't an option. They had to find the main piece of technology. The person who had created this T-67 device was Sahil and his boss, Sharmax. Sahil looked like a boss himself, but he was actually a lackey compared to Sharmax, who remained uncaught to date. Sharmax was said to have escaped to another planet when he knew the MBO was onto him. He knew he would be caught eventually, so he didn't want to risk staying behind. Miss Amy was able to round up every single person he worked with within the last year using the scattered info she gathered. They revealed they were working on a poisonous explosive device, and Sharmak's assistant, Sahil, just happened to be conducting illegal activities after his boss had disappeared. At this time, the main piece of technology had been completed and sent to a particular location. According to them, the timer on it had been activated, and when the explosive device went off, an ashy poisonous fog would consume an entire city in a matter of seconds, degrading the cells of every living creature within and rewriting them. It was meant to be an insane test, and Sharmax was plotting to see how it would end up. The henchman barely had enough information to give about this explosive device, especially its location still remained unknown and was unable to be found by satellites even after checking. The MBO sent several agents to go after Sahil and failed to catch him so many times until Gustav intervened. At that time, Miss Amy was still gathering information about the main explosive device from so many other places while Gustav was catching Sahil. After Sahil was caught, it took some time for them to get information out of him, but Miss Amy managed to make that possible. Unfortunately, even though Sahil had more information to give than the rest, it still wasn't enough, but he did manage to reveal the others involved in the experiment as well as the supposed city where the explosive device was located. Miss Amy and Red Shadow moved to the supposed location, which was Dharma City, the neighboring North City, to Vehicle City, while Gustav traveled to go see Boss Danzo. They checked Dharma City and couldn't find any signs of the explosive device no matter how much they checked. Even with Miss Amy's level of strength and the way she could spread her perception all across the entire city, she was still unable to find anything of the sort. They began to question whether the device was truly here, but then Sahil had revealed they might need to get information from two other people. One of the two turned out to be completely useless, while the second one, which Miss Amy nearly burnt to a crisp underneath the engine of a spacecraft, revealed something about the explosive device. He got a Clixie Varnite from me at the time and told me to keep it a secret. Speak in simple man terms, the Clixie Varnite helps to build a material that can cloak an object, literally putting it in another space, so it doesn't occupy normal space. It's like this. Whatever gets cloaked is there, but at the same time, it's not. It cannot be accessed, seen, or sensed until the Varnite is deactivated. How do I do that? You have to get a This was how Miss Amy's last conversation with the other person went. It turned out that the explosive device was built using this Varnite substance, so it couldn't be accessed because it was like it wasn't there. The only time it would be revealed was when the timer was coming to an end. Miss Amy took the necessary steps as directed and was able to finally expose the explosive device in a part of the sky that she had initially checked. This showed just how powerful the device was. Miss Amy had practically disarmed it, but what no one mentioned was there were two of the explosive devices. To be more accurate, none of them knew there were two of them. Sharmax had been one hell of a calculative and scheming person that he placed two in different spots. Both of them were revealed at the same time, but Miss Amy found one first and only sensed the second one at the last second. Within the ashy fog, Miss Amy remembered that when they asked everyone about the information on the ashy fog, they revealed it had sentience and was capable of taking actions on its own. It also got more vibrant and effective the longer it remained exposed to oxygen, which meant the fog would only get stronger and stronger, and no one knew the effect it would have on people. There was also a probability that this city wouldn't be the only casualty after it had consumed it, since it would get stronger with time. Having sentience just made it even more dangerous. Looks like I have to take off my seal, Miss Amy thought. She initially felt that wouldn't be necessary, but seeing the state of things, she knew she had to get serious before things escalated beyond control. Chapter 744. From below, Red Shadow could see the sky above already covered by ashy fog, which was extending at an insane speed. He gritted his teeth and burned his bloodline energy, creating a massive red star up front which was as large as a skyscraper. "Everyone quickly!" he shouted to the people in the vicinity with his hand stretched out as his entire body glowed with dark red light. Some MBO agents picked up multiple people and threw them into the red star up ahead. Multiple people could enter this one at once, unlike the others, where they could only enter at a time. Usually, Red Shadow never creates a portal this large due to the way it sapped a lot of energy, but seeing the way they were about to be consumed by the fog soon, he decided to do this. Red Shadow pulled his hand back and pushed it forward with force. Shrewoom tilde the massive red star drove forward with speed, swallowing up everything in the vicinity as it moved, vehicles and people included. Just with this action alone, he had already managed to send over 300 people away in a matter of seconds. "We need more time," he shouted out as he saw the fog drawing nearer and nearer with intensity. They had managed to evacuate 80% of the population of people living around here in 20 minutes. More and more MBO officers were arriving on the scene, and none of them even tried to take on the fog after hearing that the Demon Queen was already dealing with it. They focused on helping the citizens out of this area since they felt if she couldn't handle it, then none of them could. Seeing the buildings and everything behind them getting consumed by the ashy fog, Dark Shadow prepared to unleash another massive teleportation star. All of a sudden, a massive spike of energy blasted forth from within the ashy fog. The ashy fog was thick, and the moment it flew past a particular area, anything that was visible in that area before would no longer be visible, but everyone could see a figure within the ashy fog, this time covered in purplish energy that blasted across the place. The ground began to quake from the outburst of energy coming from this being, and the ashy-colored fog initially headed in their direction suddenly got dispersed as a purplish wave consumed it. They initially thought they would be affected, but the purplish wave suddenly stopped and created a massive wall behind them. The whole place instantly became calm. They couldn't see what was going on beyond the purplish wall, but Red Shadow could sense the outburst of energy and felt Miss Amy had gone all out right now. If they weren't being protected by the purplish wall, they would most likely be affected. Beyond the wall, Miss Amy was flying at an insane speed around the wave of ashy fog, sealing it from spreading with her purplish energy. No matter how much more powerful the fog had become in the last 20 minutes, even with its sentience, it couldn't contend with Miss Amy in this state. Fui tilde fui tilde Miss Amy circulated around the fog at speed way faster than light, using his purplish energy to tear lines in space. Varay tilde a dimensional rift suddenly appeared on the east, cackling with destructive energy and bluish and purplish light. An immense suction force came from it, and it began pulling the fog into it. In the next moment, another rift had appeared on the west. Vri tilde and in the next on the north, south, northwest, southwest. In a matter of seconds, 7 rifts had been created, and they were each in a position that surrounded the ashy fog from every direction. Some were so high in the sky while some were placed just a few feet above the ground, but they were still in a position where they had encircled the ashy fog. Each rift carried an intense amount of suction force that was powerful enough to wipe an entire city off the map, but since they surrounded each other, they cancelled out the force that would spread out to the surroundings. Instead, the ashy fog in the middle was being sucked from every direction into the dimensional rifts, leaving it no chance to escape. Miss Amy stayed in the middle. Her grey-colored hair floated in the air as her eyes remained glowed the same purplish color with the powerful energy surrounding her. Even with the intense suction force coming from every direction that would rip a person to shreds in an instant, she remained unaffected. A shriek was heard as a part of the ashy fog formed a massive cone-shaped head with 2 dark eyes. It flew towards Miss Amy and slammed into the protective purplish energy surrounding her. To its disappointment, it was unable to break through no matter how much it tried. It couldn't even get closer than 20 feet to her. Miss Amy waved her hand once with a nonchalant expression. A massive claw made from purplish energy appeared in midair and swiped at the massive cone-shaped head formed by the ashy fog. Even before the collision was made, the immense force from the claw dispersed the fog instantly, causing even more winds to be generated across the place. This made the fog clear out even faster, as that part got pushed into the rift on the west. In a few more minutes, the entire place had become clear as every remainder of ash-colored fog in the area completely cleared out. The rifts in the vicinity were slowly shrinking as well. This was normal since space always repaired itself when torn, but depending on the size of the rift, the duration would either be shorter or longer. Miss Amy stood in place high up in the sky, waiting for the rifts to completely disappear before she deactivated the cocoon of the purplish wave she surrounded the place with. At this point, Red Shadow and the other MBO agents had managed to evacuate everyone living in this part of the city. Chapter 745. At this point, Red Shadow and the other MBO agents had managed to evacuate everyone living in this part of the city. After Miss Amy deactivated the purplish walls and cocoon surrounding the place, the skies were clear. There was nothing to be seen beyond destruction behind the parts where Red Shadow and the MBO officers initially were. The buildings, roads, and everything in sight had been completely decimated. It made the place look like a ghost town. Beyond the point where Miss Amy activated, the purplish wall remained intact, but behind was like a wilderness. Miss Amy slowly floated down from the sky and landed on the spot within the decimated part of the city. The damage isn't as bad, she thought as she inspected the vicinity. This was how Miss Amy felt because she knew just how powerful the rifts were and the havoc they could have caused if she hadn't let them cancel out the force of their pull by making them surround each other. However, if another person saw this amount of destruction, they would freak out because even the outskirts of the city were affected. Miss Amy looked forward and flew off from this point. Regardless of how bad things were going to get, there was no way Miss Amy wouldn't have been able to handle dealing with the explosive fog. Sharmax didn't expect his plan to be foiled by the most powerful female mixed blood on the planet. It would have been a problem if she could never find it, but from the moment she did, the plan was destined to be foiled even though he unexpectedly created 2 of the explosive devices. Miss Amy would have much preferred it if they never went off, so she wouldn't have to resort to extreme measures, but nobody had expected what happened today. Red Shadow and the rest of the MBO agents were still trying to get the citizens from another part of the city out even though Miss Amy had already handled the situation. Miss Amy supported this action because it was a gaseous explosion, and some parts might have mixed with the oxygen in the city, which would make the air poisonous in some parts even though it was invisible. The effect would most likely reduce a lot, but still, it would be safer to get everyone out of here and detoxify the air in the entire city. Miss Amy decided to request for an alpha-ranked mixed blood currently on Earth to show up in the city. "Rilia, how fast can you get here? I never thought you'd ever call for help, lil sis, hehe, just get over here, idiot," Miss Amy voiced out through the call. "I'm already here," she heard from the other end of the call and paused her flight above a part of the city. The moment she turned around, a beautiful lady with grey and blue-colored hair was floating in midair right behind her. This lady had a slim figure, clad in a red leather gown with a long slit reaching her left thigh. Her busts were almost as massive as Miss Amy's. Albeit faint, she had facial similarities with Miss Amy. "The air is toxic," Miss Amy warned. "Not toxic enough to affect me," she voiced out with a smirk. "We could have used your help earlier," Miss Amy stated with her usual straight face. "I just arrived back on Earth a few hours ago. Give me a break, lil sis," she responded to Miss Amy by folding her hands and smiling. "Get everyone out of here." Miss Amy didn't even try to sympathize with her and immediately went straight to the point. No nice to see you again. I missed you, or anything, your straight-up commands. You're no fun, Rilia." Miss Amy called out her name with a tone of discomfort. Sure, Rilia responded while raising her hand and snapping her finger. "Pa." In that instant, blue glows appeared all across the city, and everyone left in the city was instantly teleported out of the city towards the border at the north. All the MBO agents and even Red Shadow were also teleported away. Over 100,000 people had been teleported away in one go, towards the same location. "Done," she responded with a dissatisfied expression. "One more request," Miss Amy stated with mixed expressions on her face. Rilia was a bit surprised to see her poker face crumble. "Official? Or personal?" she asked with a hint of suspiciousness. "I need you to teleport me to Burning Sands City," Miss Amy requested. "Ah, so it's personal, hihi, lil sis. You're being Suze right now," Rilia said with a teasing expression and began slowly flying around Miss Amy. "If you're not going to do it, just say so," Miss Amy said with an undisturbed tone, displaying her poker face once again. "I mean, you could just fly there. You're fast enough to arrive there quickly anyway," Rilia pointed out. "If I move too quickly, rifts will be created. Also, I have to reactivate the seal soon," Miss Amy explained. "Oh, you're still on a leash. TSK, that's not cool, lil sis. What if you're attacked in your weak state? Remember, you're only the strongest when you're at your full strength." Rilia's words made it seem like she was concerned, but her tone of speaking sounded threatening. "I welcome anyone who is willing to try. I hope they come prepared to visit the afterlife," Miss Amy voiced out with a strong tone and intense gaze before flying away. "Where are you going, lil sis?" Rilia voiced out and flew after her. "You're wasting my time," Miss Amy responded from up ahead without turning around. "Ah wait, I'll do it. I was just messing around," Rilia yelled out as she followed behind Miss Amy. Burning Sands City. It had been 2 days since Gustav infiltrated the medical center to get something related to his plans from Boss Danzo's corpse. At the moment, Gustav was in Sir ZL's lab chatting with Teresa's. Chapter 746. "You're going to remain hidden for now and present them with the things I have given you at the appointed time," Gustav stated. "Are you sure Marshall is on board with this?" Gustav asked. I spoke with him yesterday," Teresa's nodded. "All right then. There's still one more thing I need to complete before leaving here," Gustav added. "After that, I'll hand everything over to you and Scientist ZL. I will come back after the tide starts turning to get you. At that point, they won't be able to label me with anything extra and try to bring me down than they already have," Gustav mumbled. At the moment, theories were circulating around about how Gustav was working for terrorist organizations because, in some other small city, there were explosions similar to ones that happened in Burning Sands City. A terrorist group came out, claiming they were responsible for the happenings. The city wasn't as grand as Burning Sands City. Neither was the destruction level even close to what Gustav caused, but people began to link it to the one that happened to Burning Sands City. Gustav could tell someone was trying to set him up to look like he was in league with terrorists, which was one of the reasons he knew revealing himself to let them take him in for questioning would be a very bad idea. That would be him setting himself up for execution, since they would just pin everything against him without giving him the chance to explain. The system had snooped around, and he knew that lots of the higher-ups in the MBO were already against Gustav for giving the MBO a bad name, so they wanted him gone. It gave Gustav this information and told him he needed a way to get himself out of this predicament. Now that Gustav understood how things were and the fact that he was being plotted against, he had decided to turn the story about the whole situation around. Yes, he was practically the cause and the villain here, but he had decided to turn things with his plan and pull off fooling the entire world. Gustav had completed 3 phases of his plan in the last 3 days, and now one more was left. Big brother Gustav, will you be okay? Teresa's asked with a look of concern. I'll be fine, Gustav responded. Maybe I should call Miss Amy to let her in on my plans. Gustav thought but quickly discarded the idea. He stared at the holographic projection up, which was currently displaying a paused video. Gustav instructed for the video to be played, and it began displaying a person's point of view. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of an explosion could be heard from the video, and one could see from the view of this person that battles were going on up ahead. When this person turned around, Teresa's and Marshall could be seen in the same encirclement as him, and after saying a few words to them, this person was flung forward with immense speed by both of them. From the point of this person's view, a golden beam was also shot out at the same moment he arrived before Gustav and pushed him out of the way while his body was still being catapulted in mid-air. As the golden beam tore through him, this person turned to the side to stare at Gustav, who had a look of disbelief and confusion before the video blacked out. We should never have agreed to throw him forward like he asked, Teresa's lamented once again after seeing the footage. I would probably be dead too if you hadn't, Gustav voiced out. Ah. No. What? Teresa's was truly lost for words as she thought about it too. It turned out that during the battle with the 3 mixed bloods that were sent after them, when Gustav was about to get killed, Boss Danzo had asked Marshall and Teresa's to throw him out. They kept questioning what would Boss Danzo do since he was just an ordinary human being. It made sense for both of them to go out and help him, but somehow Boss Danzo was able to convince them. Marshall and Teresa's activated their bloodlines. Marshall's bloodline gave him a power boost which helped him in lifting Boss Danzo and flinging him forward, while Teresa's made use of her telekinesis to catapult Boss Danzo's body faster in the air, making him arrive before Gustav just when the golden beam was about to be shot out. Teresa's had explained to Gustav about how it happened some days back, but Gustav couldn't blame her or Marshall. He would be dead if Boss Danzo didn't show up at the time he did, which would still lead to everyone's death too. It turned out that Gustav's reason for visiting the medical center and coming into contact with Boss Danzo's corpse was to withdraw the data of Boss Danzo's last 5 minutes before death. The system had explained to him that this was possible with its help and gave Gustav all the necessary requirements. Now, this was another evidence of things that had happened on that day. The authorities were unable to recover any footage from the scenes of destruction. Everything had been reduced to ashes, and even when trying to recover footage, they were unable to. They even called in a popular MBO officer that could reanimate everything that had happened in a particular area within a specific time frame, and his abilities didn't work here either. All this was due to the lingering energy of decimation. Decimation had been both Gustav's bane and help. Even though he saved them and had his revenge, it also prevented the authorities from getting the truth about how the whole incident began. Now Gustav was trying to rewrite the whole scenario with everything he had gathered. If things went as planned, he would be free, and all accusations would be dropped. How did you manage to get this? Teresa's asked. That is of no importance. Be ready to play your role when the time comes, Gustav stated before standing to his feet. Time to learn. Just as he was about saying again, Verba Herrera tilde a strange and powerful pressure suddenly descended upon the entire city. Chapter 747. Verba Herrera tilde a strange and powerful pressure suddenly descended upon the entire city. What is that? Teresa's voiced out with a wary tone. The entire city could feel the sudden and enormous invisible pressure in the atmosphere. This made everyone pause their actions and look up in confusion. Gustav's eyebrows creased as he turned suspicious after this pressure descended. He could feel a certain kind of familiarity within this pressure. Gustav proceeded to wear a hoodie around his head and moved out of the lab. Big brother Gustav, where are you going? Teresa's asked with a worried expression. Stay here, Gustav commanded and leaped out through the window of Sir Zl's office. Sir Zl happened to just be coming in when Gustav leapt through the window. Gustav, he called out, but Gustav was already gone. It turned out he had information to pass to Gustav. Gustav landed in the middle of the street right beside Grayscale Pharmaceuticals and activated Sprint. Sprint has been activated. He ran up the side of a 200-story skyscraper and arrived at the rooftop in a few seconds. The pressure descending upon the city kept increasing as different media outlets in the city were broadcasting a particular news that concerned the MBO. At this point, people began to be affected and started moving indoors to decrease the effect of the pressure coming from above. Gustav looked up into the sky and could see a faint fluorescent light in the middle of the burning star-shaped pearl high above the city. The burning star-shaped pearl was always dazzling with yellow flames, but the small hint of fluorescent light could be seen in the middle this time. It was barely noticeable, but due to Gustav's eyesight, he could spot it. Just as he wanted to activate God Eyes. A pillar of fluorescent-colored light suddenly shot down from above, landing right in the middle of the city. The moment it made contact with the ground, the light spread from the point of impact towards every corner of the city in a matter of seconds. The ground was glowing with a fluorescent light at this point in every part of the city. Later on, the pillar of light in the middle slowly dimmed. Everyone was startled at this, and they began to feel the pressure slowly disappear. However, "Arg," Gustav groaned in pain as he felt a sharp pain on his forehead. "This energy. It's the same as life tracking," he said internally as he held his forehead. "Gustav." The MBO forwarded their plans, the system suddenly voiced in his head. Forwarded their plans? As Gustav voiced this out, his eyes widened as he came to a realization. Currently, his forehead was glowing with a # sign which was quite visible. They had the capacity to use life sign tracking too? Gustav was astonished as he voiced out after understanding what this was. "You have to move in." Just as the system was speaking. Zoom bright lights suddenly concentrated on Gustav's position from different directions, and multiple people dressed in MBO uniforms began to appear on the rooftops of the buildings surrounding the one Gustav was currently standing on. Before Gustav knew what was happening, he was surrounded by multiple MBO officers. Gustav crimson. "Come with us quietly for questioning," one of them voiced out with a loud tone. Gustav looked around with a strong and piercing gaze. "There's 17 of them. More will probably arrive soon too." Gustav was instantly able to calculate their numbers. The entire area radiated with the combined pressure from all of these MBO officers, all channeling their bloodlines at the same time. They were ready to attack Gustav the moment he acted in an unsatisfactory manner. This was a situation Gustav never saw coming once again, but he would be damned if he let himself get caught when he was almost done implementing his plans. "All right. I'll come with you guys," Gustav voiced out while raising both hands. This caused some of them to crease their eyebrows in suspicion, seeing the way he just agreed. "After I prove my innocence," the moment Gustav voiced this out. Combination has been activated, sprint plus dash. He turned to the side and charged southwest. Gustav blasted across the place with immense speed, but a kind of barrier suddenly appeared the moment he tried to pass through the midst of the two MBO officers on the building he leapt towards. Bang! Gustav slammed into it and got blasted backwards. Ting! Ting! Walls of white suddenly began to connect from one MBO officer to the next, and in a matter of moments, a barrier had been fully constructed around Gustav. Gustav fell towards the window of the building behind and did a flip in mid-air before landing sideways on the window and leaping downwards towards the street below. "There are civilians in the vicinity. Make sure you're careful with the usage of your abilities," one of the MBO officers shouted out as the MBO officers all moved towards the ledge of the building and began to jump down after Gustav. Bam! The instant Gustav landed on the ground, he wasted no time in charging forward again towards the left side of the building he had just fallen from. Conjuring an atomic blade, he raised his hand diagonally and slashed down at the whitish barrier that had been erected around the vicinity. The instant contact was made, a small line appeared on the barrier, which depicted how sturdy it was. Gustav calculated in his mind how many times he would need to strike with that amount of force to break through it and realized that it was a lot. There's no time. The instant this thought appeared in Gustav's head, he jumped towards the side. Bam! A massive boulder-size black drilling object slammed into the barrier beside him as well as a yellow beam. Gustav began running around the sides and swerving as multiple attacks began to head towards him from different directions. "Come quietly with us, Gustav Crimson," one of them shouted out as he saw Gustav's figure from above, leaving after images across the place. Chapter 748. He sent out a landslide across the entire street since it was empty except for the MBO officers chasing after Gustav. As Gustav felt the vibrations, he leaped forward and blasted through the 52nd floor on the building by the left. Kia! Screams rang out as Gustav's actions startled the people on that floor. However, Gustav didn't mind and kept charging forward through the walls like they were paper thin. Tuhushi Tilda, the MBO officer who had used the landslide attack, gritted his teeth as he stood several feet above the ground on an exalted pillar extending from the ground. He pointed his hand at the building Gustav leapt through and was about to use an attack when an MBO officer with a square-shaped red face placed held his shoulder from behind. "Don't. The life of the civilians takes priority. If anyone is harmed during this operation, it will be another stain on the MBO's name," he voiced out before a rocket-like ignition blasted out of his back and legs. Fuwum Tilda, he flew forward and infiltrated the building through the same hole Gustav created after leaping into it. The MBO officer gritted his teeth even more as he stared at the other MBO officers in the vicinity going after Gustav too. Some of them had already gone up ahead through the same hole to continue chase before he tried implementing his attack. "A mere cadet is causing us so much trouble." He was pissed that they couldn't unleash their abilities to the fullest due to the civilians in the surroundings. Originally, they would only care about their goal, which was getting Gustav, but now they had to be concerned about people because of the situation of things. The pillar shooting out of the ground began moving forward with speed, carrying him along with it. He passed the side of the building, deciding to chase from the side. Gustav's figure blasted through the back of the third building up ahead. That's an irregular speed for a cadet. This was everyone's thoughts as they saw how far Gustav had gone already. They had been briefed before that Gustav was one of a kind. Still, they were not expecting his speed to be way faster than everyone here, especially when they were all higher than him in terms of bloodline rank. "Hes fast but not out of my range," the MBO officer, who was being carried forward by the pillar extending from the ground, thought as he stretched his hand out. Currently, Gustav was in mid-air, leaping towards the next skyscraper up ahead that was up 2,000 feet away with a wide road in between. KKRTYHHCC8. KROSH tilde the ground below suddenly cracked open and multiple spikes shot out from it. Gustav could see the spikes coming at him from every direction below and a red-faced MBO officer who just happened to be flying towards him from behind. Slash has been activated. Gustav increased the force of his arm swings as he conjured two atomic blades in his hand and spun repeatedly. Swish, swish, swish. It looked like white lines were swimming around in mid-air as he cut down every one of these spikes protruding out of the ground. The entire place was covered up in dust as some of these spikes were obliterated from a single slash. At this point, the red-faced officer flying from behind had caught up to Gustav as he was falling from the air. He reached out as he kept flying forward, calculating Gustav's full speed and knowing that he only needed to keep flying forward to catch Gustav, regardless of whether they were on the same height in the air or not. As he kept flying forward with speed. Hover has been activated. Gustav's body suddenly floated in mid-air just before he made his descent, reaching the same height as the officer flying towards him from behind. The officer's eyes widened as he slowly flew past Gustav from below, not expecting that Gustav would suddenly float in mid-air. He thought this was the end of it, but he was sorely mistaken as he felt feet on his back. Gustav had landed on the officer's back and crouched a little before leaping upwards with force. Super jump has been activated. Boom! A loud sound reverberated across the air as the officer was blasted downwards from the force of the jump while Gustav's body ascended across the air with speed. The entire force chasing from behind was stunned speechless, seeing a fairly high-ranking MBO officer get tossed towards the ground from a jump. Bang! He slammed into the streets below, leaving cracks all over the place while Gustav's figure could be seen flying over the skyscraper. They kept chasing regardless since they knew Gustav would arrive at a dead end behind this skyscraper due to the fact that the whitish barrier ended somewhere around there. Multiple attacks were still being sent towards Gustav, but the officers had to be watchful of the amount of power they used around here, and they weren't as quick as Gustav, so it made things a whole lot more difficult. On the bright side, there were 17 of them present, each with different bloodline abilities, and even more MBO officers would be here any moment, so they felt no matter how much Gustav tried to escape, he would be caught soon. In a few moments, over 10 of them had managed to get beyond the building. Gustav leaped over, and just as they thought, the dead end was right there. They could see Gustav up ahead with his back placed against the barrier since he had nowhere to go. They surrounded him but paid no heed to the fact that his right hand was on his left wrist. "Are you ready to surrender yourself now, Gustav Crimson?" one of them shouted out as bluish wings protruded out the sides of his right hand, which was pointed at Gustav. Gustav kept inspecting the MBO figures as they moved closer and closer. Chapter 749. Gustav kept staring at them as they moved closer and closer. The others arrived, and the circle became tighter as they moved closer to Gustav. Gustav looked around one final time and stomped on the ground with his left feet as his body bloated and turned green. Thrilk! 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 Icicle-like rocks instantly began protruding out of the ground, surrounding all 18 of them. In a moment, they had all been trapped along with Gustav within the encirclement of Iroh silk Gustav had just conjured up. "What is this? What are you doing? Stay right there and don't make another move," they shouted out one after the other after finding themselves trapped in this space with Gustav. "Just one more movement," Gustav voiced out before tapping on his left wrist. "What is?" Just as the officer who controlled the ground earlier was about to voice out, a bright light surrounded Gustav. "No," he shouted out as he controlled the pieces of the ground to surround Gustav in a bid to trap him. At the same time, the other officers also sent out different attacks towards Gustav. But before any one of them could make contact, zing tilde Gustav disappeared from the spot. The MBO officers had looks of astonishment after this happened. "Destroy the entrapment," one of them shouted out, and everyone began attacking the icicle-like rocks that had surrounded them. The Iroh silk was immensely sturdy and strong, but in the face of so many bombardments from multiple powerful MBO officers, it would definitely crumble in a matter of seconds. However, Gustav wasn't hoping to trap them there too long anyway, so this was all within his plans. Zing tilde Gustav reappeared on the other side of the barrier where he had initially attacked, which was quite a distance from where he had trapped the MBO officers. It turned out he had marked this place as a spatial checkpoint the previous time he attacked the barrier. "This will cost a lot of energy. But I have no other choice right now," Gustav thought as he stretched out his right hand. The hilt of an atomic blade appeared within his hand and began growing in size. In the next moment, it was thrice as long as an average height human. Gustav swung it forward with intensity and speed. A long line was cut on the whitish-colored barrier, but in the next instant, it began to heal back. Atomic disintegration causes everything to get disintegrated from a molecular structure. The bigger atomic blade is, the faster it can disintegrate atoms. Even though the atom can regenerate, it just has to be able to disintegrate them at a faster rate. As Gustav analyzed, he turned around and sped backward as the atomic blade increased more in size. -100 EP, -100 EP, -120 EP, -150 EP, the more it increased in size, the higher the energy points consumed. Gustav turned around after leaving a bit of distance between himself and the barrier up ahead. He stretched the massive milky glowing colored blade forward and activated combination once more. Sprint plus dash, _, lines of cracks were left across the place as Gustav's body blasted forward with immense speed, arriving in front of the barrier in an instant. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as he stabbed the atomic blade into the barrier. The shockwaves spread out from the point of impact, slamming into the buildings on the sides and causing the sound of glass shattering to ring out as well. Gustav groaned as he kept pushing the atomic blade with as much strength as he could muster. His arms bulged intensely and became larger as he pushed forward, causing cracks to extend from the point where he was standing on the road to other parts of the surroundings. Sparks began to appear around the areas where the tip of the milky-colored blade was piercing through. The atoms that made up the barrier were being disintegrated so fast the blade was beginning to make its way through. On the other side of the barrier. Boom! An explosion rang out as the multiple aero silk covering the environment was finally shattered after a few seconds of relentless attacks from within. Debris and smoke covered the entire vicinity, decreasing visibility immensely, but this didn't stop the MBO officers within as they charged out of it. Jwiwi tilde swoohoosh tilde fwy tilde multiple figures blasted out from the smoke with speed and began moving towards the other end of the barrier. At this point, Gustav finally pushed the entire atomic blade through. Swoosh tilde his body phased through the hole that was created instantly, along with his massive atomic blade. Finding himself on the other end of the barrier, the atomic blade in his hand disintegrated into light particles as he charged forward with immense speed. Swoowoosh's tilde cracks appeared all over the road as his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Reddish scales grew out of Gustav's legs as his thighs and calves increased in size, furthering his speed even more. Combination was still activated, so he was currently moving at speed faster than sound, and now it had increased even more. At the time the MBO officers arrived at the position where Gustav had escaped from, the hole created had already sealed itself. He got out, one of them shouted the instant they saw the cracks all over the place. How did he get out? This question was circulating in the minds of everyone at the moment, but now wasn't the time to make any analysis. The MBO officer with a reddish-colored face tapped a controller on his right wrist, causing the barrier to fade away. After him, he commanded before flying forward with immense speed. Boom! The fiery ignition on his back turned blue and made a booming sound as he shot across the sky with an even faster speed than before. The officer controlling the ground earlier landed in a street of the city and sunk into the ground. Rumbling sounds that suggested he was moving underground could be heard. Some MBO officers leaped from building to building while using gadgets to enable flight for them and chase after Gustav. Chapter 750. Other MBO officers were arriving on the scene with vehicles, and the entire area had become even more crowded than before. Those who arrived later asked about the current situation from their colleagues as they also gave pursuit with the understanding that they were currently going after Gustav. At this point, Gustav was closing in on the border of Burning Sands City to the south. Swooshy tilde he didn't stop running for a moment. Super jump has been activated. Once he arrived at the border area, he leaped upwards with intensity. Boom! A massive tremor affected the surroundings, spreading out from where Gustav had leaped upwards. His figure cut across the sky with intense speed, looking like a red streak. The burning sands were right below him as his body flew several 10,000 feet across the air. Would be nice to have the ability of flight. Gustav could not stop thinking about this as his body soared through the sky. But he remembered that the only time he could fly was when he used the ultimate combination form or when decimation was activated. When these were activated, flying seemed so natural to him, and it was also in difficult situations, so he didn't think much of it, nor could he enjoy the feeling that came with flying. Hover only allowed him to float in mid-air for a few seconds, so it couldn't be considered flying, and the only mixed breed he could transform into that could fly had lower movement speed compared to when he was running at full speed, so he couldn't even consider that at the moment. Gustav could already feel his speed in mid-air decreasing, which meant the momentum was slowly starting to die out, and he would be falling towards the burning sands soon. He was still very high up in the air, but he could feel the intense temperature from below. It was unlike anything Gustav had ever felt, like he was being cooled down and cooked at the same time. As his body began to reach the farthest point it could in the sky, he started descending. This should be far enough, Gustav thought as he began to click on the dimensional bracelet on his left wrist. He repeatedly swiped as different checkpoints were displayed until he finally saw the one he was looking for. He clicked on it instantly as he fell across the air. Zwien tilde 50 feet away from making contact with the burning sands, a bright light surrounded his figure, and he disappeared. Zing tilde the officers who were chasing from behind had also arrived at the border, and they had several surveillance gadgets pinpointing the direction Gustav moved in. At this point, they realized he had crossed over the burning sands. Those who had the flight ability or staying off the ground continued to scale through after him. In contrast, those who were already making use of an aircraft had no issues with continuing the chase. But all of a sudden, Gustav disappeared from the radar. He disappeared. They were once more startled by this act. This was due to the fact that a spatial disruptor had been put in place, which meant no act of teleportation should work around a radius of 500 miles. Spread out and find him. He would still have to be somewhere around. All the MBO officers could hear the voice of a well-renowned commander through their comms. The number of MBO officers chasing after Gustav at this point had reached a number of 39. They spread out across the place, using one means of flight or the other as they traveled across the burning sands. Each MBO officer was Echo ranked, with a few of them already at Kilo rank, so they felt humiliated having to put in this much effort to locate a mere Falcon ranked mixed blood. The ones who had arrived earlier felt even more humiliated, recalling that Gustav even managed to trap them for a few seconds and escape the barrier they set up. They vehemently searched for Gustav everywhere above the burning sands for Gustav, making use of both technological gadgets and even their bloodline abilities. An MBO officer who could scan an entire area with his mind kept giving reports as he moved across the place, saying he couldn't find any signs of life around here. Others with unique scouting bloodlines also failed to find Gustav no matter how much they searched. Over 6 hours later, most of the MBO officers included in the search had returned back to the base to give their reports. Within a large hall where a multiple number of MBO officers gathered, a dissatisfied-looking officer with a face similar to that of a gigantic praying mantis could be seen yelling out with a loud tone. "A Falcon-ranked mixed blood managed to outrun every single one of you. Toy." He spat out to the side. "You shameless pricks are soiling the reputation of the MBO. How did he manage to escape your hands when the higher-ups even gave the go-ahead to use life signs tracking to find him?" He kept voicing out his questions with a strong tone of disappointment. "Commander Lindstrunt, we were not given enough information on the abilities of Gustav Crimson. If we had accessed him properly, we would have been able to deal with the situation better," one of the officers in the vicinity voiced out. "We even set up a spatial disruptor, but he was still able to use spatial ability to vanish. We weren't expecting that, and the variety of abilities left us with surprises, not knowing what to expect," another officer voiced out, and the others in the vicinity nodded their heads in agreement. "Our first encounter with him was also within a civilized area. We had to be careful with the use of our abilities, so we wouldn't harm innocent civilians. These factors gave Gustav Crimson the opportunity to escape from our clutches," another officer voiced out. Chapter 751. Our first encounter with him was also within a civilized area. We had to be careful with using our abilities, so we wouldn't harm innocent civilians. These factors gave Gustav Crimson the opportunity to escape from our clutches, another officer voiced out. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Regardless of all of these, the MBO will be made a laughingstock for being unable to catch a Falcon ranked, Commanded Lindstrunt voiced out while shaking his head. The life sign tracking tech was used on him, which means he should have been unable to think, talk, remember who he is, move or perform any action for the coming weeks. How was he able to negate the effects? The second highest ranking officer in the hall voiced out with a suspicious look. He was the same red-skinned officer who Gustav tricked in mid-air during the pursuit. The entire place became silent as everyone pondered this same issue as well. Whenever the beam of light shot from the skies finally located the desired person, they would be unable to perform any action for weeks. They would literally be in a vegetative state, which might give them an untreatable side effect after they had snapped out of it. The burning feeling in their foreheads would be the last thing remembered when they returned to their senses. Some might even have their brains deteriorated, which was why the MBO only used the technology in extreme cases. In this case, The device surprisingly didn't cause such effects to Gustav, which was something no one could understand at the moment. That is. Before Commander Lindstrunt could voice out his sentence completely, a strong pressure suddenly descended upon the entire vicinity. The whole place vibrated intensely as they sensed a powerful figure floating above the premises. The officers' eyes widened as they looked upwards even though they couldn't see through the roofing of the building they were currently in. "Who gave you the permission to use that device on my student?" A mighty feminine voice laced with anger and killing intent reverberated across the entire city. The citizens of the city were once again startled and shook with wariness as they felt the pressure descending upon the city was even stronger than the one that happened hours ago. People began to run and hide for cover, thinking the same scenario with the beam of light shooting down from the sky earlier would repeat itself, but with more intensity since the pressure was more powerful. Isn't that the voice of the demon Qui? I mean young Miss Amy. One of the officers stuttered as he voiced out quickly. The others were not deaf, so of course, they were instantly able to tell who the voice belonged to as well. Every single person in the hall had expressions of fear on their faces, the two highest-ranking MBO officers included. Her student. Who is her student? All of them had this thought circulating in their minds as they seemed to be oblivious to who Miss Amy was talking about. Miss Amy, who was floating a few thousand feet above the ground, stared at the dazzling fiery star-shaped structure in the sky. Without saying a word, purplish energy blasted forth from her figure as she flew upwards while stretching out her right hand. Purplish streaks shot out of her palm and slammed into the structure, causing it to get blasted further into the sky as the flames surrounding it instantly died out. Miss Amy flew further upwards and grabbed the massive structure that seemed to be the size of 3 mountains merged together. She held it up in the air like it was nothing above the city and stared at the area where the MBO base was located. She flung the massive structure downwards with ease. The officers within the base could feel the immense pressure headed towards them from above and instantly rushed out of the base as quickly as they could. Boom! In the next moment, a mighty explosion rang out as the massive structure landed directly on the base and exploded, destroying the entire base along with the surroundings. The structure was looking way bigger than that in the sky initially due to the dazzling yellow flames surrounding it, making it look like an artificial sun. Now that it was put out, the size had reduced a lot, but it was still supermassive. The entire city suddenly descended into darkness after Miss Amy destroyed the fiery structure. It turned out that it was currently late in the night, but due to the structure that was always lit up, it still looked like daytime. Just like that, the citizens of Burning Sands City that had not experienced night in over 50 years finally saw the skies darken. Those who had managed to escape safely from the base without any harm stared at the purplish figure floating above in the night sky, radiating with menacing and powerful energy. Her gaze upon the area was like that of a deity staring at foolish mortals who had crossed her. Cold and merciless. She just destroyed the city's multi-tech device. Everyone was both astonished and fearful, knowing just how hot the structure was. None of them would be able to withstand the temperature, talk more of touching it with their bare hands and putting out the flames surrounding it. "You lots haven't answered my question," I said. "Who gave you permission to use the device on my student?" Miss Amy's voice reverberated across the place again as she gracefully stretched her palm towards the already decimated base. Everyone's eyes widened in fear and wariness as they heard the question. They knew that if she was to attack again, not just the area surrounding the base but the entire city could be in trouble. "Young miss, who is this student you speak of?" one of the high-ranking officers asked with a respectful look from below. Gustav Crimson. The instant those words were voiced out, the entire place descended into a brief silence. We were not told that she had a student. And it just happened to be Gustav Crimson. A lot of them had these thoughts circulating in their minds. Chapter 752. Only a few people in the MBO knew that Gustav was affiliated with Miss Amy, and none of the ones who were sent to Burning Sands City were amongst them. "Young miss, you have to understand we were under orders from the higher-ups," Command Lindstrunt voiced out with a respectful tone far different from how he had been speaking to the other officers a while ago. Those who had never seen Miss Amy before but had heard of her name were astonished, seeing that she was more fearful in person. The higher-ups told you fools to use it against my student, and you agreed to do so, Miss Amy voiced out with a condescending tone as the purplish energy around her blasted out of her body even more. Grh. The entire place trembled immensely. You all deserve to die. Miss Amy didn't care if she sounded unreasonable at the moment. She raised her hand high up. Vrt. In the next instant, a massive boulder appeared above the sky. Her! Before anyone could react, the boulder began to increase in size. Zohahu. Rumbling sounds rang out across the city as the moon was blotted out by the massive rock that had appeared in the sky. In a few seconds, the entire city had been completely covered up by the massive piece of rock floating in the sky. Purplish energy surrounded the entire rock. They couldn't see Miss Amy's small figure holding onto this massive piece of rock with just a single hand since they were currently on the far northern side of the city. It only takes one action to flatten this entire city. Choose your next words carefully, Miss Amy voiced out while still floating high up in the air. Young miss, please be reasonable. It's not the fault of anyone here, we were just following orders, the commander shouted out once again with a panicked expression. Every single person in the city was panicking at this moment, seeing the massive rock stationed right above their city. The MBO officers knew they would be unable to do anything to stop her if she wanted to do this, so they just remained in place. A lot of them were cowering in fear and about to pass out from the pressure of her mixed blood energy. I do not care about your orders. Where is he? She questioned. He? Who? Commander Lindstrunt asked. Gustav. Where did you keep him? Miss Amy questioned again. Oh, we lost him, young miss. We were unable to catch him, Commander Lindstrunt answered quickly. Lost? So you lots didn't get him? She asked once again. No, young miss. He escaped. Commander Lindstrunt praying mantis face lit up as he noticed the look on Miss Amy's face slowly changing. He had never been so glad about a failed mission before. Now he realized he should have been thanking his subordinates for failing to catch Gustav instead of scolding them. Are you telling me he's okay? Miss Amy asked once again with a tone of concern. The officers were unable to catch him due to his escaping tricks and multiple skills, so I'm sure he is fine young miss, since he escaped with his own strength. Commander Lindstrunt wasn't just praising Gustav's skills because he was Miss Amy's student but because he also saw some of the footages linking to Gustav's escape. He knew Gustav was truly a special mixed blood even though he scolded his subordinates for being unable to catch him. Now he felt it made sense why someone with a lower-ranked bloodline was skilled enough to escape the pursuit of many higher-ranked mixed bloods. The massive piece of rock in the sky slowly began to shrink down after Miss Amy heard the response. Her gaze slightly reduced in intensity as the purplish energy surrounding her slowly started to rescind. Lil sis, were you truly going to destroy the entire city? Another feminine voice was heard in the air as a figure appeared behind Miss Amy. If they had harmed him, I would raze this city to the ground. Miss Amy answered unhesitatingly without mincing words. Chills ran down everyone's spine as they heard that. She's not called the Demon Queen for nothing, all of them bore thoughts similar to this. You're so violent, lil sis, haha. You still haven't changed, the other feminine voice resounded again. Why did you follow me? Miss Amy asked as she slowly descended from the sky. The figure descending with her was a beautiful lady with grey and blue-colored hair. This lady had a slim figure and was clad in a red leather gown with a long slit reaching her left thigh. This was the same lady that teleported the rest of the civilians out of the city Miss Amy saved from the ashy poisonous fog. Oh, come on, I had to see who was making my little sis get all worked up, Rilia said with a light chuckle. Turns out it was a little fugitive, she added with a light snarky tone. Don't get in my way. Miss Amy turned to the side and gave her a death glare while speaking. Of course not. I won't, Rilia responded with a nervous chuckle while raising her hands slightly with a look of defeat. Miss Amy turned to look around and stared at the destruction she had caused. Seeing everywhere in flames, not one shred of pity could be seen in her gaze. The MBO officers were glad that the danger had passed, but they were still very scared at the moment seeing her walking towards them. Now they didn't know whether to keep going after Gustav or not when the higher-ups gave the instruction. On one side, they might lose their official title, and on the other side, they might lose their lives. "Come here, you," Miss Amy voiced out. The praying mantis-faced commander walked towards her, trying to maintain a calm outlook. "Tell me everything that happened," she demanded while a chair formed behind. Miss Amy proceeded to sit on the chair amidst the flames and destruction while crossing her legs as she listened to the narration of Commander Lindstrunt. Chapter 753. Within an unknown place in the universe, time and space flowed as normally as they would. This part of the deep vacuum of intergalactic space was devoid of any form of light. However, visibility wasn't zero. If one looked closely, one could see a small brown dot very far in the endless vacuum of space. The brown dot was actually a planet, albeit too far from the current position, so it looked tinier than a human baby's pinky. Orange-colored solar winds occasionally moved across this dark part of space, which seemed more dead than normal. The gravitational force in this area was also at an absolute, and a small shrieking sound was audible. An ashy-colored fog could be seen wriggling like a creature as it drifted across the endless intergalactic space. It seemed to be squirming in agony as it beelined towards the small brown dot in the distance. Suddenly, "Ho, what do we have here?" Numerous voices suddenly boomed across space. "Quite an interesting creature. I should scan its components." It sounded like numerous voices echoing together with a mix of screeches, male and female. Still, it was actually coming from a single source. Even though these numerous voices joined together could be heard, no figure could be seen. In fact, it seemed as if the voice was coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The ashy fog, which obviously had sentience, wriggled across the place in space, trying to find the source of the voice, but to no avail. This part of space quietened for some time, almost leading the ashy fog to believe the source of the voice was gone, but in the next instant. Interesting. This creature will benefit me. Haha. The voices sounded excited after staying silent for a while. This gave room to the thought that it had finished scanning the ashy-colored fog like it mentioned earlier. "You're coming with Emmy, little creature." The intertwined voices resounded out again, and in the next instant, a small black hole opened up and swallowed up the entirety of the ashy-colored fog. It disappeared the next instant, and this part of the intergalactic space returned to its initial tranquility. Within an underground tunnelway that looked rugged and was packed with lots of chunks scattered around the place, a figure could be seen sitting a pile of debris while munching on some food. This was obviously Gustav, and he was currently in the same underground tunnelway he blew away during his escape with Boss Danzo and Charisas from the underground battle arena guards. The whole place looked stuffed, and the walls of the tunnelways looked like they might come crashing down at any moment. Fortunately, the holes created on the roofing from the blast had been patched, and even though there was barely any space for movement within this place, Gustav was glad it wasn't as bad as he pictured. The entire tunnelway almost completely collapsed the last time, but the Ring Lords had begun working on them after Gustav destroyed the pathways to getting to one of their underground battle facilities. Even though they were unable to restructure it completely before Gustav erased them from existence, they had repaired it to a certain extent, which was why Gustav could stay here without problems. This was where he had picked to teleport to while he was falling towards the burning sands when the MBO officers were chasing after him. It was over 1,000 feet below the surface of the burning sands. This was made possible since Gustav had teleported away from here using his dimensional bracelet the last time he fought Garu and Biden. The dimensional bracelet marked spots he had teleported from as checkpoints to teleport back to such locations anytime. Gustav consumed the last bar wrap of snack in his hand and tapped on his left wrist. "It's back to being fully charged," he muttered as he recalled he had only been here for about 12 hours. 4 solid-looking blue bars were displayed on the surface of the bracelet. Gustav had used the bracelet twice to teleport, and he recalled only half a bar was deducted. Originally, it took extremely long for the bracelet to recharge, which was why Gustav refrained from using it unnecessarily. The reason Gustav didn't teleport far away both times was that he had studied the dimensional bracelet, so he knew a lot more power was consumed when he teleported farther distances or with multiple people. Gustav knew if he decided to teleport to the other places saved as checkpoints which were very far away, the entire 4 bars might be consumed, and using the dimensional bracelet for a long time would be out of the question. He didn't want to be far away from Burning Sands City despite the situation since he hadn't completed his objective yet, so this was the best course of action he could think of at the time. Since no one has found me, that would mean the Burning Sands can defect the ability of the life signs tracking the MBO used, Gustav analyzed. He recalled the beam from the sky and his head burning up, so he knew the tracking was affiliated with the light. Since the MBO had used it earlier, he didn't have any doubt that they could use it again to try and find him, but since he had been here for half a day and no one had any idea about his whereabouts, it meant the burning sands above prevented the effectiveness of whatever device they were using to implement it. Gustav was actually right with his speculation. The MBO did try using life signs tracking again, but when the beam fell in the middle of the burning sands, there was no response, unlike before when it was in the middle of the city. This happened before Miss Amy's arrival, and the MBO was led to believe Gustav might have escaped to neighboring cities, so the word had already been sent out for the other cities to watch out for him. Chapter 754. Regardless of these actions, Gustav was still unable to be found, so he was glad he made the right decision by teleporting to this place. That was unexpected. Gustav was still surprised that the MBO had the capability to use something similar to life sign tracking. It wasn't exactly the same with his, but the similarities could not be overlooked. At the time it was activated, his forehead burned with a symbolic glow, and they were instantly able to pinpoint his location. The energy the beam emitted was also similar when he activated life sign tracking. His wouldn't cause the forehead of a person to glow up, but he would have to copy the invisible symbol ingrained deep in their forehead and picture it to find the person. Gustav's life signs tracking wouldn't cause any harm to the person he was looking for, neither would the surroundings be affected, but the MBO's device seemed to lack that, and the fact that the person had to be in a citywide range of the beam before it could be effective. Gustav could see through a person's forehead no matter where they were in the world so long as he had their life signs. He could also locate them from that. Safe to say, Gustav's life sign tracking was less complicated and more effective than the MBO's. He had no idea that the negative effect on the person it was used against was even worse than he thought, and he just happened to be unaffected. The MBO pushed their plans forward suddenly. I hacked into one of their mainframes and found out they had a meeting not too long ago, the system voiced in his head. A sudden meeting, I almost got caught because of that. Gustav couldn't understand why they would just change their minds like that. One of the people in attendance for that meeting was young Joe, the system added. Of course, it had to be him. Gustav wasn't so surprised anymore. Knowing young Joe for being a master of persuasion, Gustav knew he must have given the higher-ups reason to implement their plan early. It was already a given that the device using life sign tracking was the plan to get Gustav, but he couldn't understand why they didn't just make use of it earlier. Why did it seem like they were giving him time to show himself before they decided to use it like it was an extreme measure? Gustav couldn't wrap his head around this, but he decided to keep it at the back of his mind in the meantime. That bastard. When I'm done handling this situation and getting the second quarter of Scientist ZL research, I should find a way to erase his pitiful existence. This had once again triggered Gustav. He knew young Joe was still after him, and now everything else that had been happening, which increased the world's suspicions about Gustav, made sense now. Gustav felt young Joe was probably pulling strings in the shadows to make sure this incident completely buried him. He hadn't forgotten about young Joe and everything he had done, but there was no time to deal with young Joe while dealing with everything he had been dealing with since he got out of camp. Gustav sighed, trying to relax. His current plans were much more important at the moment. I need to get to the business district I destroyed. It's probably still very much under surveillance, which means I'll have to be careful, Gustav voiced out. But you need to get the corpse from Scientist ZL's lab first, the system reminded. That goes without a saying, but the business district is harder to get into without arousing any suspicions and implementing my plans, Gustav responded. On the bright side, they think you escaped to another city, so they'd probably not try to use that device anytime soon, the system stated. But they know I can teleport, so they should also know I might come back. It's not so certain that they wouldn't make use of the device. Gustav was still a bit worried, but what needed to be done? Anyway, he would have to get back to Burning Sands City soon. They had no idea that the city had been plunged into darkness due to Miss Amy destroying the structure responsible for shooting out the life sign tracking beam. They are probably still everywhere trying to get me. I'll stay here for a day more. Gustav looked around as he spoke. Burning Sands City, what happened here? A youngster in a white MBO outfit voiced out as he got out of an aircraft that had just landed with a group of other youngsters coming out behind him. Looks like hell rained down on this place. Another youngster answered him from behind as he also got out. The others behind had looks of awe as they stared at the mountain-sized star-shaped structure sitting in the middle of a gigantic crater that seemed to have been created from a collision. They were a group of 12 currently standing in place, staring at the destruction in the surroundings with looks of confusion and astonishment. It seemed like this wasn't what they were expecting to meet here. Hey, Eldris, what do you think that is? One of them with dark skin and bush afro-styled hair voiced out. I'm not so sure, but from the looks of things. The tallest in the group voiced out as he looked up into the dark sky to see the moon positioned at the northeast. I think that used to be Burning Sands City artificial sun, he stated with a look of uncertainty. Everyone was startled as they heard that. They stared at the massive structure once more, then looked at the sky as they recalled a piece of information. Their artificial sun? Falco voiced out with a tone of disbelief. Did you forget it was mentioned that Burning Sands City never experienced nightfall? Timmy voiced out from the side. Yeah. Oh. Falco came to a realization as he looked upwards. It's night. Chapter 755. Yeah. Oh. Falco came to a realization as he looked upwards. It's night, he voiced out. Everyone else had looks of contemplation on their faces as they wondered how this came to be. The group of 12 that had just arrived comprised of Eldris, Falco, Ria, Glade, Angie, Timmy, Elevra, Chad, Vera, and 2 other special class cadets. These 5 had been put on a special mission different from the other cadets who were undergoing their first mission after the 1 year spent within the MBO camp. The MBO camp, a few days earlier, within a small private space, a group of 12 were gathered together in front of an MBO officer dressed in an orange-colored MBO uniform. He seemed to be briefing them about something which was quite shocking, based on the expressions on their faces. They all had expressions of confusion and disbelief on their faces. What? Our first mission is to assist the MBO in finding Gustav? Falco voiced out after the officer in front of them finished speaking. Yes, you're to put in effort into assisting them in tracking him. You have all been chosen to catch the fugitive Gustav based on your past relationship with him. We expect good results from you lots, the MBO officer voiced out unhesitatingly. Hol up. Fugitive? There must be a mistake somewhere, voiced out with a tone of disapproval. Did you miss the part where I mentioned almost 3,000 people were killed and properties worth hundreds of millions were destroyed as well? The MBO officer responded with a condescending tone. Are you saying Hes responsible? Eldris proceeded to ask. So far, all the evidence points towards him, so Hes the main suspect, the MBO officer answered. Which means there's still a chance of this all being some huge mistake, Eldris mumbled. There has to be some sort of mistake. Gustav wouldn't just do that. Angie finally spoke after being silent for some time. I mean, he would kill, but he wouldn't kill for no good reason. Committing manslaughter is out of option, Angie thought. Gustav always have a reason for killing. I'm sure the MBO are not digging well into this. Matilda also voiced out her displeasure about this whole situation. Killing over 2,700 people, old, young and children included. Yeah, I'm sure he had a good reason for doing that, the MBO officer voiced out while staring at the cadets like they were naive. There's no way Hes responsible for that, replied with a look of certainty. Well, if that is so, he should come out and prove himself innocent. Since you're his friends, help catch him, and then you can help him prove his innocence, the MBO officer stated. The details you all need about the whole situation are in the chips I handed you. Make sure you go through the information and learn about the situation completely. You all will be transported to Burning Sand City in 2 days, he voiced out and proceeded to start walking towards the door. I almost forgot. The MBO officer paused as he arrived at the exit and turned his head to the side. The world government placed a bounty of 40 million on his head. That amount of money could change your lives if you catch him yourselves, he voiced out before leaving. This. Glade voiced out with a look of astonishment. 40 million? Chad voiced out with a tone of disbelief. He's just a suspect, and they already put this much bounty on him? Matilda couldn't believe her ears. Bounties would only be put on confirmed criminals who had already caused countless deaths and destruction. Sahil's boss, Sharmax, was someone who was already considered a crime lord, so he had up to 100 million bounty on his head. It was surprising that they would put a bounty like this on Gustav's head when it hadn't even been confirmed yet if he was responsible. As expected of that merciless bastard. Ha ha ha, I will catch him and get the money for myself, Chad voiced out with a crazy look on his face. He stopped laughing when he sensed the stares on him in the room. Eldris, EE, Angie, and the others were staring at him intensely with a serious look as if to warn him. What? Hez wanted. Y'all are in the wrong place if you're showing sentimentality on the job, Chad voiced out with a frown before turning around to leave as well. I don't know Gustav as much as the rest of you, but I'm sure there's more to this than revealed, Elevra finally spoke after silently accessing the situation in her mind. Let's make sure we find him first before they do so we can hear from him directly, Elevra suggested. Sounds like a plan, EE responded with a nod. There was no way he would accept handing Gustav over just like that, no matter what the MBO said. They probably want us to fish him out in a kind of way, or they need private information about him that they could use to catch him from us. Either way, I don't think they'll let us get directly involved, Eldris stated with a thoughtful gaze. The MBO better be ready to kiss my black ass if they think I'll give them any information on Gustav, EE stated with a decisive glare. What if they decide to kiss it, though? Falco voiced out in response. EE. Everyone turned to stare at him and EE with a myriad of expressions displayed on their face. Sorry, that was a weird thing to ask, the moment Falco stated, the boys burst into laughter. Idiot, dumbass, oh, come on. It was a genuine question, who says that? Ha 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 ha, the girls stared at them with straight faces, and Glade sighed while facepalming. This is a serious situation, guys, she voiced out. Ahem, yes cough cough back to the topic at hand, Eldris tried regaining his cool composure as he voiced out. Chapter 756. I don't care about you lot's plan. I'll catch Gustav and hand him over myself if I have to. I want that money, another special class cadet that happened to be in this group voiced out. He gave everyone a glare before leaving through the exit. He was the only guy that didn't share in their sense of humor, and now they were only 10 left in the room. Who cares about those 2 idiots? I will not let anything happen to my rival, Rhea shouted out with a look of enthusiasm. Keep your voice down, dumbass, Timmy slapped the back of his head as he voiced out. Let's just make sure to give the MBO very little information and make plans to get to Gustav before anyone else does, Matilda said with a decisive look. If you're on this, hands in, Matilda said while stretching out her hand. Eldris nodded and stretched out his hand, placing it on hers. EE wasted no time and moved to the side while stretching out his hand as well. Falco, Timmy, Rhea, Elevra, and Glade also moved forward and placed their hands on the others as well. I don't know him well enough to, but like Elevra said, there's more to this, so I agree with the plan, Chutlu, the 6th-ranked strongest first-year cadet, voiced out as he also moved forward. He placed his palm right on top of theirs as well. Angie's face showed a radiant smile as she turned to the side and stared at Vera, who was standing over there all this time without speaking. What about you, Vera? She asked. It goes without a saying that I will help my master, she said with a serious look before walking towards them and placed her hand on the 8 hands already joined together. Angie was a little startled hearing Vera call Gustav her master, but she shrugged it off and moved towards them to place her hands on theirs too. "Let's do it," she voiced out with a strong tone. While that was happening, all across different places in the camp, cadets were receiving their first missions in groups. It was already a year since they had arrived at camp, so it was time for the first years to embark on their first missions. First missions were usually easy ones and pretty much tests to see how much improvement every cadet had gone through in the last year. Depending on how well a cadet did during their first mission, they might be sent on another one and return later to camp than the others. If they were assessed to have performed spectacularly on the field, 1 year would be deducted from the amount of time they are supposed to spend in the camp. Originally, it was 4 years, but those who performed splendidly would have the numbers reduced for them. For Gustav, it was already guaranteed he wouldn't spend more than 2 years before the first years began training a year ago. Right now, different groups all across camps had received their first mission, and they would be leaving the camp in about 2 to 3 days for their first mission. Eldris, Angie, and the others happened to be drafted on this special mission to assist in catching Gustav. Within the next 2 days, they studied the information on the chip and got more details about the incident. This made them realize the severity of the situation, seeing clips about the destruction and the state the city was left in after the incident. Only Angie was completely running crazy with a lot of thoughts in her head as she saw a piece of information that stated Boss Danzo was killed. She remembered Boss Danzo to be someone Gustav considered to be like a father to him, and it truly scared her to think of what Gustav could have done after this happened. Could he have gone mad and caused this destruction because of that? Angie thought as she sat in her room, analyzing the whole situation. No, Gustav would only try to harm the people responsible. There would be no reason for him to commit genocide. Angie held her head as she thought. She was extremely worried after seeing this piece of information. She barely knew Boss Danzo, but Gustav had mentioned him so many times that it was impossible to overlook their relationship. I should keep this from the others. They may see it as a reason to believe Hez responsible, Angie thought to herself. I just hope Hez okay. Thinking about it carefully, Angie realized there was no way Gustav would be okay, just like she wouldn't if she lost her father. We have to find him before anyone else does. Angie really longed to find Gustav and be beside him right now, but there was no way to achieve that. She suddenly recalled something. He mentioned a granddaughter here in camp. Has she been informed? Angie thought before standing to her feet. I should go speak with her, she decided. Burning Sand City, present time, you kids. 2 MBO officers approached the group of 12 standing in a line-up format a few feet ahead of the aircraft. They turned to face him after hearing that. Commander Lindstrunt will see you now, follow me, the lady on the left voiced out and proceeded to turn around. Wait, what about her? Angie voiced out while gesturing at the aircraft behind. A feminine figure with a crestfallen expression walked out of the aircraft in the next instant. We were told there was only 12 of you. Who is she? The MBO officer asked. She's here for her father, Angie responded. Both officers stared at each other in confusion before the female officer responded. You 12 come with me. My subordinate will take care of her, she said before proceeding to turn around once more, leading them away from the aircraft. The other male officer walked towards the girl in a cadet outfit as well to question her. The group of 12 were led towards a massive tent-like structure right behind the area of destruction. Join my Discord server. I will post Miss Amy's illustration as a paragraph comment here. Chapter 757. The group of 12 was led towards a massive tent structure right behind the area of destruction. Many MBO officers were moving across the place, and each of them exuded power which made the group confused even more. If there are these many powerful officers in place, how is it possible for the artificial sun to get destroyed? They all had similar thoughts in their minds as they headed for the tent-like structure. They were led through the entrance in a few seconds, and it looked like they had arrived at what seemed to be an improvised base. It looked really better on the inside than they expected, with different sets of technology set up in different areas. A few officers could be seen stationed in front of holographic computers tapping on keyboards. Different screens floated in mid-air, displaying several locations all across the city. A few MBO officers were currently standing in the middle around two ladies as they seemed to be discussing something. The MBO officer who brought the group here moved towards the officers standing around the middle area discussing. "The cadets are here, sir," she voiced out the moment she arrived in front of them while gesturing towards the back. The five discussing turned to stare at the group of 12. "What are they doing here?" Miss Amy, who happened to be in the middle, voiced out as she spotted the kids. "Miss Amy," Angie said with a surprised look. Falco, Glade, and Matilda also recognized Miss Amy, remembering she was Gustav's master and also recalling the rumor that she was the most powerful female mixed blood on Earth. Besides them, a few of the other special class cadets also recognized Miss Amy's face, and their faces lit up with shock. Gustav is done for. Those who didn't know of her relationship with Gustav had this thought. "Angie and the rest of you, why are you here?" Miss Amy asked once again. The others were surprised Miss Amy actually knew who Angie was and started questioning the connection in their minds. Miss Amy." Before Angie could explain, Commander Lindstrunt interrupted. "They are here on the higher-ups' order to assist with catching Gustav Crimson," he explained. "Oh," Miss Amy voiced out while scanning at all 12 of them. They felt chills crawl down their spines as she stared at them one after the other. They couldn't help but feel like they were doing something wrong. Impossible. The legendary Demon Queen is also after Gustav. "We might as well forfeit this mission." Chad was one of the few that knew who Miss Amy was. "You lots plan on extraction information about Gustav from them?" Miss Amy's eyes squinted as he turned to the side to ask Commander Lindstrunt. "That is. Young miss, the higher-ups sent them here. I have nothing to do with this." Commander Lindstrunt, praying mantis-like face, trembled a bit as he spoke. "I can send them back if you want," he added with a respectful tone. Miss Amy had a contemplative look on her face as she heard that. "Miss Amy, you know he couldn't have done that, right? Please let us help find him," Angie suddenly shouted out with a pleading expression. "Of course. I know my student well enough. While it is within possibility, the circumstances surrounding what happened is what needs to be brought to the light," Miss Amy stated. "Student?" Chad blurted out with a look of confusion. The others, too, had heard this and wondered if they heard right. Miss Amy didn't bother responding to them and turned to face Commander Lindstrunt. "Have you suspended the search on him?" she asked. "Yes, we have sent out the word for all officers around the city to return to base and cease their search," Commander Lindstrunt answered. "Good. I will find him myself," she stated. "If anyone makes a move on him or harm him in any way, there will be hell to pay," Miss Amy voiced out before proceeding to walk away. The group of 12 left a gap in between their lineup for her to pass through as she moved towards the exit. "Is this it? Does that mean our mission ended before it even started?" The cadets were both astonished and confused at the same time after listening to Miss Amy's conversation with Commander Lindstrunt. Miss Amy suddenly paused as she got to the entrance and turned slightly to the side. "Let these ones follow me. They'll complete their mission under me," she stated. "Young miss, do you mean you want them to work with you?" Commander Lindstrunt asked, trying to confirm if his ears were playing tricks on him. "Hold on. I don't know some of them," she said while turning around and began walking forward again. Step, 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 step. With every step she took, their hearts pounded in anxiety. "Just these 5 are good," Miss Amy said while pointing at Angie, Falco, Matilda, and Glade. "Thanks, Mom, haha," voiced out, raising his fist. A smile appeared on Angie's face as she heard that, but Miss Amy's next statement left her dumbfounded. "Send the rest back. Let them go on some other mission. They're not needed here," Miss Amy voiced out and turned back around to leave. The others had dark looks on their faces after hearing that. Eldris smiled wryly while Elevra maintained her poker face, seemingly not bothered by this decision. Miss Amy turned to the side and stared at Elevra from the corner of her eye. "You remind me of him, but I can't let you work with me if I don't trust you," Miss Amy said before resuming walking forward. Everyone saw Miss Amy's eyes on Elevra in those few moments, so they knew she was speaking to her, but this brought them even more confusion. "Is Gustav her student?" Is Gustav the person she is referring to when she says Elevra reminds her of him? Did she just get rid of every other MBO officer and us on the case so she could find Gustav herself? Different thoughts ran through their minds. Chapter 758. Miss Amy. Angie called out to her before she could leave once more. What is it, kid? Miss Amy asked with a slight look of frustration. Some of them are Gustav's precious friends, and I'm sure they will be of help, Angie voiced out. Don't know them, don't care. Miss Amy responded with an uncaring expression. Gustav trusts some of them. And he would even entrust them with his life if need be, Angie stated. Miss Amy turned to stare at Angie at this point with a look of ridicule. If you think that, then you don't know Gustav. He would never entrust anyone with his life. I'm not even sure he would entrust me with his life. That kid sigh Miss Amy spoke and sighed afterward. She proceeded to turn around to leave at this point. She's not wrong. Looks like Angie won't be able to convince her, thought as he watched the dialogue from up ahead. I know he wouldn't, but I'm counting on the fact that one day he will. But I can assure you he really trusts some of them here. Angie remained unrelenting as she tried to convince Miss Amy. I don't, Miss Amy responded coldly before leaving through the exit. Angie sighed after Miss Amy left. She was quite disappointed that her words yielded no result. Angie turned around and started walking towards the group. I guess we'll leave it up to you guys, Eldris voiced out with a smile. There's nothing to worry about since she's like the strongest being on the planet. I'm sure we'll only be able to do little anyways, Timmy stated too. Rhea still seemed crestfallen since he was hoping he would get to see Gustav after so long. I can't believe the Demon Queen was his teacher this whole time. Chad was still having a hard time believing everything that had been revealed here, and so were the others who knew of Miss Amy. Looks like you seven are heading back, Tom. One of the officers beside Commander Lindstrunt was speaking when a feminine voice interrupted. Hold on. Everyone turned towards the entry point to see Miss Amy walking back in. Point out the ones you said Gustav trust, Miss Amy said while staring at Angie. A look of excitement appeared on Angie's face as she heard that. I will only pick them if their bloodlines will prove useful in some kind of way, Miss Amy added. Angie began pointing them out one after the other, starting with Eldris. He just like he is one of Gustav's best buddy and also ranked number 3 now number 2 since Gustav was deranked. Gustav trained her in camp, so she's like your grand student, she voiced out while pointing at Vera. Oh, Gustav decided to train someone. Miss Amy was a bit surprised, but this was an automatic pass from her because she knew Gustav wouldn't just pick anyone to perform such action. He calls himself Gustav's rival. After giving a breakdown of info on Eldris, Vera, Timmy, and Rhea, only Elevra was left. She's not really close with Gustav, but she's more of a rival considering the fact that she was number 1, then Gustav deranked her, then she became number 1 again after the whole incident. Angie said while gesturing at Elevra. Miss Amy walked towards Elevra and stared at her. Her eyes were especially focused on the purple head tie wrapped around her forehead. Miss Amy could sense a restricted force of power there. I'll be keeping my eyes on you, Miss Amy said to her. Yes, miss, Elevra responded respectfully, but unlike the others who had chills crawling down their spines whenever Miss Amy stared at them, Elevra had a straight face and didn't even flinch once. Miss Amy was quite interested in her than she admitted, but all that was something she decided to put aside for now. All right then, the other 2 can be sent on another mission, Miss Amy said before turning around to leave. You 10, come with me, Miss Amy said while walking out. Wait. What about me, Angie? Chad yelled out with a look of betrayal. Hey, you don't even like Gustav. Why would I pick you? Angie stared at Chad and questioned with a confused expression. That was before. Haha, aren't we all friends? Come on, pick me too, Chad voiced out shamelessly. No, Angie stated with a look of disgust before walking out with the rest. Chad and the other special class cadet had a bitter look on their faces as the 10 followed after Miss Amy. Within the underground tunnelway, Gustav sat in a cross-legged position with his eyes closed. It has completely changed to a dark red color now. What does this mean? Gustav muttered as his senses scanned his internal structure. He was currently checking on the state of his Yaki. It was still wrapped by the asher-colored, band-aid-like restraints, but he could see the color of Yaki had completely changed within. The band-aid-like restraints covering it had little cracks all over. They were barely visible, but Gustav could sense them like he could see them directly. It will probably come off in a few days, Gustav thought out loud. He was interested in seeing what other surprise Yaki had in store for him beyond the color change. He was sure he would be in for some surprises, sensing that Yaki also emitted a different kind of energy compared to before. After a few more seconds, Gustav retracted his senses and stood to his feet. "It's time," he voiced out after opening his eyes. "I should contact Scientist ZL the moment I get back into the city," Gustav decided while tapping on the dimensional bracelet strapped to his left wrist. Tap. He wasted no time in picking the same area he was trapped in by the MBO during his pursuit. As the bracelet emitted a burst of bright light, his facial features were also changing. In the next instant, zing tilde, he disappeared amidst the bright light. Chapter 759. As the bracelet emitted a burst of bright light, his facial features were also changing. In the next instant, zing tilde, he disappeared amidst the bright light. Appearing back in the middle of the city, Gustav was met with a huge shock. "Why are the skies dark?" he mumbled while staring at the skies. The blazing star-shaped pearl that was always situated in the northern part of the sky within the city was nowhere to be found. Is this an after-effect of using life sign tracking? Gustav wondered after seeing the empty skies. He already felt the MBO's life sign tracking method wasn't as efficient as his. So thinking this was an after-effect was due to knowing that the beam came from the floating structure in the sky. Gustav activated God Eyes and looked around the city. There were also power outages in some areas. Thinking that this might be an after-effect, Gustav felt they wouldn't be using the structure for a while, and he didn't have to worry about being located like before in the city for some time. He had no idea the entire structure had been destroyed, and life sign tracking would most likely be unable to be used in this city unless the MBO decided to activate one of their space satellites and point it in the direction of this city. This was something that would be unlikely to happen due to Miss Amy's recent input. Wearing his hoodie over his head, he leaped down from the rooftop of the skyscraper he was currently standing on and landed one street away from Grayscale Pharmaceuticals. He was glad he was away from Grayscale Pharmaceuticals when he sensed the strange pressure over the city 2 days ago. If he had remained there, the lab would have been raided by the MBO since that was where they would track him to. Then he would be unable to come back there like he was doing right now. The MBO had tracked him to the top of a skyscraper in the middle of the city, not having any idea about where exactly he came out from since he was previously in any of the buildings in that particular area. "Thank goodness you're okay. We were worried," Sir ZL voiced out as Gustav sat on one of the sofas in his office. "Why? If I had been caught, it would have been broadcasted all over the media," Gustav replied as he transformed back into his original looks right in front of Sir ZL. "Fascinating," Sir ZL said, internally unable to hide the look of astonishment on his face. He already knew Gustav had the ability to do this initially, but he had never seen Gustav do it in person. The MBO employed a variety of methods to catch you in the last 2 days and even activated the same light beam they used back then twice after you were said to have escaped towards the west area of the Burning Sands, Sir ZL explained. "We all know how dangerous the Burning Sands are, so Teresa's and I were worried for your safety," Sir ZL added. He was glad when he finally heard Gustav's voice through a call some minutes ago. "Nothing to worry about. I won't be so stupid as to put myself in unnecessary danger unless absolutely necessary," Gustav responded. Sir ZL nodded before speaking once more. "On the bright side, they won't be able to use that technological device to locate you anymore." That's true. The city is dark at night now. "It must be an after effect of using that power," Gustav stated. "An after effect? No, that's far from being the reason," Sir ZL corrected. "Huh? How do you mean?" Gustav felt Sir ZL's response hinted that he knew something Gustav didn't. Something happened about 20 hours ago, Sir Ziel went on to narrate how a powerful pressure descended upon the city, more powerful than the time the device was activated. In a few minutes, he had completely narrated the entire scenario of the structure being thrown down by a figure and how rock covered the entire sky in the city. Why would that powerful figure destroy the artificial sun? Gustav asked with a look of astonishment. He was also quite surprised the MBO hadn't done anything about it, and even though the media displayed the happenings, the person responsible for the deed was not displayed. The only thing everyone heard was, "Who gave you the permission to use that device on my student?" The powerful figure seemed angry. Sir Ziel also had no idea who exactly the person was, just like everyone in the city, so he just narrated to Gustav exactly as it had happened. "Student?" Gustav's eyes widened. "Yes," Sir Ziel confirmed. "Was it the voice of a woman?" Gustav proceeded to ask. "Yes, it was a feminine voice," Sir Ziel said with a tone of certainty. "Miss Amy. It's gotta be her," Gustav instantly thought. "Do you know her?" Sir Ziel noticed the strange expressions on Gustav's face and asked. "I think that's my teacher," Gustav responded. "Your teacher? You had a teacher as powerful as that?" Sir Ziel couldn't believe his ears. But I didn't want her to get involved." "I still don't," Gustav said with a low sigh. "Miss Amy is here, and she already caused problems as expected." Gustav didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. "It's obvious she was mad because they were after you. I did get some news that the MBO officers, who were sent outside the city to look for you, were retreating. Looks like she has a big influence in the MBO. You should use this to your advantage," Sir Ziel voiced out. "No, I don't want her to go against the entire MBO because of me. This is already enough," Gustav said with a tone of disapproval. While Miss Amy would be able to pull such a thing off, this would cause tension between her and the MBOs. The world powers would be wary instead of being comfortable with her presence on Earth. Chapter 760. Gustav still had no idea why Miss Amy had agreed to wear a seal and work with the MBO, so he didn't want to cause problems for her. But, for all he knew, it could be for some important reason, and he didn't want things to be ruined for his sake, since the consequences could be something even Miss Amy might not be able to handle. "Okay. But are you not going to try and see her?" Sir Ziel asked. "Not at all. I have to make sure she doesn't know him here." Gustav had decided to remain hidden. "So, back to the plan. You know what I need," Gustav said, getting them back on track as to why he was here. "Follow me into the lab," Sir Ziel said while standing up from his seat. Gustav nodded and followed after him towards the personal lab. They arrived within, and Sir Ziel moved towards the right side and tapped on a few holographic buttons. A rectangular-shaped board shifted out of the wall beside them, and a fresh corpse could be seen laying atop it. "Are you sure you can do what you mentioned?" Sir Ziel asked Gustav. "Well, I've had the ability for a while but never tried it. Back then, I could only modify a little, but now that my bloodline has increased a lot in rank, I should be able to do more," Gustav said while moving towards the board. "Are there any more? Just in case I ruin this one?" Gustav asked. Sir Ziel nodded and tapped on the holographic keys again. SSZZ tilde SSZZ tilde SSZZ tilde. 3 more boards pulled out of the wall reveal 1 female and 2 male corpses. They were preserved well enough, so they didn't look like they had been dead for long when it was, in fact, the opposite. Gustav had no idea how Sir Ziel got these corpses, but he didn't care about that right now. He was more concerned about performing the experiment he had to for his plans to be complete. He would have done this earlier, but his original bloodline had just returned to full power a day before he was almost caught by the MBO. Gustav pictured a look in his mind and placed his right hand on the forehead of the first corpse. 3 reddish glowing veins appeared on his arm in the next instant, traveling from his shoulder area down to his wrist and even appearing on his right palm. Flesh warping. Wasn't that the name the system gave it after I achieved the Falcon rank? Gustav thought as he concentrated on his original bloodline while trying to use this power. Gruruli tilde. The corpse's flesh in front of him started to wriggle, and some parts of the body began to bloat. "Oh, it's working," Gustav muttered as he opened his eyes. The right leg became longer than the left leg, then reduced in size, becoming shorter than the left. No, not. Humph. Bigger. Smaller. Rounder. Too flat. Longer. Gustav's voiced out as the corpse in front of him changed look repeatedly but wasn't becoming exactly as he wanted it to be. The look of the body was slowly started to turn familiar as it changed from the original short and fat-looking man. However, the belly had bloated a whole lot, and Gustav was trying to reduce it right now. Medium-sized. He muttered, but then the belly completely decreased and even pushed inside like the owner of the body was malnourished. Other parts of the body were still wriggling as Gustav tried modifying them over and over again. Suddenly, bang! The body exploded into bits and pieces scattering all over the place. Gustav pulled back a bit and managed to dodge the rain of body parts and liquid spills from the corpse. I should have tried to learn how to use this earlier. Gustav thought out loud, but he also felt no situation warranted the need for this ability, and there was no one to try it on. He knew it would be dangerous to try it on a live human for the first time, not knowing what the consequences would be. He also could not just walk up to a mortuary and ask them to give him permission to experiment on the corpses kept there. That would be insane. This ability was attached to his genetic transformation bloodline, which of course, was his original bloodline. Initially, according to the system's record, he could only change 1 or 2 body parts of a person to meet his desire. He could make a person's head bigger than its original size or slightly change the look of a person's face. Still, the ability was limited to just a little change. Gustav never saw the need for this ability, especially when it wasn't battle-related. His original bloodline wasn't the battle type, but shapeshifting had saved his life so many times, so he knew how useful it was. However, this particular ability related to morphing another person's look was the only one he never tried after unlocking it during his time in the MBO camp. Now the ability had become even more powerful than before after achieving the Falcon rank. According to the system, he could change an entire person's appearance using this ability. This meant he could make a person look like another person, just like he could shapeshift. Now the issue was he had no idea if it was something that could be controlled. Would it be temporary or permanent? What if he transformed a person's looks and was unable to make them go back to how they were? Or, what if he messes up the person's look while trying to make them look different, and he is unable to change it back? There were just so many ways making use of this ability could go wrong. It was practically godlike but at the same time with so many unknowns. Now a situation where he could repeatedly try it out had presented itself, and on the first try, he completely destroyed a full human body. Gustav couldn't help but think, what if it was a living and breathing person? Chapter 761. Now a situation where he could repeatedly try it out had presented itself. On the first try, he completely destroyed a full human body. Gustav couldn't help but think, what if it was a living and breathing person? Obviously, it would have ended in disaster, just like he feared all those times. No ability could be perfected on its first use, and this particular one would screw a person up if he had tried it on them. Gustav moved towards the next body by the side and breathed in and out a few times before placing his hand on the head of this corpse, just like the last one. He pictured an entire person's figure in his mind and activated the ability once more. Reddish veins popped up on his arms as power flowed from his palm into the face of this corpse. First, the face began changing structure, followed by the body parts. Similar to what had happened the last time, one arm would occasionally shorten, then increase in length once more. The skin tone of the corpse turned a light lighter as sounds of wriggling continued to ring out. This continued for over an hour, and Gustav still hadn't modified the body in the exact way he wanted it to be, but he was still a little glad, seeing that he had made progress compared to the last one. Gustav stared at the body structure he had modified so far and could say it looked half like the person he pictured in his mind, but if he was going to do this, he had to make sure it was completely accurate. Gustav now knew how this worked. His bloodstream was infiltrating the corpses when he activated this ability after placing his hand on their head. His genetic transformation bloodline, in particular, infiltrated their cells and gave him the power to externally modify their appearance. It was like giving them the power to shapeshift since his bloodline was within them, but then he was the one with the control. Based on how strong the cells of a person were, it could be less difficult or have an effect like the last one exploding. After another hour went by, Gustav could no longer modify the second corpse. It no longer responded to flesh warping after being modified for so long. Currently, the nose of the corpse was as long as a carrot, while some other body parts were weirdly out of shape too. This is more difficult than I thought it would be, Gustav sighed and proceeded to move to the side to rest. Currently, his breathing was a little more hurried than before. This was because using this ability sapped a lot of bloodline energy from him. He had made his original bloodline the base for all his other bloodlines. His other bloodlines were connected to it, and so long as he channeled his original bloodline, others would also increase in rank. It took more toll on him when a lot of energy was being sapped from his original bloodline than others. This meant that, even after he had managed to master this ability, he couldn't use it on a whim. Gustav stared at the two other corpses available for him to use. He suspected he might even need more than what was available at the moment. He had been here for about 3 hours already, and it was getting close to daybreak since he arrived around midnight. The last phase of the plan will be stalled for longer than anticipated. I can do anything until I learn this, Gustav thought and resumed learning flesh warping. Within a massive apartment, a girl with blue hair and beautiful looks could be seen lying on a bed in one of the rooms. Her eyes suddenly sprang open as she sat up. I can sense his presence, she muttered while standing to her feet. She quickly moved out of the room, arriving in front of a passageway. Doors could be seen along the passageways which led to other rooms. She arrived in front of the second one by the left and began knocking. Bang! 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 Her knock was so loud that in a few moments, the person within had already moved to open it up. Vera, what is it? Angie's voice resounded from the entrance of the room as the door opened up. I can sense him. Hes in the city right now, she voiced out with a tone of urgency. Sense who? Angie asked with a slightly confused look. Gustav. The moment Vera stated this, Angie's eyes widened. How? She asked. That's not important right now. We have to inform Miss Amy, Vera responded. It would seem she didn't directly go to Miss Amy herself since Miss Amy had stated that she only trusted a few of them. Wake the others. I'll go inform Miss Amy right now, Angie instructed before dashing out of the passageways. Vera nodded and proceeded to go banging from door to door. Despite the fact that it was midnight, everyone seemed to be on the alert as it only took a few moments for them to respond. In a few moments, everyone was gathered in the living room except for one person. Where's Miss Amy? Eldris asked the moment Angie arrived back in their midst. I've checked the entire building as well as the premises. She's nowhere to be found, Angie responded. A brief silence ensued amongst them as they stared at each other for some time. She should be somewhere around the city. Maybe she has something to deal with, Falco said with a low tone. Yeah. Is there any way to contact her? Eldris asked Angie, who responded by shaking her head. Only Gustav would have known how to do that, and Hes. Angie stopped speaking at that point since there was no point in saying the obvious. We'll have to make a decision ourselves then, Eldris said before turning to face Vera. Vera, are you sure you can sense him? Eldris inquired. I wouldn't wake everyone if I wasn't sure it's him, Vera said with a look of certainty. Chapter 762. So, can you direct us to where he is? Eldris asked next. His presence suddenly appeared in this city. I can't pinpoint his exact location. I only know Hes somewhere in that direction, Vera said while pointing at the south. That doesn't leave us with a lot of clues, but it's something we can work with, Eldris said while staring at everyone. He didn't bother asking Vera how she was able to sense Gustav's presence even though everyone was kind of itching to know. The objective now was to cover the areas in the direction Vera pointed at. We'll have to split up and look for him ourselves, Eldris stated. We still have the mind comms that was given to us when we were leaving camp. We'll use that to communicate with each other, EE voiced out as well. The others nodded in agreement. Matilda, Glade, Rhea, and Teamy, you four have the slowest speeds, so work together to cover the streets on the east area in this direction. Eldris began giving out instructions. Falco and EE work together to cover the streets in the middle. Dark Falco is fairly fast, and ES Vortex should make movement even easier for you both. Vera and I will cover the east side in that direction while Elevra will use her aerial abilities to scour the vicinities as well, Eldris added once more. Elevra and Vera nodded in understanding. It took almost unleashing the full extent of her abilities to fly, but Elevra knew the situation was dire, so she had no qualms having to be the aerial lookout. Angie is the fastest amongst every one of us, so she will move as a sole unit, covering the areas we miss. We have to make sure we don't cause too much disturbance while undergoing this operation, but make sure you report through the communications if you notice anything suspicious, Eldris concluded with this. Guys, be careful. If we end up causing too much disturbance, the MBO might be alerted. We don't want them knowing in on what we're up to, EE voiced out next. All right, let's move, Angie stated as everyone prepared to leave the apartment. They were still in their pajamas and would have worn their MBO outfits, but there was no time to do that right now. Vera said Gustav's presence just suddenly appeared in the city. There was a probability it would disappear soon, too, so they had to take hold of this opportunity to find him as soon as possible. Minutes later, forces blasted through the streets of Burning Sand City, cross-checking one building after the other. EE would occasionally open multiple vortexes leading to spaces within a building. He would sometimes appear in people's rooms and slowly check around the place before getting out through another vortex that led to the next room. Dark Falco took over and jumped through the other vortexes EE opened up as well. Sometimes he would crawl across window panes using the dark of the night to scan the entire building for Gustav. On Glade's side, their search was going according to the way Eldris planned it as well. They were the slowest amongst everyone, but their numbers made up for that. They would occasionally alert the people living around that area due to their speed, but when they brought out an MBO badge explaining they were in the middle of an investigation, the people around there would leave them be. Angie was so quick that she would be in and out of a building before anyone knew it. The only thing that would leave the people living in that area suspicious was the sudden intensity of the wind. They would wonder when they left the windows open. Eldris' speed was similar to Gustav's without making use of dash. He would be able to scan an entire apartment using the colors of every object in the surroundings. This made it easier for him to do this while carrying Vera along. Vera wasn't fast, but she was useful for telling if they were getting closer to Gustav or not. Vera could put her consciousness into things, and luckily for her, she had been training it in the way Gustav told her to. Catch that bird for me, she said to Eldris as they arrived in the middle of a street. Eldris had no idea why she would need that, but he leaped from side to side across the skyscrapers in the vicinity and caught the bird in a few seconds. Bang! The moment he landed on the ground, he handed it over to Vera unscathed. It looked a little like an eagle with leopard-colored feathers and 12 inches long feathery tail. Vera closed her eyes while holding onto the bird, and in a few moments, she let it go. Eldris was wondering what that was all about, and in the next moment, the bird flew in through one of the windows of a building by the side. I can see through its eyes and control its actions, she explained to Eldris, whose face lit up in astonishment after hearing that. He thought her power was related to controlling plants since this was what she made use of during battles within the MBO camp. Now it turned out it was more than just that. Eldris grabbed hold of Vera and once again began dashing across the place with speed. Vera covered her left eye to focus on the right, where she could see the bird moving within buildings. Her eyes caught hold of multiple weird acts going on in some rooms, but she didn't react to it since she was more focused on finding Gustav. Already checked this one. Let's move to the next, she voiced out as Eldris was about to go inside a building. He nodded and proceeded to move towards the next. Up above, Elevra flew across the city with her forehead revealed. The large purplish eye on her forehead pulsating with unknown energy scanned across the buildings as she flew from place to place. The visual from the eye on her forehead saw through the buildings, making it easy for her to cover the area she was assigned. Chapter 763. The visual from the eye on her forehead saw through the buildings, making it easy for her to cover the area she was assigned. Everyone had a map of the city that displayed the streets that extended in the direction Vera had pointed them in. The moment any street in the Area A group was assigned had been cleared, they would communicate through the mind's comms to make sure Angie didn't have to check those places again. Angie was lowering the intensity of her speed on purpose so as not to cause too much commotion across the city. If this wasn't the case, it would only take her a minute to check every single space within a 200-story building. This search went on for over 2 hours, and it was almost 6 in the morning. If daybreak arrived, they would have to suspend their search. After making them settle in the apartment, Miss Amy had told them they had to be careful with their movements. Although she made the MBO stop with their search for Gustav in the meantime, beneath the surface, they would still covertly keep their eyes on all of them. Which meant the moment they found out they were onto Gustav, the MBO might try something sneaky. They would be followed if they weren't careful, so the moment daybreak arrived, they would suspend their search. "Can you still sense his presence?" Eldris asked Vera as they arrived at a rooftop. "Yes, we're getting closer," Vera said as they leaped towards the next rooftop. "Any suspicious sightings up there, Elevra?" Eldris asked through the mind comms. "Nothing at all. Everything seems normal," Elevra responded. "I'm closing in on a dead end. The other parts of the city in this direction extend towards the line you and Vera are covering," Elevra stated. "After covering the places in that area, come join us," Eldris stated. "Chenem. I just spotted a link to an underground passageway within a building. I can scan through it, so we'll have to go down there and check it out personally," Elevra said while swooping down from the sky as purplish energy covered her entire frame. "Copy, just make sure you report back if you find anything." Eldris they continued on with the search, knowing they had only a few more minutes left before stopping. 30 minutes later, they were back in the apartment with looks of contemplation as they stared at Eldris. "We will cover the rest later at night. Since it's already daybreak, we can't risk being followed," Eldris stated. Everyone nodded in agreement. "Besides, we are halfway done, so I'm sure we will be able to cover the rest this night," Eldris added. "But what if we don't find him?" Glade voiced out with a look of worry. Vera said. Before Angie could complete her sentence, Glade interrupted. "Yeah," Vera said. "And we all trusted her without even questioning how she is able to sense Gustav's presence in the first place. What if it's a hoax? What if she's wrong, and we're just wasting our time searching in the wrong place?" Glade questioned repeatedly. Well, Angie was unable to answer these questions, and some of them turned to stare at Vera. "I just want us to find my rival. It doesn't matter if she's sure or not," Rhea voiced out next. "At least it's better than just staying here without doing nothing," Timi added as well. "Come to think of it, we were all brought here so we could help them predict Gustav's mode of thinking so they can find out his next move or at least track him with the knowledge we provide of him. But none of us can actually predict his mode of thinking because Gustav does things in unpredictable ways," Falco said with a tone of admiration. "Even if we were to provide them with any information, it wouldn't do them any good because no one can ever tell what Gustav is up to unless he reveals it himself." "Haha, the MBO has no idea who they're dealing with," EE chuckled lightly as he voiced out. "He's probably planning a way to get himself out of this mess right now, but I'm sure the MBO thinks he's just running away aimlessly," Eldris analyzed with a contemplative look. "That's not the point. How do we know we're looking for him in the right place?" Glade voiced out once more. "Let Vera tell us how she is able to sense him, so we know we're not following her blindly," Glade added. "Are you saying you don't trust her?" Angie asked. "Has she given us any reason to?" Glade questioned back. "I think the better question is, has she given us any reason not to?" EE voiced out next. "I know she was really tight with Gustav 'cause they spent a lot of time together. I'm trusting on that," EE added while shrugging his shoulders. This also happened to be Eldris, Angie, Falco, and the others' reason as well, so they nodded in agreement. "I don't have any reason not to help. I would die for him if I had to," Vera said with a passionate gaze in her eyes. The entire place turned silent for a while as everyone sneakily stared at Angie, wanting to see her expression. Angie tried to maintain her composure, but there was no denying that Vera's last statement made her feel a little unhinged. Anyways, let's just make sure to check the rest of the area by night. Angie cleared her throat before speaking. I think we should have someone or a few of us covertly check around during the day too. Who's to say Gustav will be in the city till night? Elevra finally spoke. She had analyzed from everything they had said that Gustav was unpredictable. If he suddenly appeared in the city, what's to stop him from suddenly disappearing too? Maybe we. What are you kids doing? A feminine voice was heard from the entrance of the living room. Miss Amy. Everyone was surprised as they saw her arrive in front of them in nearly an instant. They didn't even know when she arrived. Chapter 764. What did you lots do when I was away? Miss Amy asked while raising her brows with a look of suspicion. What happened was. Grayscale Pharmaceuticals huff, huff, huff. Gustav was breathing in and out profusely as he leaned against a laboratory table. Up ahead, body parts could be seen scattered across the place with slightly decayed body fluid and blood. There were 9 rectangular stretchers extending from the wall area, and some of them had mangled-looking corpses atop them. Some were empty but had blood stains and fluids on them, while 2 had corpses that looked similar to each other at first glance, but on a closer look, there were still differences. I guess that's it for now. I'll need to ask scientist ZL to get me more corpses, Gustav voiced out after resting for some time. An entire night passed already. Gustav noticed it was daytime already. Gustav stood back straight and decided to go find Sir ZL. He walked out of the lab and found Sir ZL in his office working on something with his holographic computer. Oh, you were here. Gustav was a bit surprised as he didn't sense Sir ZL's presence earlier. But then, recalling how much fatigued he felt at the moment due to using flesh warping the entire night, he understood why. I didn't leave. I was here all through the night, Sir ZL said while suspending what he was up to. Oh, working on something? Gustav asked. Yeah, the Arkham serum has been successfully created thanks to you, but then I found some irregularities as well. It can work on mixed bloods just as much as it can work on humans and Slarkovs, Sir ZL revealed. Interesting, Gustav responded with a contemplative expression. Right. You look really exhausted. You should have some rest, Sir ZL voiced out with a look of concern. I will be fine, Gustav said with a dismissive expression before proceeding to ask a question. Doesn't that mean mixed bloods would also have their life force increased if they consumed the serum now? Precisely. It would take effect on mixed bloods, increasing the number of years they get to live. This was made possible due to some of your cells permanently mixing with the serum when I was extracting it for study and modifying it. So this came from you, Sir ZL explained. Replicating it would be a problem, so the ones created in the future would probably not have this effect. Only the ones created from the original dose I extracted from your cells will have this, he added. Hey, system, are you hearing this? I thought you said you isolated the serum? Gustav said internally. I did, but some of your cells which were initially insignificant, reacted to serum, and there was a chain reaction. Since it's not harmful, I let it be, the system responded in his mind. A mixed blood had over 1 trillion more cells than a normal human, so a lot of those cells would be insignificant. Since they were useless, the system isolated the serum around the part of his body where these useless cells were located. And you didn't think to tell me? If the system had a physical body, Gustav would have grabbed its neck right now and squeezed it tightly for always holding back information from him. It's not an important piece of information, the system responded with an unbothered tone. It seems pretty important, Rig. So what do you say, Gustav? Can I have some of your blood to maintain the same effect in the future serums? Sir ZL seemed to have still been speaking while Gustav was engaging in a conversation with the system. My blood? Nah, that's out of the question. You made it for humans and Slarkovs, so you already got your wish. Your scientists don't have to be greedy every time, you know? Just be satisfied with the results you have achieved. Gustav completely dismissed the request. That's a bit harsh, but I understand, haha, Sir ZL chuckled lightly as he responded. You're right. We scientists really need to tone down our greed, Sir ZL added. It would seem being reprimanded by a youngster wasn't disrespectful to him. I do appreciate everything you've done so far. By the way, I need more corpses. I still haven't gotten my desired result, Gustav requested. I would use your words against you, but it's not quite fitting to the situation since you haven't achieved your objective at all. Haha, Sir Ziel voiced out laughed lightly. Alright, I'll get more, but it will take some time, Sir Ziel added. Thank you. In the meantime, I'll be leaving the city again. Since my teacher is in the city and I want to avoid her, it's not wise staying around for too long, Gustav thought as he began tapping on the dimensional bracelet strapped to his wrist. Chenem, good plan. Stay safe, Sir Ziel said while Gustav nodded in response. In the next few moments, he disappeared amidst a flash of bright light. After Gustav had disappeared, Sir Ziel resumed tapping on the holographic keyboard as his poker face returned. A couple of words appeared on the holographic monitor in the next instant. Cell replication procedure. His eyes squinted as multiple holographic images appeared all across the place. Are you saying Hez in the city right now? Miss Amy's voice rang out as she stared at Vera. Yes, Vera responded affirmatively. The instant Miss Amy got the confirmation, her eyes lit up as she activated her second bloodline. I once marked him with my light empowerment bloodline, Miss Amy voiced out as her figure suddenly lit up with purplish light. She turned around after saying this and began walking towards the door. If Hez within range, I just might be able to find him with. While speaking, Vera suddenly cut her short. Hez gone. Miss Amy paused her steps as she heard that and slowly turned around. What? She voiced out with a piercing gaze. His presence. It just disappeared, Vera said with a slightly shaky expression. Chapter 765. His presence. It just disappeared, Vera said with a slightly shaky expression. The others in the living room stared at Vera as well with contemplative expressions. The purplish energy surrounding Miss Amy slowly died down as she began stepping forward. Are you sure? She asked as she arrived in front of Vera. Yes. Just a few moments ago, I stopped sensing his presence, she responded. Maybe you never sensed it at all and just sent us on a wild goose chase. How is it that his presence suddenly disappeared when Miss Amy arrived? Glade voiced out from the side. He obviously left the city again. Did you forget that he wasn't initially in the city? Vera said with a slightly irritated tone. Maybe he never came back in the first place. I mean, Miss Amy could easily look for him better than we, but now you say has gone when she arrives. Glade felt Vera was bullshitting them. It's okay. I'll still try to scan the city to see if I can find him, Miss Amy said before turning around to leave once more. I'll have an objective for the 10 of you when I return, Miss Amy said before leaving through the door. Glade saw this as an opportunity to argue with Vera again, but Vera just sighed and left her room. Everyone had felt how discontented Miss Amy was after Vera revealed that Gustav's presence had disappeared. It was without a doubt that she was disappointed. Angie and the others still didn't believe they wasted time in searching for Gustav all through the night, but they had to wait for Miss Amy's return so they would know the next step to take. If only Miss Amy was around during the night, Angie sighed as she voiced out loud. They all felt the situation would have been handled easily by her if she was available during that time, knowing all their strengths combined were not even a quarter of hers. What they didn't know was during the night, Miss Amy flew to the other neighboring cities. Although the burning sands surrounding the city covered a radius of more than 2,000 miles, Miss Amy had flown all the way across them to visit the cities beyond the burning sands. Of course, her objective was to find Gustav. He was suspected of having escaped to one of these cities since it was impossible to hide on the burning sands. It took her the entire night to cover 2 cities on the east and west sides of the burning sands. She didn't take the kids with her because they had just arrived, so she wanted them to rest up till the next morning when she could give them an objective. Not knowing such a thing would happen in the middle of the night while she was away. Some of them stayed in the living room while some returned to their rooms. They didn't have to cook since they were currently at a resort center where they would be served breakfast every morning. Within Glade's room, she sat down on her bed and brought out a small baby pinky nail-sized tool. After placing it behind her left ear, She tapped on the device. Dash, do you have a lead for us, green asset? She heard a voice in her mind. Yes and no, she responded. Dash, how do you mean? One of my teammates could sense Gustav's presence in the city earlier. I was going to point you guys in the direction, but then she said his presence just vanished. Dash, this is. How certain are you of the teammate's capability to sense his presence? I repeatedly clashed with her, trying to get her to expose how she is able to pull it off, but she wouldn't reveal it. However, I am quite sure that she was being truthful due to her suspicious connection with Gustav back at camp. It's even more trustworthy when she doesn't want to reveal the secret behind how she's able to sense his presence, which was why I kept trying to get her to reveal it. Dash, interesting. This teammate of yours, you have to keep an eye on her, understood? Dash, reveal the location of Gustav's whereabouts when his presence was sensed in the city. She couldn't accurately pinpoint the location, but she pointed us in the direction where she could sense his presence. Dash, reveal the areas then. His presence already vanished, so. Dash, it doesn't matter. I will send a squad to covertly look around the areas. Alright then. A few moments later, Glade had given whoever was on the other side of the call the areas to cover. Dash, good job, green asset. You'll be up for a bonus soon, thanks. Dash, I expect to hear from you soon enough. I almost forgot, since you're close with Gustav, do you have an idea as to why he would return to the city? Well, it's just assumptions for now, but we believe he is up to something. Maybe planning to clear his name, so we believe he will still return to the city. Dash, interesting. This is a good piece of information. Looks like I will have to covertly plant officers around the scenes of the crimes around the city. There is a possibility he will have to return to one of these places. That's a great. While Glade was responding, a knock was heard on the door. I have to go now. She quickly disconnected in the next instant and stood up from her bed to go answer whoever was at the door. Angie, she voiced out and donned a light smile after opening the door. Glade, can I come in? Angie asked. Sure. Glade moved out of the way for her to come in. Why are you giving Vera a hard time? Angie asked. Because I don't trust her, Glade responded. Why? Angie asked once more. I just don't. Okay. She's not originally a part of our group, Glade stated. Gustav spent more time with her than with me in camp, and has the person with the biggest amount of trust issues I've ever met in my life, so I'm sure that counts for something. A wry smile appeared on Angie's face as she voiced out. Chapter 766. Also, just like me, Vera has feelings for Gustav. Angie's voice broke a little at the end of this sentence. Still. Glade was about to disagree again when Angie interrupted. Stop it. You wouldn't understand anyway since you've never had feelings for anyone, Angie lashed out with sudden annoyance. Everyone else, including you, is likely to betray Gustav rather than Vera. Glade felt like an invisible sledgehammer hit her chest as she heard these words from Angie. I know because I've seen that look in her eyes when Gustav's name is mentioned. I understand because I and her share a common feeling, Angie added. So I believe she's sincerely trying to find Gustav and wouldn't mess around like that, so just stop it. Don't pick on her anymore, Angie said before turning around to leave. Glade was left standing there speechless. She never knew Angie could talk to her this way. Thinking about it now, she realized that Angie had been changing since the incident at camp. Angie's words about betrayal stabbed deep into her heart, making her feel a variety of emotions within. She thought about everything she had done so far and tried to validate her reason for doing it. I need to watch out for myself. It's not betrayal, they might not even catch him, she said internally while trying to calm her pounding heart down. Yes, I'm only watching out for myself like any normal person will do. Duties over emotions, she breathed in and out for some time before finally calming down. She proceeded to move towards the bed and sat on it. What's wrong with Angie? A few hours later, Miss Amy returned to the apartment and called everyone out for a meeting. He is not in the city, but we cannot dispute the probability that he came here, Miss Amy voiced out in their midst. Knowing Gustav, has probably trying to fix the issue himself, so coming back here is a strong possibility, Miss Amy added. We believe that as well, Miss Amy, EE voiced out with his right hand holding onto a towel he was rubbing on his bushy hair. I will group you kids in 3 sets and send you to the other neighboring cities that have not been covered yet, Miss Amy stated in her plan. You will make investigations there and try to find any clue of Gustav being in the city you find yourself within. The moment you find anything suspicious, report back to me through the communication device, Miss Amy added. Miss Amy, there's 10 of us, so that would mean there will be 3 teams, and 1 person would be left out, Angie voiced out. I know. Vera is staying here in the city, Miss Amy responded. Oh, I see, she's like a Gustav sensor, so she'll inform us the moment she senses Gustav's presence in the city, Falco said while holding his chin. The rest of you will be distributed to other cities. I'll take you to the base in a few to get some necessary gadgets that will be useful, Miss Amy said to them before heading up the stairs. Everyone looked determined at this point, knowing they were about to start the mission officially. This would likely take some time since they had no idea of where they would start the moment they were sent to a city, but nevertheless, they were ready to play their part in finding Gustav. In the underground tunnelway beneath the burning sands, Gustav laid on a small piece of clothing he used to form a bed. He had a convertible mini-house in his storage device, but the space in this area was just too small for it to fit. So now he had to sleep on the ground. Gustav hadn't felt this tired in a long time, and his system energy points were high, but this drainage was a different kind, so he was affected regardless. He had already stayed 2 days without sleeping, which was something he could pull off easily, but this time he had to sleep. Space rumbled, and tremors traveled across the universe, causing planets to quake from the sheer intensity of an unknown entity. Gustav found himself floating in the intergalactic space, staring at a faceless being radiating with so much chaos time was being rendered immobile. Rifts were appearing all over the place. Stars were exploding and disappearing into nothingness. This entity seemed to be destroying and consuming all that exists. You dare stand against me, mortal? Space trembled even more at the echo of the voices. Gustav had never felt so much fear before. This wasn't even close to how he felt when he was being bullied all those times when he was young and powerless. He had no idea what this was, but it shook him to his very core. He was floating in space, yet, his entire body was covered in sweat. Who are you? He subconsciously uttered this question. You dare ask who I am? Such insolence. Disappear like the rest of your kind, you pitiful creature. As space trembled at the sound of this voice, a massive wave of dark and greenish-colored energy formed a claw that covered his entire line of sight. This claw was as massive as an entire planet and came crashing towards Gustav with such intensity, tearing the fabric of reality apart. Who? Gustav suddenly woke up with sweat all over his body. Huff, huff, huff. He was breathing in and out intensely. A dream? Gustav came to this realization as he sat up. It felt so real. Gustav muttered. He had forgotten what the concept of dreams was supposed to be all about after not having dreamt for over a year. He forgot dreams were supposed to look real in the first place. What the hell? Why would I have such a dream? Gustav wondered, having read the theory of dreams in his high school days. Dreams were supposed to be a representation of your thoughts and desires during the day, but he had never thought of something like this, neither did he desire to have such an encounter in his lifetime. Chapter 767. Dreams were supposed to be a representation of your thoughts and desires during the day, but he had never thought of something like this, neither did he desire to have such an encounter in his lifetime. At least this was what Gustav's ideology about dreams and nightmares meanings. He believed you had to be scared about something before it could appear in your dreams, and what he saw in his dream was something that confused him because he had no idea what that was. Your thought process is flawed, the system suddenly voiced out in his head. What? Gustav exclaimed. Who said you could only dream of things you've had one form of thought or the other? There are times when people dream about things they've never thought about or seen too. It happens a lot, the system explained. The brain is powerful enough to create a fake reality of its own. It's just like how fictional writers create stories that don't exist. It comes from that brain of theirs which they use to create new realities, never seen or heard about before, it added. Oh, so my brain just created a world of its own not based on my experiences, thoughts, or things I've seen before. Interesting, Gustav mumbled. Precisely, reality warping already exists, but then to manifest the power in the real world beyond our brain is where the difficulty is, Gustav added. Well, if you look at it that way too, you're not entirely wrong. The system was a bit taken aback by Gustav's sudden theory but found sense in it. Hey, I remember during my time with the Arcanade species in the underground prison they did mention that at the highest level of cosmic superiority, reality warping is a possibility, Gustav recalled back to during the MBO test phase. Just that no cosmic superior being has been able to achieve that in the last 5,000 years, according to them. The last one who did, mysteriously disappeared. Gustav was still amazed that the Arcanades knew a whole lot of information on this. Thinking about it, he realized that was how things would become with him when he began space exploration. The Arcanades he met had spent all their lives traveling across galaxies, so it was normal for them to have lots of information. Oh, they should only have 4 years left of their sentence. I wonder if they got it reduced a little since the last time, Gustav voiced out, recalling it had been a year since his encounter with them. Refer to Chapter 235. Gustav decided that if he ever needed information about things related to space that he couldn't find anywhere, he would find a means of visiting them in the underground mixed-blood prison again. I haven't even gone beyond the first stage of cosmic superiority yet, Gustav mumbled as he stood to his feet. He wondered how long it would take him to get to the 4th stage since he has been stuck in stage 1 for a year. You better be grateful for your current improvement. You think it's an easy task to achieve cosmic superiority? The system suddenly voiced out with a tone full of distaste. Beings who have achieved cosmic superiority spend hundreds of years studying the abilities that accompany this state as well as trying to improve it. The one who was last said to have achieved the 4th stage was alive for over 7,000 years before he did it, the system voiced out lengthily. Oh, I see. Gustav mumbled. One of his feats included saving an entire galaxy from being consumed by a star multiple times larger than the Sun, the system announced. What? That's multiple times larger than the Sun? Gustav was astonished to hear this. What exactly did he do to save them? The details to that are lost in time. It's been over 5,000 years now, but the records are still there and the planets within the galaxy that was saved still worship him till this day as their beloved deity, the system stated. Gustav was still wowed thinking about it. The next thought that came to his mind was, can Miss Amy pull that off? Of course not. That's several levels beyond what can be achieved by even the said most powerful mixed blood on your planet, the system responded to his thought. Not 1, not 2 but several levels? Gustav voiced out. Yes, he is still said to be the most powerful existing till date, and no one else has come close to achieving what he did, but no one knows why he suddenly disappeared either, the system stated. Interesting. Doesn't this make the Earth weaker since there are beings out there who could come close to him due to the power of cosmic superiority? Gustav thought out loud. No, because none of the beings who have achieved cosmic superiority since after that time or before never came close to surpassing him in strength. Although your teacher and the other one known as the most powerful are way weaker than he was at his peak, they are still one of the most powerful forces in the universe currently. There are others as well who are only a few levels lower that would also be considered super powerful across multiple galaxies. This is what makes Earth a force to reckon with along with its technological advancement as well. Compared to the past, the current beings said to be ranked the most powerful are not as strong as those who existed over 5,000 years ago and were proclaimed to be the strongest, the system explained. This explanation made sense to Gustav, but then he wondered why the current ranking of most powerful beings wasn't as powerful. Was it because they did not achieve cosmic superiority? Or was it because of something else? Either way, he still knew that Miss Amy's strength was super impressive since she was the youngest amongst a list where they were people who had lived multiple centuries. What was his name? Gustav asked. Chapter 768. The being who achieved the 4th stage. His name was Ahirian and he originated from planet Galarhoon, 27 galaxies away from the East Star in the intergalactic space. The system responded. That seems very far away, Gustav muttered. Using modern-age spacecraft, it would take a month's journeying to get there, the system calculated. Oh, it's still in existence, Gustav voiced out. Why wouldn't it be? Well, who knows? Gustav thought of the Slarkov's incident and felt maybe they were the only unfortunate planet that experienced such disaster. Anyways, it's been over 12 hours already, Gustav said and began tapping on the dimensional bracelet strapped to his left wrist. New quest has been issued, huh? Gustav paused what he was doing as he spotted the notification pop up in his line of sight. Quest, stay within the tunnelway for the next 24 hours, what? Gustav exclaimed after checking out the quest. What are you doing, system? Gustav asked while raising his brows. Who says I'm doing anything? As I said, quests are randomly generated. Sometimes, the girly voice of the system sounded all goofy at the moment, like it was messing with Gustav on purpose. Looks like he'll be failing this quest then, Gustav voiced out next and continued tapping on the dimensional bracelet. Why don't you check out the punishments first? The system proposed. Mph, Gustav decided to check the punishments for failing to complete the quest. Punishments, -5 attribute points permanent reduction for each stats. Gustav already stopped reading from the second line with a dark expression on his face. This is inhumane, he voiced out. Well, I'm an artificially intelligent life form which basically makes me a computer, so. Gustav had no choice but to take his seat. It was obvious the system didn't want him leaving here in the next 24 hours, so he just had to wait. There was also a possibility that Sir ZL might not have gathered enough corpses for him yet, so waiting didn't seem so bad. Gustav decided to spend this time circulating his bloodline. Since the system had given him such a quest, it would mean daily quests for the next 24 hours were cancelled. Meanwhile, Gustav's friends were being taken to different neighboring cities around Burning Sands to find him. Gustav only knew of Miss Amy's presence, but he had an idea that EE and the rest were here too. Well, they weren't at Burning Sands anymore after being grouped and taken to different cities. Miss Amy wanted to take Vera with her to a different city, so she could sense if Gustav was within, but the thought of Gustav appearing back in Burning Sands City while they were away disturbed her. What if she was to take Vera to all the different cities surrounding the Burning Sands for her to sense if Gustav was in any of them, and they ended up missing Gustav if he appeared in Burning Sands during that period of time? This was why she decided to leave Vera back in the city. Also, it wasn't confirmed that she was capable of sensing him, so this would be a way of proving that she is. If Gustav's presence wasn't sensed in the city again in the next few days, she would be forced to believe Vera was incapable of sensing Gustav in the first place. Miss Amy had sealed her strength once again since a day ago. She wasn't supposed to leave the seal deactivated for so long, but the circumstances allowed for that to be since she saved the other city from the ash-colored fog. Within a luxurious yard, a group of 4 sat down around each other seemingly in a heated discussion. How can she do this to our city without any consequences? One of the men with a white buzz cut voiced out. Senator Harry, I'll advise you don't push this issue. I know you're angry about the whole situation, but you know who we're going up against. Isn't somebody that can be defeated, one of the other men responded. Councilman Damon, are you telling me she can't be cautioned or called to order for such an act that could have cost the lives of many? How different is that from the incident with Gustav Crimson? Senator Harry stated. The difference is she could have done it and gotten away with it, but she didn't. We should be thankful she only did this little, Councilman Damon replied once again. What? Incompetent, you lots. TCH. Senator Harry gritted his teeth in annoyance, seeing the way Councilman Damon and the other 2 men dressed in MBO outfits seemed scared of the person they were talking about. You know we are referring to one of the strongest, if not the strongest being on Earth, and you want to sanction her? We should be glad she even decided to help find her student, Councilman Damon stated once again. Senator Harry, there is no need for worry. The MBO will handle the damage done to the city and the artificial sun. Everything would have been completely repaired in the next 1 week, one of the MBO officers voiced out. Whatever, Senator Harry voiced out with a look of disappointment. In a few more minutes, the discussion ended and all other 3 visitors took their leave while Senator Harry remained seated in this luxurious-looking yard which was a part of his property. There was a pool not too far away, a big golf field up ahead, flowers, and all sorts of beautiful plants in the vicinity along with a variety of decorations. A massive blue house was positioned far behind. Senator Harry's face turned dark as he spoke. "I'm not letting this slide," he proceeded to make a call in the next instant. In a flash, 24 hours had gone by. Gustav finally opened his eyes within the underground tunnelway to see a notification in his line of sight. Quest completed. Stay within the tunnelway for the next 24 hours. Chapter 769. Gustav finally opened his eyes within the underground tunnelway to see a notification in his line of sight. Quest completed. Stay within the tunnelway for the next 24 hours. Rewards, plus 50 attribute points. Seeing the rewards, Gustav couldn't really complain, but he still felt the punishments didn't match the rewards in terms of intensity. "So much for all that, Gustav muttered. "Add 5 points to all stats," he proceeded to voice out. 5 points has been added to all of the host stats. A notification popped up in his line of sight after he said that. Gustav could barely feel the difference since he already had over 200 points for all of his stats. Still, he felt every additional ounce of strength was necessary. "Time to go," Gustav voiced out as he tapped on the dimensional bracelet strapped to his left wrist. In a few seconds, he picked the coordinates and disappeared from the underground tunnelway. Zing Tilda appearing back within Sir Ziel's office, Gustav found the place empty. Sir Ziel wasn't in, neither was Teresa's. It was understandable that Teresa's wasn't here since Gustav hadn't asked for her yet due to getting busy with flesh warping in the last few days. Gustav looked around the office for a few moments more, setting his eyes on the holographic computer on the office table. Since it was lighted up, it meant someone was here a while ago, which led Gustav to believe that Sir Ziel probably didn't go far. He decided to sit on the sofa and wait for him instead of heading into the lab. After all, he would still have to ask Sir Ziel if the corpses he needed were available. About 30 minutes later, Sir Ziel walked into the office and jumped back a little with a startled look after spotting someone sitting on the sofa by his right. "Aren't you a little too old and way too gigantic to be getting jumpy over little things?" Gustav obviously witnessed the embarrassing act and voiced out. He currently had his legs leisurely crossed as he stared at Sir Ziel from the side while shaking his head. "You startled me, haha. Please don't do that again," Sir Ziel voiced out with a burst of light laughter as he saw Gustav slowly uncross his legs. "Is there any reason to be startled?" Gustav asked. Sir Ziel smiled wryly as he moved towards his office seat. "Of course not. You just have that effect on people," he voiced out while switching off his holographic computer. Gustav's eyes squinted a little before speaking. "Were you able to get more corpses?" he asked. "Oh yes, I was expecting you earlier than this, but I guess you were held up with something," Sir Ziel stated and asked at the same time. "Yes, I was kinda held up." Gustav felt like cursing the system at this point. "Randomly generated," the system voiced in his mind as it already could sense Gustav's annoyance. "I see. I was only able to get 10 corpses this time. It would be impossible to get more anytime soon since it will start affecting the logs if too many corpses are disappearing," Sir Ziel voiced out. "You will have to make do with these ones," he added. "No problem. I have almost grasped the trick anyways. 10 should be plenty enough," Gustav responded while turning to face the lab. They both moved into the lab together in the next minute and Sir Ziel performed the same actions as the last time. Stretcher-like platforms pushed out of the wall area revealing corpses on them. The last time, Gustav left the lab void of any body parts, which surprised Sir Ziel as he wondered where all those corpses disappeared to. What he didn't know was that, after Gustav destroyed more than half of the corpses available and modified some to the point of no return, the lab was left looking disgusting. Piles of body parts scattered all across the place with blood and decaying body liquid. Gustav made use of atomic disintegration to get rid of every single corpse available. They were all disintegrated into nothingness, including the bloodstains and other liquids. The only thing he was unable to completely get rid of was the stench, but Sir Ziel seemed to have taken care of that. However, now that corpses were being revealed once more, This place was about to return to the state Gustav left it the last time. After a brief dialogue, Sir ZL left the lab to Gustav and went back to his office. Gustav wasted no time in beginning flesh warping once more on the first corpse. The last time he did this was almost 2 days ago. That time he had come close with the last corpse before it reached a state where he couldn't modify it anymore. He knew he was close to learning flesh warping, a point where he would be able to achieve the desired look he wanted for a corpse, but he still couldn't tell how long it would take. Flesh-wriggling sounds rang out in the room as he took his time in modifying the first corpse with a body image in his mind. Hours flew past and before Gustav realized it, the night had gone by. Not caring about how long had passed, he remained focused on his goal. The lab at this point was already stinking because Gustav still made a few mistakes and caused some of the corpses to explode. In the next few hours, he was able to modify about 3 more corpses without causing anybody explosions, but not 100% to his satisfaction. He kept going at it for multiple more hours until he finally stopped. Gustav slowly removed his hand from the face of this corpse and moved back a little to examine it from different angles. "I did it," he muttered as he stared at this corpse which vividly resembled the one he had been picturing in his head this whole time. He had finally successfully flesh warped a corpse to his desired look. Chapter 770. The face of the corpse looked quite handsome but close to middle-aged with black lines on the forehead. A 6 feet tall frame and slightly cream-tone body color. The look of the person he had been picturing all this time in his mind was Ring Lord Vanisher. This was exactly how Ring Lord Vanisher's body looked. Gustav didn't have to strip anyone to rewrite his body to mimic theirs because his bloodline made it so that he could do all that the moment he stared at a person's face for the first time. Gustav would be able to mimic everything perfectly, the entire body structure, blood cells, and DNA. However, since he was becoming a mirror version of such people, he would be unable to actually use their bloodline abilities if they were mixed bloods. It wasn't that he couldn't use them, but the abilities would be insignificant and hold no actual power when he tried to make use of them. Now it was the same thing happening here. Sir Vanisher's corpse had been perfectly cloned. If it was tested for DNA and other things, they would not be able to find any difference between this and the original. But if it was a living being, it would be unable to use Ring Lord Vanisher, vanishing ability. Gustav was a bit disappointed as he recalled he ended up destroying Ring Lord Vanisher and the others in rage instead of stealing their bloodlines. Some of them had very good bloodlines that had even been trained to the kilo level, which would make Gustav more powerful if he was to have acquired them, but his rage didn't let him think of anything at the moment other than slaughtering every last one of them. Gustav's palm covered in milky light suddenly came hacking down on the neck of the corpse, causing it to be severed. Now what was left in front of him was a headless corpse of Ring Lord Vanisher. The next phase of the plan can now commence, Gustav voiced out and sighed in relief as he moved about the lab to do a few things. By the time Gustav was done, he realized it was almost nightfall once more and he had been in the lab for 2 days already. It really didn't feel like 2 days had already gone by since he was engrossed in flesh warping. Now that he finally completely won perfectly, he felt he could use it better now, but trying it on a living human was still out of the question. "It is time to head to the other business district," Gustav voiced out to Sir Zil as he picked up the corpse and put it in a kind of bag. It was impossible to keep human-like corpses in a spatial storage device, be it alive or dead. It was possible to keep corpses of mixed breed in them but not living ones. If a human-like corpse was forced into a spatial storage device, an alarm would be sent to the nearest authorities pinpointing the owner's location. Gustav could create his own spatial storage without any of those restrictions, but he could only do so when Ultimate Combination Form was activated, so he had to use a bag. "Be careful. They probably still have the whole crime scene being monitored," Sir ZL stated with a slightly worried tone. The area of impact is very large, which means the possibility of finding gaps is higher," Gustav responded while shapeshifting into a different look. "I have also installed anti-monitor devices inside the bag, so it's impossible to tell what the content is if it is scanned from anywhere with scanning devices," Sir ZL added. "After I manage to successfully plant this, the only part left to be played will be that of yours along with Teresa's and Marshall," Gustav stated. "Thank you once again," Gustav added before walking towards the window by the left. Sir ZL nodded at him before he leaped through it. Gustav landed on the next street and began moving towards the nearest bus station. He was going to use public transit this time because making use of his speed might attract attention. There weren't a lot of people that could move as fast as he could. Gustav's plan was to arrive a few streets away from the premises and slowly make his way there on foot, not trying to arouse any suspicions. 6 hours earlier in the apartment Miss Amy and the others resided in on the day of their arrival, a beautiful lady with grey and blue-colored hair walked from place to place within the apartment. This was Rilia, the same lady who referred to Miss Amy as Lil Sis. The apartment happened to be empty at the moment after she checked the place repeatedly. "She's not here," she voiced out through a communication device. "Did you double-check?" A feminine voice was heard from the other side. "What do you take me for, Lil Sis?" Even without checking I could already tell this place was empty, but I still decided to do it. There's no way she could have just disappeared like that. It was already quite obvious that Miss Amy was the other person on the other side of the call. "This place looks like no one has been in it for days. My guess is, she has been gone for over a day," Rilia responded. Maybe she went looking for him on her own. "I'm heading back to the city. Try searching around the city for her." The instant this sentence was voiced out, the communication was disconnected. "Lil Sis." Rilia was about to say something when the call got disconnected. So much for not wanting me to get in your way, MH." Rilia pouted in displeasure as she recalled Miss Amy's indirect threat the other day. She proceeded to storm towards the entrance with a look of displeasure. "I have to find that Vera girl before she gets back," Rilia stated with a look of seriousness after arriving outside the house. Chapter 771. "I have to find that Vera girl before she gets back," Rilia stated with a look of seriousness after arriving outside the house. She floated upwards with her bloodline energy and flew across Burning Sands City. Mixed bloods who had attained alpha ranks could fly, using their bloodline energy regardless of whether or not they had the ability before reaching that rank. The more powerful a mixed blood became, the more their access to a general range of abilities that wasn't related to their actual bloodline abilities. Rilia was able to use teleportation, which could affect herself or a third party if she wanted, but due to being an alpha ranked, she could fly too using bloodline energy. The second year of the mixed bloods in the MBO camp would mostly be related to training them on how to use their bloodline energy for other things than just their bloodline's abilities. One of them included how Miss Amy was able to inject her bloodline energy into the students back then and figured out the state of their channeling before they achieved the Zulu rank. In another location, a girl with beautiful blue hair was strapped to a stretcher of sorts and surrounded by a group of 4 in masks. A few wires were connected to her head through some weird sticker buttons planted to her forehead. Her eyes were currently opened, but unlike regular people, it was devoid of fear and emotions. She just stared at them with a straight face. "She's not saying anything," one of them voiced out with a mechanical tweaked tone. From the body structure of the person that had just spoken, it was obvious that she was the only female in a group of males. "She caught on already. She won't give us any more information if we ask. Torturing her is the only other option we have," another one of them voiced out. A look of excitement appeared on the girl's face as she heard that, but then she pictured someone in mind and her look returned to its previous state. "It would be better if he did that to me himself," she thought. "We can't harm her. That's the only downside to all this. We were instructed to only extract information from her using other means besides anything related to torturing," the tallest one in their midst voiced out. "Tell us now, where is he?" the last one voiced out while moving closer to Vera. Vera remained silent, ignoring the question. "You've already told us he is here. Point us in his direction and let's get this over with," he voiced out once more. A faint look of guilt appeared on Vera's face as she heard this. 2 days ago, she sensed Gustav's presence and was about to use her communication tool to contact Miss Amy when she suddenly got ambushed by this strange group. They encircled her pretty easily and made use of a gas toxin to cause her to pass out. She woke up and found herself here. She had no idea how long it had been, but she knew she had been here for some time. Seeing the strange wires attached to her head that day, she thought she was being brought here to be tortured for extraction of information. The first thing said to her was, "We noticed you were about to make a call. Is Gustav Crimson in the city?" She instantly decided to respond to the question and say no, but then, yes, instead of saying that, she found herself saying the opposite. Vera tried to say no again but instead said yes. "Turns out you just tried to lie. So Gustav Crimson is in this city," one of them responded with a light chuckle. "Point us in his direction. Is it south?" This time Vera ignored the question, knowing she would be unable to control her tongue. "Tell us, we will dig out your flesh and put electrocuting clips in them." They kept threatening her and telling her to give them a direction, but Vera ignored them. This had been going on since she awoke and never voiced out a thing since then. The wires on her head didn't actually compel her to tell the truth, contrary to what she thought. It only made her say the opposite of whatever she voiced out. They knew the first thing she would try to say would be a lie, which was why it worked so well, as if it forced the truth from her mouth. If Gustav's direction was in the north, most people would want to lie and say south if they didn't want to be truthful, since it was the opposite direction. Now instead of saying south, they would end up saying the true direction, which was north. Of course, if a person figured out the trick to the machinery at work, they could fool the group, but Vera had no idea that this was the case. She only knew the machine compelled her to say what she didn't want to reveal, which made her think it was like a truth device. Keeping shut was the best option for her. One of them brought out an electric rod and pointed it in her direction. "I don't care, I will hurt her now if she doesn't spill," he said while moving closer to her. The door on the back left corner suddenly slid open and a man walked through. "What are you doing?" "This isn't why I asked for her to be abducted." This man had a white buzz cut. "Senator Harry, now relax. I'm sure you don't want it to be revealed that you're responsible for this, since she would come directly for you," one of them voiced out, causing the man with the white buzz cut to pause in his tracks. "You." He didn't know what to say at this point. "I only took her for that one reason, and you lots have turned it into a different vendetta entirely." Senator Harry had a look of dissatisfaction as he voiced out. "Just relax, we'll be out of your hair soon," the lady in their midst voiced out. Chapter 772. Even if she doesn't give us any additional information, we know Hez here. We have taken proper measures to find him. Multiple secret agents have been deployed all across every single scene of destruction in the city. They are all undercover and in hiding, so he wouldn't notice them. The moment he visits any of these crime scenes, he will be caught, the tallest in their midst voiced out to the senator. Vera's eyes widened a little as she heard that. She became worried because even though she could not pinpoint Gustav's exact location, due to being able to perceive the direction he was currently situated in, she could tell he was on the move. She recalled Eildris' statement during their discussions. Hez probably planning a way to get himself out of this mess right now, but I'm sure the MBO thinks Hez just running away aimlessly. Vera was very surprised these unknown people already had it figured out. The MBO would most likely underestimate Gustav's way of doing things, since they didn't know him, but his friends who did were the only ones who could think like this, which was why Vera was surprised. Hez changing directions very fast. "I need to find a way to get out of here and stop him," Vera thought as she began struggling to free herself. Meanwhile, Gustav was currently in a vehicle headed for the business district, which was only a few minutes away. The small hover bus just passed through another installed teleportation point, reducing the amount of time left till he arrived there. "I'll go in from the west area after walking around first. I'll need to check around properly." Gustav was making plans since he knew the vehicle was almost at his desired destination. Vera could sense the change in directions due to how the hover bus got teleported from place to place. Unfortunately, her bloodline was currently sealed, so she was limited to normal human-like strength. "We should be getting activity soon, since it has already been 2 days, and once that is over and done with, we'll be out of your hair," the tallest one in their group voiced out to Senator Harry. "I'm sure you also want justice for your city, or don't you, Senator?" the lady also voiced out. While they were speaking, Vera was still struggling to free herself, and a seed fell from one of her clothes pockets to her left hand. The turned her head to the side to stare at the seed while her finger touched it. Unfortunately for the group, even though they had managed to seal Vera's bloodline, she still had the power that wasn't related to her bloodline in any way, which remained unsealed. Because Vera was in fact an alien. As her finger made contact with the seed, she shook her body, causing it to fall to the ground, and in the next instant, massive vines with thorns suddenly shot out of the ground, spreading across the place. The gang was taken by surprise, and one of them got impaled from behind, through the right chest area. He screamed out in pain as the vine lifted him off the ground, in the process of tearing through his flesh, and slammed him into the wall. What is going on? Are we under attack? One of them shouted out as he quickly conjured glowing daggers around him and swung them out to protect himself from the trashing vines. The other two also channeled their bloodlines and tried waving off the multiple fat vines with spikes. Bam! One of them slammed into the senator, sending him blasting through the door with blood flying out of his mouth. Senator Harry, the gang leader, shouted out and quickly joined all the glowing daggers around him together before slashing repeatedly across the place. Swish, swish, swish. Every single vine in the place was instantly cut into thousands of pieces, leaving only small roots left on the ground. The other gang member who got impaled fell to the ground bleeding profusely, and one of the teammates ran towards him to tend to his injuries. Just as the leader was about to go check on the senator, he looked back and noticed the stretcher-like platform was empty. "The girl is gone," he voiced out with a look of surprise. "What? She did that? But we sealed her bloodline?" The lady voiced out with a surprised expression. "She can't have gone far. Check if the senator is okay, I'll find her," he voiced out and stormed out of the place. The glowing pieces of light floating around him formed a platform which he jumped on and flew across the corridor. At that moment, Vera was running across a corridor, not knowing which way leads to the exit, but she followed her instinct. She pulled out several more seeds from the pocket where she kept them and threw them all across the place after inputting her will in them. The instant she scaled through, more vines burst forth from the floor, spreading across the place and leaving no gaps to pass. The man chasing from behind sped across the air, and the moment he arrived in front of this blockage, a small battle ensued between him and the multiple vine roots with spikes. In a few seconds, he slashed them to thousands of small pieces, leaving him enough space to pass through. Vera was already closing in on the exit of this place after turning multiple times, but she could sense the approach from behind. Reaching into her pocket once more, she tried to get some seeds but found out that she only had one left. Up ahead was a massive metallic door, over 20 feet tall with wheels in the middle, and on the right was a small box that scanned for features. She could either use the last seed to try and delay the pursuer or use it to destroy this exit point. This was a difficult decision, as she knew she wouldn't be able to outrun the pursuer if she decided to use it against the exit, but using it on the pursuer too was only delaying the inevitable. Chapter 773. This was a difficult decision, as she knew she wouldn't be able to outrun the pursuer if she decided to use it against the exit, but using it on the pursuer too was only delaying the inevitable. Deciding not to stress about it anymore, she threw the seed forward and it landed right before the exit point. The vines shot out of the ground and slammed repeatedly against the massive metallic door. In a few seconds, it was blasted apart, revealing the outside, and it was also at this point that Vera was about to be caught as the pursuer closed in from behind. All of a sudden, a bright blue light appeared at the exit point, transforming into the features of a beautiful lady with grey and blue hair. "There you are," she voiced out the instant she spotted Vera. The pursuer from behind was about to grab hold of Vera's left shoulder when the figure that had just arrived snapped her finger. Zing! Vera disappeared with a flash of blue light and reappeared beside the lady. Seeing his hand go through thin air, the masked man paused his movement and stared at the intruder and Vera with a look of confusion. "Are you fine?" Rilia asked Vera. "I'm okay," Vera responded while panting heavily. She recognized this lady to be someone she had seen in Miss Amy's presence before, so she knew this was a friend and not a foe. "Even in my presence you tried to grab her," Rilia said while slowly placing Vera on the ground. The masked man froze in fear as he recognized this lady. "Miss Rilia." "Run," The instant he thought of this, he turned around with speed. However, at this same time, the bloodline energy of an alpha rank burst forth from her figure, causing the vicinity to quake. We're doomed, he thought as he sped across the air atop one of his glowing blades. Zing tilde, he hadn't even traveled very far when Rilia appeared in front of him with her hand outstretched. Grab. Her hand grabbed onto his neck in the next instant, putting him in an unremovable hold. Oh, I'm sure she will enjoy taking her time in tearing you lots apart, piece by piece. Rilia didn't even need to mention who she was referring to before the masked man could understand. His eyes widened in terror as he struggled to free himself. As she held onto the masked man, she made a call. I've found her. The 7th warehouse in Street #44C, good, I'm on my way, don't let the culprits out of your sight, a feminine voice replied from the other end. I'm rounding them up right now, Rilia stated while raising her left hand. Bluish glows coated index and thumb fingertips as she proceeded to snap them together. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. The other people within the structure began to appear in their current position one after the other with shocked gazes. Minutes later everyone had been rounded up, the senator included. Miss Amy had arrived at this point and just her presence alone made some of them wet their pants. They made us do it, the masked leader who had now been unmasked shouted out in fear as he saw Miss Amy glancing at him. I will deal with you lots later. Miss Amy was currently more interested in what Vera had to say. They said agents have been planted all across the crime scenes of destruction. If Gustav decides to step a foot into any one of them or approaches the surroundings, he will be caught, Vera explained. So, is Gustav currently in the city? Miss Amy proceeded to ask. Yes, has been here for 2 days already, and I sense his direction changing some minutes ago after staying put in one location for 2 days, which was why I tried to escape. I think Hes heading to one of the scenes, Vera stated with a look of worry. Miss Amy placed her hand on Vera's shoulder, as her eyes squinted. Point me in the right direction. Vera nodded and pointed in a direction. Fwauhush tilde. In the next moment, Miss Amy had vanished from her line of sight, and what came next was an outburst of wind causing Vera's clothes to flap immensely. I guess Hes more important to her than torturing these idiots right now, Rilia said while staring at the gang of 5 all tied up together. The senator of Burning Sands City was not given any special treatment. He was tied up like the rest of them, and the wounds inflicted on him by Vera's vines had been treated, but he seemed to have passed out from fear as well. Well, even if she doesn't have time to deal with you guys right now, she'll have time eventually. Especially if her beloved student gets caught because of you 5, Rilia smiled with a look of excitement on her face, like she was really looking forward to that. It's been a while since I last saw Lil Sis lose her temper. She must really like this kid, she added. Vera, who was standing behind, was a little curious about the relationship between Miss Amy and this lady who had a small resemblance to her, but right now she was more concerned about Gustav. Even if she knew there was nothing to worry about now that Miss Amy was involved, she still hoped nothing bad will happen. Minutes earlier Gustav arrived at a location 1 mile away from the place. He found Ring Lord Vanisher and the others. This was a street on the northeast part of the city, very close to the area bordering the Burning Sands. He slowly walked around the place, moving like a normal pedestrian. There were not a lot of vehicle movements around here, considering the fact that there was a gigantic crater that covered a radius of more than 100 miles up ahead. The scene of destruction still had a kind of barricade around it, preventing movement across that part of the city, so vehicles would barely be seen moving around this area. Chapter 774. However, people still lived around here, so it was normal to see pedestrian movements way more. Gustav kept observing the vicinity as he walked across the street. The WG district was where he destroyed the last time. It wasn't exactly like the business district he stayed in when he first arrived here, but there were a lot of factories and warehouses in that area. Underground platforms were there too, since they belonged to the 3 ring lords. This area behind it happened to be a normal neighborhood where people lived, so there weren't a lot of tall buildings to be seen around. Gustav walked till he found a fairly tall building. It had about 30 stories. He looked around the place to be sure no one was watching him and found his way to the rooftop. A few seconds after arriving at the rooftop, Gustav proceeded to activate God Eyes. His eyes turned crimson and green with a hint of gold in the middle as he peered into the distance. Gustav's eyesight phased through multiple structures up ahead and one more street before it arrived at the former WG district area. His eyes scanned across the barricade surrounding the massive crater that spanned for up to 100 miles radius. It turned out that the land hadn't been filled out yet and new construction had not begun. Gustav guessed this was probably since it had only been about 3 weeks since the incident occurred. He could only see about 4 to 6 officials positioned around the outer perimeter of the crater. They were patrolling around it and Gustav could see multiple gaps where he would be able to infiltrate through since the crater covered a large area. The problem was since the entire place was bare of any structure, it would be easier for him to be spotted if the MBO officers decided to properly look at the crater area. Another issue was he could see energy readings on the wooden-looking stamps on the ground that surrounded the entire crater. These stamps, which were stationed around the perimeter, most likely would give off some form of alarm if someone was to cross or make contact with them. Gustav stared at the officials who were patrolling then deeper into the crater where he could see another massive hole within that led to the underground structure area he pulled Ring Lord Vanisher and the others out of. This was Gustav's aim for today, but he had to make sure he wasn't spotted before he got into the underground area, and he also had to find a way to avoid the barricades to prevent alarms from going off. Gustav deactivated God Eyes and brought out some cylindrical-shaped bars, half the length of an arm from his storage device. He proceeded to get off the rooftop after doing that. He left the bag where the corpse was stored on the rooftop and moved around with these cylindrical-shaped bars. Gustav began planting them in different spots around the area, covertly. He planted some on rooftops and others at random locations on the street. After he was done, he moved back to the rooftop he observed the crater from earlier. "I need a taller building," he voiced out while picking up the bag and leaving the area. Gustav went ahead to board another bus and arrived on the northern side of the crater. He was initially in the streets at the southern area of the crater, which was where he had planted those cylindrical-shaped devices, and now he had to take a 5-minute bus to the other side, which was also several miles away. This part of the city was a neighborhood as well, but behind it was a good-looking business area with a few skyscrapers. Since it wasn't too far from the crater, Gustav decided to use the first one closest to the neighborhood. Finding his way into the building, he instantly took an elevator to the last floor. Gustav could have leaped across the entire 200 floors of this building, but performing such a feat in public would attract attention. Right now he wasn't trying to pull any attention to himself until he finished his objective. Gustav arrived on the last floor and covertly proceeded for the rooftop, making sure not to arouse suspicions from anyone in the vicinity. He currently had black skin with bushy hair and casual wear on his body, so he looked like your regular citizen even though he was carrying quite the long bag. Gustav arrived on the rooftop and quickly moved towards the edge by the left. His eyesight scanned across the place as he activated God Eyes once more. It phased through across the multiple buildings in the neighborhood, arriving at the crater area and then at the hole he was aiming for. Calculating his distance from the hole using God Eyes, he found out that he was currently 278 miles away from the set location. He was currently over 3,000 feet high above the surface of the ground, but the distance between him and the location he was aiming for was close to 16,000 feet away. It was distant enough for none of the officials over there to notice him, but this was a distance he had never covered before with what he was planning in mind. Combination has been activated: Mutated Bull plus Demonic Bunny plus Blood Wolf plus Savrina Serpent plus Solar. In the next few seconds, Gustav had transformed into a menacing-looking creature with glowing white eyes, purplish and golden-colored scales covering some parts of his body, and a muscular-looking 9-feet-tall physique. He had once more made use of the ultimate combination form. I should fall straight from above as I dropped directly from the sky above the crater. I need to attain a way higher height for this to be possible, Gustav thought out loud as he stood a few feet away from the rooftop ledge. Gustav knew this form could only be maintained for about a minute, so he had to get into the hole as soon as possible to avoid depleting his energy completely before his task was finished. Chapter 775. Gustav knew this form could only be maintained for about a minute, so he had to get into the hole as soon as possible to avoid depleting his energy completely before his task was finished. Silent advancement has been activated. Gustav activated silent advancement while in this form and proceeded to soar into the sky. He barely made any sound except for his takeoff as he flew across the air, ascending with immense speed. 4,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 6,000 feet, 7,000 feet. Gustav counted the number of feet he had ascended as he kept flying upwards without changing trajectory. His speed was so insane that he was crossing 3,000 feet in a second. If silent advancement wasn't activated, his body cutting through the sky would have been making a loud noise. 15,000 feet, 16,000 feet. Gustav was also able to calculate the height he had scaled in the sky due to God eyes still remaining active while he flew. 17,000 feet. At this point Gustav paused his ascent and floated in the air for a moment. This height is good enough, he thought. At this point, his body was deep into the clouds and completely camouflaged by them. Even when he crossed the 10,000 feet height this was the case, but he wanted to make sure he was deep in the clouds before making any move. Gustav's eyes peered through the thick clouds arriving and descended at a fast pace, arriving at the surface of the neighborhood beneath. Shifting his eyesight a bit, he arrived at the crater area and then above the hole he was aiming for. He calculated where he had to be before he began his descent and quickly flew towards the front. After flying a few feet towards the front and moving left again, Gustav looked downwards. He nodded after seeing he was in the right spot and held onto the bag in his hand in front of himself. He swooped down at a very fast speed, phasing through the thick clouds and leaving holes in them. The curvature of the earth could be seen from this point and cold winds blew across the place as he descended. It was quite a beautiful sight from up here, and without zooming his sight in, the houses on earth were so distant, one could barely see signs of them. But all that was something Gustav wasn't focused on at the moment, as his sight remained stationed in the location where the hole was while descending. As he descended lower than 10,000 feet, Gustav suddenly brought out a small controller from his storage device while still descending with speed. He waited a bit before tapping onto the controller. On the surface, the officials moving about the perimeter of the crater suddenly turned to face the south region as bright lights suddenly lit up across the neighborhood. The fluorescent lights were so blinding that they caught everyone's attention, as some of them appeared on rooftops of the neighborhood in that area and some of them appeared in random locations. The officials were suspicious about this and some moved towards the neighborhood area to check it out while the others remained behind, but their eyes were still focused on the area where the blinding lights suddenly appeared. Gustav's figure descended from the sky so fast that it looked like a line and instantly phased through the hole within the crater. No one noticed him at this point in time due to their attention being drawn by the lights that suddenly appeared in the neighborhood where Gustav had planted those cylindrical-shaped bars. Regardless of the activated silent advancement, a small whooshing sound still rang out after he blasted through the hole due to his speed. This caused the officials to look around for some time with suspicious looks, but the deed had already been done. Gustav had already infiltrated the hole. The blinding lights in the neighborhood ahead slowly began to die down at this point, and the official that moved to check could only see the cylindrical bars planted in several spots. "What the hell are these?" one of them voiced out as he picked some of the bars up. "Probably some kid messing around," the female cop voiced out while looking around with a slightly annoyed glare. Some kids were actually playing around in this area and they all stared at the cops while shrugging like they had no idea what was going on. But of course, the cops knew kids were likely to lie after performing a naughty deed, so they only sighed and turned around to move back to their positions around the perimeter. Suddenly, a few people dressed in casual outfits surrounded the cops before they could move any further. They were so organized that the cops found themselves surrounded before even setting their eyes on every one of them. "What? Who are you, people?" the lady voiced out while reaching for a small device strapped to her waist. It changed into a blue-colored gun, 4 feet long gun. "Disarm yourself, we are not here to cause trouble," one of them voiced out while bringing out a badge and passing it to the lady. She collected it and stared at it with a confused look. "MBO? You're MBO officers?" she asked. "Yes, we're undercover," the male MBO officer replied while collecting his badge back. "What's going on?" The male cop asked with a suspicious look. We believe Gustav Crimson has infiltrated the crime scene, the male MBO officer voiced out. What? That's not possible. We've been keeping an eye out all through and the alarm hasn't gone off, so there's no way he would be able to successfully infiltrate, the female cop voiced out. We believe what had just happened was his doing to cause enough distraction for him to remain unseen, the male MBO officer stated once more. That's impossible, our colleagues are still there and no alarm has gone off. The female officer was still finding it hard to believe them. Chapter 776. Why would he want to come here when Hez wanted? By any chance did you guys spot him? The male cop asked. We have long received intelligent information about Gustav's Crimson planning to return to one of the crime scenes, and no, we didn't spot him. We're only acting based on instinct now and what just happened, the MBO officer stated. Besides, it's Gustav Crimson. He caused so much destruction in a big city like this, evading the pursuit of multiple officers of high rank. Underestimating his capabilities at this point would be sheer stupidity, he added. Both cops had looks of contemplation on their faces as they heard that, realizing that the MBO officer was making a lot of sense. Join us in searching the area for him. I have alerted the other MBO officers, some of them will be arriving soon to join us, the MBO officer voiced out before proceeding to move along with the other MBO officers. Meanwhile, Gustav had already deactivated Ultimate Combination Form the moment he dropped into the hole. The hole extended as deep as 1,000 feet due to having multiple underground structures built within. As Gustav landed at the bottom, he could see that unlike the last time he was here, the place had been cleared to a certain extent. He had caused the underground platforms to collapse on the day he caused so much chaos in the city. He was destroying everything in sight, so this place was pretty much packed up with debris and collapsed pieces of solid materials. There were still some of these in the vicinity, but it mostly had been cleared, and Gustav guessed it was probably due to the officials coming down here to investigate. They must have found corpses here as well, since some of the Ring Lord underlings were in the environment when Gustav was destroying this place. Gustav moved towards the far end of this dark underground space, avoiding the piles of debris and construction materials in place. Even though it was so dark, God Eyes gave him the ability to see everything within a 1-mile radius. His perception was also spread across the place, so he knew there was no one down here. In about a minute of walking across the place, Gustav finally arrived at a dead end where the ground walls were in front of him. The underground space didn't extend any further than this, in the particular direction Gustav headed. Gustav made use of God Eyes to see beyond the ground wall and found out that there was no hidden structure or whatever beyond the wall. It was just sand and dirt, precisely like how things looked beneath the ground surface. He proceeded to drop the bag in his hand as his palm lit up with milky-colored light. Atomic manipulation has been activated. He placed his palm on the wall in the next instant. The milky-colored light spread from his palm across the wall as he poured more energy into it. A wide hole began forming on the wall that was massive enough to contain two people walking side by side as Gustav walked in with his hands still placed on the wall while pushing forward. The more he moved forward, the deeper the hole became. It looked like he was pushing the wall farther with his palms placed on it, and at this point, the entire place was covered in milky-colored energy. Atomic manipulation was not just a bloodline that could disintegrate atoms, but it could also manipulate them. Gustav was currently making use of another ability related to atomic manipulation besides disintegration. He was practically changing the structure of this place from a subatomic level without having to cause any destruction. He was creating a new place underground, manipulating the atoms. On the surface 1,000 feet high up, the place was already crawling with MBO agents who moved across the massive crater. The crater was up to 100 feet lower than the normal level ground, so the moment they jumped in, seeing the surrounding parts of the crater became impossible. The cleared space on the surface of the crater covered up to 100 miles, so it was a lot of space to cover. The MBO agents spread out and covered different corners while giving reports of whether or not the area they had checked was empty. The cops joined them as well to search the area, and more MBO agents dressed in casual outfits were arriving on the scene. Gustav hadn't noticed these people when he was about to embark on this objective because they had disguised as normal citizens. While making use of God eyes, he was supposed to be able to tell when he noticed powerful mixed bloods in the vicinity, but they were well disguised that even their bloodline energy was concealed. Besides being able to tell that there were mixed bloods in the vicinity, their levels were lowered, so he just felt the ones he spotted were normal mixed blood citizens. They had come well prepared to hide from Gustav spotting them. From the looks of things, they even knew about God eyes. Squad leader, I can't find anything around here except for the hole, one of the MBO officers voiced out through the communication device. Dash the hole to the underground area? Yes. Requesting permission to check it out, dash hold on, I'm heading over to your position with the others. In a few, about 10 MBO agents had gathered around the hole Gustav went through earlier. Everywhere else has been checked except this place, the leader voiced out while pointing at the hole. You know what to do once we get down there. Prepare to attack just in case, he added while taking a step forward. Just as he wanted to jump in. Fwoohui tilde bam. A figure suddenly descended from the sky with speed and landed behind him. Kia tilde the other MBO officers in the vicinity were blasted across the place from the force of the descent. Chapter 777. Huh! The leader exclaimed as he turned around after hearing the sound behind him. Why? Yo! Ewing MISS. He voiced out with a look of fright as he spotted the feminine figure in front of him with an ice-cold expression on her face. You will explain to me the purpose of your presence in this vicinity as well as why you lots abducted one of the cadets under me, Miss Amy voiced out as she stretched out her hand to grab the MBO officer by the collar and lifted him up. Why? Young miss, it wasn't my doing. I don't know what you're talking about, the MBO officer voiced out quickly with a stutter. Don't lie to me, Miss Amy voiced out while tossing the man away. Fwy tilde he flew across the air and slammed into another MBO officer, causing both of them to black out. You idiots thought you could commit such acts and go scot-free, eh? Miss Amy said while walking towards the others in the vicinity. Looks of fright appeared on their faces as they began to take steps backward. Hold it right there, woman. Hands where I can see them. Two voices were heard from the left as a few cops closed in on Miss Amy from the side. Miss Amy turned to face them with a cold glare that caused them to halt for a brief instance. Who the hell is she? They wondered internally, but since they could see the MBO agents moving away in fear, they assumed she was hostile. Cease your attacks right now and identity yourself. The female cop in their midst voiced out as she pointed her weapon at Miss Amy. I'll be lenient and let you leave while you still have the chance, Miss Amy voiced out with an unbothered tone before turning to face the MBO officers who were shrinking away in fear. Miss Amy began taking steps forward towards the other MBO officers. Attack! The female cop voiced out and proceeded to fire a red beam in Miss Amy's direction from her gun. Thui tilde other officers also fired, but in the next instant, they all had looks of confusion and astonishment on their faces as Miss Amy disappeared from their line of sight. The female cop looked around, trying to find her, but then what she heard next were screams of pain coming from all around her. She turned around with her weapon stretched out and noticed that all her subordinates were laid out all across the place, bleeding from different parts of their bodies. Her hands trembled as she looked around trying to find the culprit but couldn't find anything. She suddenly felt a presence behind her and quickly turned around while trying to aim her weapon, but the moment she did, she found a hand wrapped around her neck. Her eyes widened as she had no idea how this happened. She was unable to follow the speed of this lady in front of her with an icy cold glare that sent chills to the very depths of her soul. Before she could even react to the grip, she found her vision turning sideways and her back was slammed heavily into the ground in the next instant. She felt her spine cracking as she spat out blood and passed out in the next instant. Several unconscious bodies of cops were scattered across the place, giving Miss Amy a more fearsome-looking countenance as she began walking towards the MBO agents once more. Tell me, where did you get the audacity to go after a cadet under me and carrying on with an investigation regarding my student behind my back? Miss Amy voiced out with a cold glare as she arrived in front of the first agent. Young miss, I don't know what you're talking about, he voiced out in fear while crawling backward. Shwee tilde Miss Amy swung her foot at his face, sending him flying across the air with teeth and blood spilling out of his mouth. Think twice before choosing your next words, Miss Amy voiced out while walking towards the next one. He trembled immensely as he tried to get away. But Miss Amy arrived in front of him before he could and lifted him into the air. Just as she was about to attack, the sound of whooshing air reverberated across the surroundings. Miss Amy looked upwards and could see several aircraft approaching the area of the crater. "Young miss, please calm down," a loud voice was heard from above as a man with a praying mantis-like face descended from one of the aircraft. A red-faced man clad in MBO uniform descended from the same aircraft as well. Rocket-like ignitions appeared on his back, arms, and legs as he flew downwards towards Miss Amy's position. Miss Amy didn't spare them any face and slammed the MBO agent into the ground, causing the entire vicinity to quake. "Young miss, please calm down," the red-faced MBO officer said with a pleading look. Miss Amy turned to face him as he descended. "Are you responsible for giving them permission to abduct the cadet under my tutelage and conducting secret investigations relating to Gustav?" she asked. "No, young miss, I have no idea about that," the MBO officer voiced out. At this moment, over 20 MBO officers dressed in their MBO outfits descended as well. "Round them up," the red-faced MBO officer commanded. The MBO officers proceeded to round up the MBO agents dressed in casual outfits in a matter of seconds. Commander Lindstrand arrived on the scene and engaged in a discussion with Miss Amy. "Young miss, you have to believe that we had nothing to do with this." "Not to worry, young miss. These rogue MBO agents will be interrogated to find out the truth about why they committed such acts," he voiced out with a respectful gaze. Miss Amy stared at them like they were clowns putting on a circus act and didn't bother saying anything. Chapter 778. That being said, we did get an alert that Gustav Crimson was in this area, so young miss, if you'd permit us, we'd like to check the hole, Commander Lindstrand stated. Miss Amy squinted her eyes at this point. "Are you in charge of the investigation, or am I?" she asked with a threatening gaze. "Of course, it's you, young miss. We just wish to assist you in finding your student. We feel it wouldn't be very sensible not to at least check after getting the information about his presence in this location," Commander Lindstrand voiced out. "You do want to find him, don't you, young miss?" the other red-faced officer asked with a look of concern. "How is that even a question?" Miss Amy voiced out before turning around and heading towards the hole. "I will check it out myself. I don't need the help of you lots," she voiced out while walking towards the hole. "Young miss, we only want to help. It's a big space underneath after all. It will be easier to cover all the areas with more forces under your command," Commander Lindstrand explained. "No, your help is not required," Miss Amy voiced out once more as she arrived in front of the hole and looked down. The high-ranking officers had looks of defeat on their faces as they heard that. "On second thoughts, you lots can follow after me," she voiced out and jumped through the hole. The two high-ranking officers stared at each other first before turning around to face the officers behind them. "You heard her. Head for the hole and conduct a search for Gustav Crimson," Commander Lindstrand voiced out. "Yes, sir," the MBO officers chanted in unison and moved towards the hole as well. Multiple officers jumped in at the same time just a few seconds after Miss Amy did. Minutes later the hole was filled with multiple MBO officers moving around the place, searching for Gustav. Clear, clear. Occasionally, voices would be heard through the communication devices of officers who had already searched the areas they were assigned to. In barely a few minutes the entire place had almost been searched completely and the only word that had been heard through the communication devices was clear. Commander Lindstrand had a dissatisfied look on his face as he also looked around while activating his bloodline. "Even with all these we still can't find him?" he thought. Miss Amy was also moving around like she was searching for him. "There's no one here," she knew the truth but acted like she didn't. "Sir, we found something," a voice was suddenly heard through the communication device. Commander Lindstrand's face suddenly lit up with intrigue as he heard that. "Where and what did you find?" he voiced out through the device. Quiritium tilde the sound of small rumblings could be heard from the other end of the communication like a rock was moving. A kind of path that leads somewhere else, the officer voiced through the comms. A path. Commander Lindstrunt was surprised and proceeded to get the direction to head in from the sound of the rumblings. In a lot of MBO officers were gathered in front of a tunnelway of sorts that led down with a turning towards the left. On the ground in front of the wide hole, crumbled pieces of rocks were stacked together. There was no report of this the last time the underground structure was investigated, Commander Lindstrunt voiced out. Yes, the rocks covering this entrance were made from a xylopolic compound, which meant the machines used to scan the underground space were unable to see through this particular area. They must have missed it due to that, one of the MBO officers voiced out while placing his hands on the rocks scattered in front. How then did you take notice of it? Commander Lindstrunt asked. There were cracks all over this part of the ground wall. I was able to see within the spaces of some of the cracks and found out that there was a hidden space. If I had to guess, the young Miss presence and attack on the surface could have caused this, the MBO officer explained. At this point, Miss Amy was already at the location too and walked forward. Let's see where this leads, she voiced out as they cleared the way for her to move forward. The others followed after her as well. Several minutes earlier, Gustav stood within a small space he had just finished constructing inside the ground wall. He brought the body he warped out of the bag and threw it across the place. Multiple spikes that were shooting out from the wall stabbed into the flesh of this corpse that was well dressed up to look exactly how Ring Lord Vanisher would. But then, unlike Ring Lord Vanisher, the clothes were tattered and reeked with disgust along with the decaying corpse. The body hung above due to the spikes from the wall that had protruded into it. Gustav looked at the small space he had created and still wasn't satisfied with the look. Just as he activated atomic manipulation and was about to place his hand on the wall again, the underground structure trembled. Something is happening on the surface, Gustav was instantly able to tell and looked upwards. God Eyes has been activated, his vision turned reddish as his sight phased through all physical matter above, ascending towards the surface area. It passed through 1,000 feet of physical matter and arrived above the ground. Miss Amy. Gustav instantly spotted Miss Amy and several other people in the vicinity. She's here. Damn it, I don't have much time, Gustav voiced out as he also spotted the cops and the other people in the vicinity dressed in a casual wear. Gustav had no idea what was happening, but for the fact that every single one of them was close to the whole entrance he used in getting here, he knew that couldn't be a coincidence. Gustav quickly placed his hand on the wall and made some changes to the small space before he began making his way out of here. Chapter 779. He sped through the passageway he had created and turned right before arriving at the entrance area. He quickly brought out some pieces of green-colored rocks from the bag with him as he came out of the passageway. Gustav quickly placed his hand on the side of the hole he created while activating atomic manipulation. At this point, he could already sense some aircraft approaching this area from far above the surface after spreading his perception to the peak. Gustav hurriedly covered up the entrance of this place using atomic manipulation and the green rocks he brought out. The ground wall and the small green rocks merged as the entrance closed up, but a few cracks could still be seen on them. Gustav put the bag he brought with him in the storage device and began operating the dimensional bracelet on his wrist. Shit, he could sense Miss Amy's presence just in front of the hole at this point just as he tapped on the coordinates. Zing tilde fortunately, before any more movement was made, he was teleported out of there. Appearing back in the underground tunnelway underneath the burning sands, Gustav sighed in relief. Meanwhile, everything that had happened so far was after Gustav disappeared from the underground space. Goodness, there's a corpse in here, one of the MBO officers voiced out after they arrived in the hidden space that the tunnelway led to. They could see a headless corpse hung up, impaled by multiple spikes protruding from the wall with dried bloodstains all over. It looks like it's been here for weeks, Commander Lindstrunt stated as he looked around the shabby space that had cracks all over along with spikes shooting out of the wall. Let's get this back to the forensic team, the other officer with a red face voiced out. Since Gustav is not here, I assume the intelligence you received was wrong, Miss Amy voiced out from the side. It would seem so, Commander Lindstrunt responded with a defeated expression. Miss Amy turned around to leave at this point. Waste of time. I hope for their sakes you find something useful out of this headless corpse, Miss Amy voiced out with a threatening tone before leaving. The two high-ranking officers stared at themselves with disturbing expressions before staring back at the corpse. Get tested instantly so we know who it is and how it is helpful to the investigation. We need to have answers for the young miss, Commander Lindstrunt voiced out as they took the headless corpse away. Hours later Miss Amy was back in the apartment with Vera and Rilia. So according to them, this group from the MBO acted on their own to try and catch Gustav, so they're terming them as rogue MBO officers? Rilia asked with a look of contemplation. Yes, Miss Amy responded while crossing her leg on the sofa as she sat elegantly. It's obvious they only did that and rounded those involved up to pacify me and prevent me from turning the entire MBO upside down, Miss Amy added. What? Do they take you for a fool? Rilia voiced out with a chuckle, wondering how the MBO could think they had fooled Miss Amy with this. It doesn't matter anyway, Vera is safe and they were unable to catch him, Miss Amy muttered. The whole abduction scenario was blamed on the city's senator, Harry. He had planned for Vera to be abducted so he could use that opportunity to ask Miss Amy to apologize to the city for bringing fear upon them on the day of her arrival. The city was still in fear of what had happened on that day, seeing as they had almost been crushed and no explanations whatsoever were given to them about what had happened. Miss Amy wouldn't bother herself doing such anyways, and Senator Harry was mad at the fact that the MBO couldn't really keep Miss Amy on a leash, so he tried to take matters into his own hands. After finding out she reacted that way because of her student, who was the same person responsible for putting his city in a sorry state, he got even madder. Thinking Vera was also one of her precious students, he felt she would do the job of getting Miss Amy to apologize for her entry after he abducted her. He contacted the people to get the job done after Miss Amy left the city with the others. Unfortunately for him, the MBO intercepted his plans and decided to use this situation to their advantage. They sent some agents who pretended to be the hired abductors and brought Vera to the said location before revealing to Senator Harry that they were MBO agents. They made a deal with him that he would be allowed to do whatever he wanted to do initially without getting in trouble with them after they had finished extracting information from Vera. Of course, they had to keep their identity hidden since Vera was also a part of the MBO and would most likely be able to fish them out afterward. They had her abducted for 2 days, where they were trying to get more information out of her other than the fact that Gustav was currently in the city. Despite Vera's abilities not being completely sealed, it was close to impossible to escape considering they were more powerful, and she needed a catalyst of sorts because she would be able to do anything. The resolve to escape became fiercer after finding out their plan to get Gustav, which eventually led to everything that happened in the location where she was restrained. Senator Harry would have taken all the blame for abduction if the undercover agents managed to extract information and left, but they hadn't expected Miss Amy to have another person on the lookout for Vera while she was away. Why does it sound like you managed to prevent them from getting him? Rilia asked with a suspicious look. Because I did. Miss Amy's response caused both Vera and Rilia to stare at her with intrigued looks. Chapter 780. Vera had long sensed Gustav's presence disappeared from the city before Miss Amy arrived back at the apartment. Now with Miss Amy's words, it seemed like she made contact with Gustav. He was in the hole. I stalled them long enough for him to finish up what he was doing and leave, Miss Amy added. Both of them had looks of astonishment after hearing that. So it turned out Miss Amy could sense Gustav's presence down there. She was only making a scene to prevent anyone from going down there before he was finished with whatever he was doing down there. She knew what Gustav was up to was definitely related to the body that was found in the underground space, which was why she had made a threat before leaving. The threat she made would make them give her updates about whatever they found out after examining the corpse, and she could keep an eye out to know what Gustav was truly up to. So you didn't meet him then? Rilia inquired. If I had, they also would. The best decision was making sure they had no suspicions whatsoever on Gustav's presence within the hole. After all, none of them witnessed him go in, neither is there any proof that he did, Miss Amy stated. She knew Gustav could tell that she was there because she sensed a gaze on her from below. She felt a little disappointed within that she didn't get to meet him since she wanted to give the stubborn idiot a piece of her mind, but she was sure she'd be seeing him soon after today's incident died out and the results from the lab were released for the corpse. So, it turns out you weren't lying about being able to sense him, Vera, Miss Amy said to Vera. I'm just glad he's okay. Maybe he'll come back to the city soon again, Vera voiced out with a smile. Oh, he will come back for sure. I'll smack that hard head of his. Miss Amy muttered. Something is disturbing about this whole thing, Rilia voiced out. Miss Amy's eyes squinted as she felt Rilia was about to mention something that was bothering her as well. How is it known to them that Vera can sense Gustav's presence? Looks like they already knew about it since their aim was to get her in particular, Rilia stated. Yeah, I have the same worry, Miss Amy responded with a look of suspiciousness. And they also knew to check the crime scenes like they knew that was going to be Gustav's next move. This was something that was only discussed by our group since we know Gustav well enough to understand what he would try to do, Vera voiced out as well, recalling everything the abductors had said to her. This can only mean there's someone revealing information about Gustav within this circle, Miss Amy voiced out while standing to her feet. Interesting. I wonder how he would feel after figuring out he was making the wrong choice in picking friends. His trust issues would definitely get worse. Miss Amy didn't have to say his name before the two could understand that she was referring to Gustav. Vera knew how bad Gustav was at trusting others, so she understood Miss Amy's words even better. Now would they keep this secret from him after he was back, or would they reveal it? Vera couldn't place her thumb on which one was a better option since both would have some form of consequence. Keep our discussion here private and don't tell anyone about your abduction either, Miss Amy said to Vera. Vera nodded in response. I'll find out who it is soon enough, Miss Amy said before moving out of the house. Now that Miss Amy had pointed it out, Vera couldn't help but wonder who it could be, seeing as none of them here had given any impression of being against Gustav. Elevera, Eldris, Ria, Timi, and herself were the only people who Miss Amy had mentioned she couldn't trust earlier due to never setting her eyes on them earlier. This led Vera to believe that they were amongst the friends that had come to later know Gustav. She was out of the suspicion list for obvious reasons. Only her was abducted and they really tried to extract information from her but were still unable to do so. She was more of a victim. Even the others who Miss Amy claimed not to trust on the day of arrival, didn't seem like they'd ever try such a thing. It was crazy how she couldn't put her suspicion on anyone in particular since none of them seemed like it with the relationship they shared with Gustav, but it remained a fact that one of them was a traitor. This made Vera shiver a little. Having friends is truly scary. This made Vera feel the need to shut people out of her life even more. It's nice to see Lil Sis show emotions other than disgust once in a while, Rilia stated while relaxing on the sofa. She's showing emotions this way? Vera asked with a little bit of confusion on her face. Oh, yes she is, Rilia responded. Then how does she look when she isn't showing any emotions? Vera wondered within herself. That Gustav kid must have really penetrated her cold heart. She's even tolerating my presence, Rilia voiced out with a slight look of jealousy. You keep calling her Lil Sis. Are you two truly sisters? Vera questioned. We are from the same main family, so she is in fact my cousin and we are related by blood. I choose to call her Lil Sis because I'm older, Rilia replied. If so, why wouldn't she tolerate your presence then? Vera was a bit confused by the initial statement. Oh that, haha, she really hates our family and every single person related to her by blood. It's complicated. Rilia had a slightly crestfallen look on her face as she voiced out. Chapter 781. She would have wiped us off the face of the earth too if her mother's last wishes weren't to leave us be, Rilia added. I'm surprised you'd still want to be around her, Vera stated. I always admired her even though I am close to 15 years older than she is. She is the definition of pure talent. Unrelenting, unforgiving, determined. She was the type who never stopped reaching, Rilia voiced out. I used to be known as the main star of the entire household till she came along. Even though we're both alpha-ranked mixed bloods, she would easily toss me around like a rag doll if I ever decided to go against her, Rilia revealed. Vera had an astounded look on her face as she heard this. Turned out Miss Amy was way more powerful than everyone realized, seeing as even her own cousin that was one of the most powerful mixed bloods on the planet admitted that she would easily be taken care of by her. Also, I think she's fond of me even though she hates our family. She did save my life once after all. Rilia chuckled lightly as memories flooded her mind. Just how powerful is she? If she decided to go all out, what would be the outcome? Vera was curious and decided to ask. Honestly, no one knows. It's just like Jack, the most powerful mixed blood. No one knows the full extent of their capabilities since there was never a reason for them to unleash all of it. Rilia explained. However, there is no guarantee the Earth would still be in one piece if she decided to turn rogue one day. So long as she is within Earth's atmosphere and decides to unleash her full capabilities, Earth might not remain in space anymore. In a flash, over a week had already gone by and Gustav had remained within the underground tunnelway this whole time. It had been a month since the incident with Boss Danzo, and even though he hadn't solved the situation yet, Gustav still grieved every single day. The pain of losing Boss Danzo was still as sharp till this day, and whenever he thought about how he could have done things differently, tears would flow down his face once more. The system had told him over and over to stop beating himself up about it, but such happenings were involuntary. Emotions couldn't be controlled after all, and Gustav had never borne the pain of losing someone he considered very important before, so he didn't expect it to hurt this bad. He still wondered how he was going to face Mara to tell her Boss Danzo died because of him. In the last few days, his energy had completely recovered as well as the energy within the dimensional bracelet. He had also spent a lot of time channeling his bloodlines. He could tell that his Yaki would be free of the restraints in the next few hours because he had checked it some time ago and witnessed the band-aids like restraints slowly falling apart. Because of Miss Amy and the interference of the others, there is no need for the last step of the plan. They must have found the corpse already, Gustav muttered with a look of contemplation. He still wondered what they were all doing on the surface and how everyone suddenly arrived. This had been on his mind since he arrived back here. It made him wonder if a tracker was placed on him, but Gustav was sure they would have found a way to get down here if that was the case. Gustav couldn't call what had happened a coincidence, but he hoped they never knew he was there because knowing of his presence would ruin everything. Was Miss Amy there to help me? Gustav thought as he recalled Miss Amy standing in front of the hole without jumping in for the few seconds his dimensional bracelet was activating. She's really going to kill me after all this has died down, Gustav sighed as he voiced out. This made him feel glad in a type of way. Even though he had lost Boss Danzo, he was happy for the fact that Miss Amy was still around and he hoped he never had to lose her. A light smile appeared on his face as he thought about their experiences together before standing to his feet. It's time to move, he voiced out as he began operating the dimensional bracelet. In the next few seconds, Gustav disappeared amidst a flash of bright blue light. Zing tilde, he reappeared in Sir Ziel's office, causing a small wind to scatter across the place. Sir Ziel, who was seated on one of his sofas, was startled for a moment before spotting that it was Gustav. Gustav, you're back, Sir Zil voiced out with a smile. How is Teresa's? Gustav asked. She's fine and prepared to give the presentation by tomorrow with Marshall, Sir Ziel responded. By tomorrow? Gustav voiced out in confusion. Yes, by tomorrow. We had to take the steps you asked us to earlier because your plan has already begun working and the authorities are currently re-evaluating your case, Sir Ziel voiced out with a smile of victory. Hold on. Gustav couldn't believe his ears as he thought this would take longer. Are you saying they have found all the clues that I planted, the corpse included? Gustav asked. Not only found, but an unknown individual also helped broadcast the results of the investigations that had conducted in the past week from the clues you dropped, leading the narrative in the direction you wanted. The press had broadcasted it and now the whole world is questioning the government themselves instead of you based on everything that had been found so far, Sir Ziel explained. Interesting. So is this why they are presenting tomorrow? Gustav asked. Yes, there is a hearing tomorrow, and seeing as you hadn't been available all this time, I took the liberty of preparing them for the presentation for them to appear in tomorrow's hearing. We couldn't miss the opportunity, Sir Zil added. Chapter 782. Good job, Scientist ZL, I really owe you. Gustav voiced out with a look of gratitude, but something still bothered him. How is a hearing going to be held in my absence? He questioned. It has been requested all over the news for you to show up at Court Vladlini tomorrow for the last few days. But the hearing would still have taken place regardless of your absence, as the witnesses in several crime scenes have severally voiced their opinions on wanting to speak to the public on what they saw on that day, Sir Ziel explained. Every one of them who is fully recovered now will be attending the hearing, and a defender has been put in place for you. Courtesy of your teacher, Sir Ziel added. Miss Amy is involved as well? Gustav voiced out. She appeared on the news recently. I'm sure she's doing all that she can from within to assist with the upcoming hearing, Sir Ziel responded. I guess I'll be seeing her soon then, Gustav stated. Will you be attending the hearing? Sir Ziel asked. No, unless I'm sure of this whole thing working out. I actually haven't decided if I will attend or not, Gustav said with an indecisive tone. I'll make my choice before tomorrow arrives, Gustav added. All right, Sir Ziel nodded. I need footage on the news. I want to watch everything that has happened so far, Gustav requested. Sir Ziel nodded and voiced out some commands. In a few seconds, several holographic screens appeared in mid-air showing different media outlets. The screens began playing different news footage, which according to the date some were as early as 2 days after Gustav left the headless corpse in the hole, and some were just a few days ago. We have received vital information relating to the WG District incident and the case regarding Gustav Crimson. The headless corpse of Mr. Vanisher, who was among the deceased on that day, has been recovered. Autopsy was carried out on the corpse, and it was revealed to be that of Mr. Vanisher, the #1 business mogul in the city. The corpse seemed to have been discovered hidden deeper within the underground space of the WG District. The news reaching US now has revealed that investigation is being carried out on the spatial storage ring found on the deceased body. It has been revealed that these three, Mr. Vanisher, Mr. Hallow and Miss Banshia, are the well-known underground crime lords called the Ring Lords. Countless of their crimes and exploits which were documented by Mr. Vanisher himself found within the storage ring includes human trafficking, mixed blood organ trafficking, illegal creation of underground battle facilities and many others. The authorities carrying out the investigation has revealed that everything documented within the ring were, in fact, accurate, as some of these illegal businesses has been connected to the three Ring Lords. Breaking news. The three Ring Lords' devious plan against the city has been revealed. Breaking news. The three Ring Lords' devious plan against the city has been revealed, along with a short footage of the planned operation to end Gustav Crimson existence. According to investigations, it can be seen that Gustav Crimson acted in accordance to protect the city from imminent destruction. Gustav Crimson, protector or mass murderer. Gustav was able to keep up with every screen showing different media outlets and their similar but also different broadcast of news articles. So far what he could see was his plan coming to fruition even faster than he expected. He didn't think someone would reveal the investigations that would be ongoing after he had planted every piece of evidence he created in the different spots. It turned out someone within the MBO gave the press full revelation of everything that the MBO had uncovered. Right now Gustav wasn't even being seen as a bad guy anymore, except by some of those who lost loved ones in the destruction. Gustav had gotten Ring Lord Vanisher's storage ring because the day he obliterated his entire body besides his head, the ring was the only thing left. Of course, since Gustav was in a rage that day, he didn't even think twice about the ring, neither did he even try to pick it up since he passed out a few seconds after destroying them all. Fortunately, he recalled the existence of the ring long after he had regained consciousness and went back to the area where he snuffed them out of existence to find it. He eventually did, and getting the storage ring to open up wasn't an issue since he could take the form of Ring Lord Vanisher. There were already compromising documents within the personal storage ring that listed out illegal operations the Ring Lords had carried out. Gustav only needed to add more that would suit the narrative and make the ring lords look like the culprits of the destruction that had happened within the city on the day of Boss Danzo's death. Since storage devices could not be opened up except by the owner they were linked to, the MBO and other authorities investigating did not doubt that everything they had found within was planted. Of course, since they were the most powerful force in the world, they would have special means of prying open the storage device. And now the things that have been found within, as well as a fake footage Gustav created with the help of the system, the blame for the incident that happened was falling on the heads of the ring lords. Gustav could not completely change things to look like he wasn't involved due to the eyewitnesses who already witnessed his involvement, so instead, he made it look more like the actions he had performed were for the safety of the entire city. According to some of the records documented within the storage device of Ring Lord Vanisher, a man-made virus to which only them had the cure was to be released in the city. They would then capitalize on the fact that only they could make the cure. Chapter 783. According to some of the records documented within the storage device of Ring Lord Vanisher, a man-made virus to which only them had the cure was to be released in the city. They would then capitalize on the fact that only they could make the cure. The locations that had been destroyed were simply places the virus was being replicated, and some other locations had also been rigged with them according to the records. Even though Gustav's statement had not been taken yet since he hadn't fallen into the hands of the authorities, everything pointed to the fact that all these locations were destroyed for the preservation of the city. Initial statements of some of the witnesses mentioned he was fighting off a group and even saved them, so there were speculations that Gustav already found out about this ploy a long time ago and they tried to silence him. The city still remembered the situation with Boss Danzo being charged several felonies, one of which came from Ring Lord Vanisher, and then Gustav released a statement about an illegal underground arena belonging to him. They recalled that the city descended into chaos on that same day and Gustav was being attacked with Boss Danzo at a place they were settling down in on that same day. The media had also helped in outlining these connections, stating that they couldn't just be coincidences, which was why a hearing for Gustav was being conducted this early. The speculations and news were blowing out of proportion worldwide as Gustav was now believed by the people to have saved the city. The methods, however, of doing so seemed to be a problem, which was why he hadn't been cleared as a suspect yet. Now that Gustav thought about it, he would have to be present during the hearing to give his own statement and answer questions they might have for him to make the whole situation tally even more in his favor. So tomorrow by noon, Gustav voiced out as he saw the timing of the hearing. Yes, Sir ZL nodded in response. I'll be there, Gustav decided. Good, this whole thing can finally end once and for all. Sir ZL was genuinely glad as he voiced out. After all, Gustav had been wanted and in hiding for over a month already. He felt it was really too much for a 19-year-old kid to be going through such, especially when he was not really to blame for the whole situation. The corrupt ways of the government and letting people with wealth act as though the law doesn't restrict them was what led to this anyways. Now they had met their Waterloo, losing so much from the destruction caused by Gustav. Sir ZL didn't see anything wrong with Gustav changing the narrative to pin the blame for the whole situation on the ring lords, since this incident, which was clearly not his fault, would have buried him. There was nothing wrong with tricking the world since they didn't root out the evil ones in the first place. It was well deserved after everything he had gone through. Meanwhile, within the apartment, Miss Amy stayed in with Angie and the others. A situation was currently playing out. In the living room, everyone formed a circle around the green-skinned girl with a brown-colored tail. They all had looks of disgust as they stared at her, while Miss Amy behind shook her head with an expression of disappointment displayed on her face. "What do you have to say for yourself, Glade?" Miss Amy voiced out with a cold tone from behind. Glade, who was encircled by Angie, Eildris, and the others, had a look of guilt racked up on her face as she tried to speak repeatedly but couldn't form words. "So it turned out it was this green bitch, eh?" Rillia voiced out from Miss Amy's side. "Having a different look sometimes is something to watch out for," she added while clicking her tongue. ES eyes widened a little as he heard that and turned to look at her with a suspicious gaze as he recalled he looked especially different from the others. "I guess in this case it wouldn't be discrimination against color in this situation, so I'll let that slide," he muttered and turned back around to face the situation at hand. I trusted you, Glade. You were my best friend. How could you do this? Angie voiced out with a betrayed expression. It's. You can't blame me, I had to watch out for myself, Glade finally voiced out. You had to watch out for yourself. Which is why you were giving out information on a friend. Angie voiced out while giving Glade a ridiculing glare. I don't really consider him a friend. I'm only here because of you, Glade stated while looking down. Thanks for choosing to betray me then. So all this time, you acted like a friend and kept giving out information on our doings here. You told them everything they needed to catch him and they almost did. I remember you would ask questions about Gustav from me and tell me to stay away. Sometimes you acted like you despised him. Does that mean this has been going on for long? Angie voiced out with a look of realization. No. Yes. I didn't mean to, okay? I just Angie interrupted her before she could complete her sentence. You've been doing this even in camp. Who have you been feeding information to and what do they want with Gustav? Angie voiced out with a threatening tone as she moved closer to Glade. I can't say. I'm not allowed to, Glade responded while shaking her head. The others stared at Glade with an expression of disgust and disappointment. How could you even do such and stay with us? Were all those times we shared a lie? EE voiced out. No, I was only looking out for myself, you can't blame me. You all would do the same too if you were in my posit. Chapter 784. ID never betray a friend for any offer no matter how good, but you have made it clear that you are no friend, Glade. Eldris' tone was laced with immense disappointment as he voiced out. Who have you been feeding information to, Glade, and what did you tell them, you treacherous bitch? Angius voiced out in a hate-filled tone. I can't tell you, Glade said with a crestfallen expression. I guess this is what trusting someone gets you. Gustav was always right. Angie's anger was building up the more she stared at Glade. Yo, chill Angie, we're still here, EE said trying to calm her down. This is how being nice to others brings betrayal and suffering. First, Endrick, and now you, Glade. You. Angie arrived in front of Glade at this point while pointing her index finger at Glade's forehead. Angie, I only did what I had to. It's not B. Before Glade could complete her sentence, Angie's hand swiped an arc across the air. Pa. Chapter 785. 1 minute left, Miss Amy said while slowly strolling towards the hole in the kitchen wall. Minutes earlier, Miss Amy had gathered everyone to the living room, saying she had an announcement. Before this, Miss Amy had brought everyone besides Vera who remained in the city, back to Burning Sands City. After the stunt Gustav pulled before he disappeared once more, she figured there was no reason to leave the cadets watching other cities. As things began to unfold after Gustav planted the headless corpse and the narrative began to change for him, Miss Amy was even more convinced to bring the cadets back to the city. She had a feeling she'd be seeing Gustav real soon now, so there was no need to try and fish him out. Her prior discussion with Vera in the presence of Rilia as well led her to plant a technologically advanced and very impossible item to acquire, called the transmission tapper. Only a handful of these technology devices were created worldwide, and with her special privileges, Miss Amy was able to acquire one. Chapter 786. Bang! Her feet crashed into Glade's chest with intensity as both of them blasted through a business building. Bang! 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 Glade's back kept crashing into multiple walls within the building, destroying offices while Angie's feet were still stamped on her chest, pushing her forward with the leftover force she had accumulated from the small sprint she did earlier. Bang! They slammed through the last wall on the end of the building and fell from the 180th floor down to the next street below. Glade conjured 2 sickles in her hand as they fell through the air and swung them towards Angie. Angie bent her body backward in the mid-air, easily dodging the attack, and proceeded to grab both Glade's hands. Chapter 787. I was. Before she could reply, 3 aircraft suddenly arrived on the scene. Cease every form of movement and get on your knees. A loud announcement was heard from the aircraft in the middle as MBO officers began descending from them. Everyone turned around to look upwards at the agents descending except for Gustav, who remained in the same position with the hoodie covering half of his face. Miss Amy finally decided to intervene at this point. Swoosh, she suddenly appeared in front of Angie and behind Gustav as the MBO officers that had just descended marched towards them with the intent of wanting to detain them. The MBO officers paused their movements as they spotted Miss Amy. "Young miss," one of them in front voiced out with a surprised expression. Chapter 788. "Oh, come on now," Gustav grumbled in dissatisfaction as Miss Amy flew towards the apartment while still holding him. Rilia snapped her finger from above and everyone else on the ground level disappeared from the spot. She disappeared as well an instant later, arriving back in the apartment the same time Miss Amy arrived. "You really wanted to leave her? After that dramatic entrance? Man, you wanted to waste all that." Falco and EE voiced out as they stared at Gustav, who was restricted in the middle of the living room. His body was currently floating in mid-air with purplish energy surrounding him. "I wasn't even. You guys were not supposed to see me till tomorrow. Y'all were causing too much havoc in the city, so I had to take a look," Gustav responded while rolling his eyes. "Still, you can't just jump in on us and leave just like that," Matilda voiced out with a slightly annoyed tone. "Come on, you guys were gonna see me tomorrow anyway," Gustav replied. "Now that my rival is back, our battle shall be." "Not now, Rhea," everyone shouted out at the same time before Rhea could complete his sentence. His mouth hung open as he paused his sentence and slowly lowered his hand that was raised up before sitting down in silence. "Are you not even concerned about what happened with Glade?" Timmy finally addressed the elephant in the room. Everywhere turned silent at this point and everyone turned to stare at Angie and then back at Gustav. Gustav was truly curious about what had brought about the battle and why Angie was on the verge of murdering Glade before he arrived on the scene. Angie looked down at this point, afraid to meet Gustav's eyes because of 2 reasons. The first being, she felt Gustav would be hurt the moment he found out that one of his friends was selling out information on him. The second was, she was scared to tell Gustav she lost control and really had it in mind to kill Glade because he might start seeing her as a monster. Another problem was, this wasn't the first time it was happening, as she almost killed Gustav's little brother in the past as well. "I have a feeling that it might be something upsetting. I prefer dealing with one thing at a time and I haven't finished dealing with my current predicament," Gustav voiced out. Everyone had a look of understanding as they heard that. "That being said, since I'm here, clearly against my will, but I am here. Angie, why did you want to kill Glade?" Gustav asked. Angie's eyes remained locked on the floor after Gustav posed the question. Just as she wanted to answer, Miss Amy arrived back in the living room. "The damage you lots caused is being taken care of," she announced as she moved towards one of the sofas and sat down. "Thanks, Miss Amy," everyone voiced out in appreciation, knowing it would have been too much for them to handle if Miss Amy wasn't here. "Hey, get me out of this thing," Gustav said to Miss Amy. "No, you stay there. That's punishment for hiding away all this time," Miss Amy responded with an unbothered expression. "You know I could get out of this if I wanted to, right?" Gustav voiced out with a mischievous grin. "Oh, get out of it then," an evil smirk appeared on Miss Amy's face as she replied. "You villainess," a defeated smile appeared on Gustav's face as he voiced out. Miss Amy was the only person that could easily put Gustav in his place without remorse, and she was still the one who doted on him the most. "You should be glad I chose a small punishment like this. I initially had something more difficult in mind," Miss Amy said while crossing her legs. The tense atmosphere had eased up a little after Gustav and Miss Amy's dialogue. "He expresses more emotions with people he's closer to," Elevra thought from the side after witnessing the banter between Gustav and Miss Amy. She could see so many similarities between them as people who never showed emotions. Now they had teased each other a little and even smiled, which was something that never happened. Looks like there are more sides to him that he reveals. I wonder how he will take Glade's betrayal, Elevra thought with an intrigued expression. Now is anyone going to answer me about why Angie was close to murdering Glade? Gustav questioned once more. Angie had steeled herself at this point and was about to spill the whole truth to Gustav when Miss Amy spoke. Angie was doing you a favor. Too bad you stopped her from ending Glade's life, Miss Amy stated. How would ending Glade's life do me a favor? What did she do? Gustav could already tell that Glade must have done something. She's a traitor, Miss Amy voiced out bluntly. She has been giving someone within the MBO information about you this whole time, Eldris added when he noticed the slight look of confusion on Gustav's face. Since back in the MBO camp, she has been in contact with this mystery person. And even here, the reason you were almost caught at the location you initially destroyed was because of her, Timi voiced out as well. Oh, so that's what it was, haha. Gustav laughed lightly as he spoke. Everything made sense to him now. Everyone was a bit surprised by his reaction as they had expected a different one. The dots connect. Yeah, I knew, Gustav voiced out. You knew? Ee asked with a doubtful gaze. I began suspecting her since I was still in camp. Why do you think I made sure she was absent in most of our meetings? Eldris, Ee, and Falco's eyes widened in realization as they thought about it. I would have reconciled with Angie long ago if I wasn't suspicious of Glade. Staying away from Angie was a good way to keep her away too, since I wasn't 100% sure that Glade was spying on me, Gustav added. Chapter 789. I would have reconciled with Angie long ago if I wasn't suspicious of Glade. Staying away from Angie was a good way to keep her away too, since I wasn't 100% sure that Glade was spying on me, Gustav added. I did spot her a couple of times following me around camp, but I acted like I didn't see anything, Gustav said with a reminiscing expression. Well damn, why didn't you mention anything? Ee asked. No proof. I am 100% sure you guys would have said I was just being insecure or mistrustful like always, Gustav replied. They couldn't deny that Gustav was correct with this. If he had mentioned it, they would have tried to talk him out of suspecting her since she managed to fool them all. I even tried to convince myself that there was nothing, but the moment I have suspicions about a person, the feeling never goes away. It all makes sense now, but still, she must have given the other party a lot of info since she was probably able to get one or two things from you guys. Well, she asked me questions about you sometimes and I gave her answers, Falco revealed. I swear I had no idea she was. Falco quickly tried to explain as he sensed everyone's gaze on him. I'm not blaming you, Falco. If I had mentioned it, I'm sure you guys would have given her reason to covertly seek information and hide her intentions better because you all suck at acting. Gustav felt he was the only one with good acting skills among all of them except for Glade. But he felt even Glade wasn't as good as acting as he was because he could remember she had visibly displayed hostility towards him and even acted suspiciously a few times to his notice. He never showed any signs that he was suspicious of her, but he felt the others would have if they were told. I'm sorry, Gustav, Angie voiced out. Sorry? Why? He asked. All this time I placed a lot of trust in her and told her a lot. I feel like a fool. You were always right when you said I was too trusting, Angie stated with a crestfallen expression. It's not your fault. She was really good, now I feel bad for not letting you finish the job, Gustav voiced out. Yeah, you really stopped her from doing you a favor, Miss Amy stated. I think I would have very much preferred it if everyone had kept acting like we knew nothing after finding this out. Would be nice to use her to feed the MBO wrong information about me since they are so interested in me. Gustav liked the idea of keeping Glade unaware that they knew about her betrayal, so they could fool the MBO, but what was done was done. It's not like they could reverse the circumstance. There will be lots of opportunities for an accident to happen to her in the future, nothing to worry about, Gustav said with a casual tone, but everyone understood exactly what he meant. Angie might have failed to kill Glade today, but Gustav would definitely end her in the future. It's really interesting that the MBO feels the only way to get to me is by using the people in my inner circle. I just hope they know they'll be sending others to their death if they ever decide to try something like this in the future, Gustav said with a playful but also sounded serious tone. I don't mind sending anyone here to their early graves. Gustav didn't need to be direct before everyone here understood that he was voicing out a threat this way. There was a little bit of silence for a few seconds before Miss Amy finally spoke. Where were you the whole time the world we were searching for you? She asked. Oh, that. I hid underneath the burning sands surrounding the city, Gustav revealed. Miss Amy's eyes squinted as she heard that while the others reacted by furrowing their eyebrows in contemplation or slightly opening their mouths. I guess that explains why we were unable to find you, Miss Amy stated. How did you do that? Falco asked from the side. Chapter 790. How are? Oh, it's because of that. Gustav came to a realization before he could pose the question. You never did tell me the connection wasn't cut off, Gustav said to her. I wanted to, but I thought you might find it creepy. Vera's cheeks burned red as she responded. You've done something even worse in the past, so, nah, I wouldn't find this creepy. It's actually not entirely bad since Miss Amy was able to find and offer me assistance, but at the same time not entirely good. Gustav felt he wouldn't be able to hide if others wanted to find him using Vera. But it was still okay since it had a proximity range. He just hoped the proximity wouldn't increase in the future. This connection came about when Vera tried to turn Gustav into a puppet in the past. Gustav still counted himself lucky that Vera decided to deactivate the parasitic strains she planted in him because the system had sensed it late. If he eventually had to make the system get rid of it before she did, he would have found a way to kill her because that would mean Vera was overly insane and useless. But the fact that she decided that it wasn't the right way to acquire Gustav's love and decided to get rid of the parasitic strains made Gustav find usefulness in her. Even though she got rid of the parasitic strains before Gustav's consciousness was taken over, the connection between her and Gustav wasn't cut off. She had the same situation with Endrik. She was able to sense if he was within citywide proximity to herself because she also planted the parasitic strains in him back then, but she never revealed that this was a side effect. Everyone was at a loss as to what Gustav and Vera were referring to, but they could guess that this was another secret between the both of them that wouldn't be revealed to others. At the very least, this confirmed that Vera was able to sense Gustav and they could use her next time Gustav ever went missing. What truly happened, Gustav? Why did you rain chaos upon the city? Eldris asked the main question that everyone was dying to know. They knew about Boss Danzo, but they wanted to know the whole story. Gustav's mood changed a bit as he heard that, and they could sense it. The place was silent for a long time. As Gustav finally wanted to say something, there was a knock on the main door and a holographic image appeared in the living room, displaying who had just arrived. Miss Amy finally released Gustav from the purplish energy binding as the person at the door was let in. It was a beautiful-looking girl with an oval-shaped face, a slim figure around the same height as Angie, and dark red hair. Mara, Gustav voiced out as he spotted her entering the living room area. He was both surprised and feeling ashamed at the same time. She shared a stare with him that radiated with both sadness and understanding. Gustav, she voiced out as she arrived in front of him and proceeded to wrap her hands around him. She was almost 2 heads shorter than him, so her arms were wrapped around his waist as she buried the side of her face into his lower chest area. Gustav stood in place for a while at loss at whether to embrace her back or not. He slowly raised his right hand and placed it on her head before stroking her hair backward repeatedly. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect him," his eyes narrowed as whispered with a guilt-filled tone. Mara pulled back from his embrace after hearing this. "It's not your fault. I'm sure you did what you could," Mara said with a comforting tone. "I do not blame you, and I'm sure he wouldn't want you to blame yourself either," she added while holding onto Gustav's hands. Gustav heaved a heavy sigh as he heard that. "I was there. I watched it happen right before my very eyes. I should have saved him, but instead, he saved me. Gustav mumbled as tears threatened to spill from his eyes. This was the first time everyone was seeing Gustav get so emotional, and it shook them to their very core. It was close to impossible to put Gustav and emotions in the same sentence, so this made them realize Boss Danzo must have been a significant figure in his life. Only Miss Amy truly understood this, along with Angie. Stop it. I don't want you blaming yourself, but I want to know everything that happened, Mara voiced out once more. More than anyone here, Mara was the one who truly deserved a full narration since she was Boss Danzo's granddaughter. Gustav now decided to tell the full story of how he came here almost 3 months back. Everyone paid attention to him as he explained his purpose for coming to Burning Sands City in the first place and his experience after getting here. How he discovered the illegal underground arena, the ring lords, and how they engaged in other illegal activities within the city, to how he saved Boss Danzo and Teresa's. Of course, he omitted some parts, not wanting to reveal a lot of his abilities and how he managed to pull some things off, but it was impossible to miss the sadness in his voice whenever he mentioned Boss Danzo. It took over 2 hours before he got to the part where the ring lords sent kilo-ranked mercenaries after them, and at this point, everyone had looks of astonishment listening to Gustav narrate this part. In about 30 minutes more he was done, and they all had looks of amazement and disbelief on their faces. He fought off kilo-ranked mixed bloods and not only won but destroyed all of them. Everyone couldn't process this revelation without looks of astonishment. Gustav had lied to them that he consumed a drug specially created to raise the potential of a mixed blood for a brief period, but it came with side effects which were what led to the destructions that happened within the city. Chapter 792. Are 18 scenes from the middle of the chapter to the end. Idiot, you missed your chance, the system suddenly voiced out in his head. Missed my chance how? Gustav asked. I know you're mopping around right now feeling sorry for yourself, but Angie really wanted to use that opportunity to spend time with you. The system responded with a disappointed tone. Oh, she did. Gustav sounded like he had no idea. It's so sad that you can only read facial expressions and body language when it's related to crime. Damned virgin, the system insulted him without restraint. Hey, that doesn't mean. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, the system interrupted. Looks like you still have a chance, use it wisely, it suddenly voiced out. Still have a chance to do what? Com. A knock was heard at the door the moment Gustav poised this question in his mind. He hadn't been concentrating since he started talking with the system internally, which was why he didn't sense the figure approaching his room door. Even before he stood up to open the door, he already knew who was there. He walked over and proceeded to slide open his room door. Angie, he voiced out as he spotted her standing in front with a tray in her grasp and a glass of juice with some biscuits on them. I figured you were probably not going to sleep yet, so I brought some snacks. A beautiful smile appeared on her face as she voiced out. Thank you, Gustav voiced as he moved to the side for her to come in. Angie walked in and placed the tray on a small table positioned beside the bed. She sat by the bedside and tapped on the space beside her twice, gesturing at Gustav to sit beside her. Gustav moved towards the bed after closing the door up and sat beside Angie. Angie proceeded to pick one of the snacks up and tried to feed Gustav. I can feed myself, Gustav chuckled lightly as he held her wrist. Let me, she said with a smile while staring at Gustav in the eyes. Gustav subconsciously let go of her wrist and slightly opened his mouth. Angie began feeding the snack to Gustav and passed him the glass of juice after some time. Her smile radiated so much cuteness and gentleness, charming him as she continued to feed him. After some time he told her he was satisfied and she put the snacks aside before pulling his head to lay on her lap. Angie. Gustav was a bit surprised as he didn't expect her to suddenly pull him to lay his head on her lap. "Are you okay?" she asked while gently rubbing Gustav's hair backward. "I'm fine, you don't have to treat me like this because of what happened," Gustav responded. I'm glad you say you're fine, but still, let me," Angie said while still maintaining the smile on her face with her hand on Gustav's head. Gustav wanted to say something again, but his jaw just hung loose for some time before he decided to swallow the words down. As his head rested on Angie's soft laps, her scent drifted into his nostrils, making him feel an inexplicable emotion. Currently, Angie was clad in a blue tank top and black shorts, leaving a lot of her glistening smooth skin exposed, which made her look mesmerizing. "There's some here," she voiced out while using her fingers to clean the side of Gustav's lips. She brought her fingers to her lips and licked the crumbs of biscuits she cleared off the side of Gustav's lips. What did you just do?" Gustav voiced out as his face turned a shade of red. "Hehe, it tasted good," Angie said playfully. Gustav wanted to speak again, but she placed her hands on his lips once more. "Let me clean the rest off." Gustav grabbed her wrist at this point and sat up. "I can do it myself," he voiced out and tried to clean the sides of his lips but noticed that there was nothing there anymore. "You little." Hee. Angie chuckled lightly as Gustav realized she was just teasing him the second time around. He pushed her down onto the bed and held both her hands by the sides, locking her in place. Angie was still laughing at this point, but then they suddenly made eye contact and then the atmosphere became a bit serious as Gustav's face descended closer to hers. Sparks of desire were ignited as Angie stared dreamily into his eyes while his face stopped a few centimeters from hers. Seeing as Gustav wasn't moving any further, she raised her face a little and that was it. Their lips met. They slowly sucked on each other's lips as kissing sounds echoed across the room. Enjoying the taste of each other's lips for several seconds, Gustav didn't know when he found his body completely above Angie's. Their bodies merged as Gustav grabbed onto her waist while she wrapped her legs around his waist. Their kisses turned even more passionate as seconds went by without them separating from each other. "Gustav," Angie moaned with a tone of breathlessness as Gustav separated his lips from hers and began leaving a trail of kisses down her neck. She tightened her eyes and her face radiated with an expression of ecstasy as she felt Gustav's lips on her neck. She opened her eyes after some time and began pulling Gustav's top off. Gustav let her and proceeded to grab onto the hem of her tank top before pulling it off as well. What appeared in his line of sight was a black-laced bra with smooth, perky-looking cleavages. Angie wasted no time in pulling her bra off as well, revealing a smooth pair of tits. Gustav stared at them with a look of fascination for a while as this was his first time seeing fully revealed tits in close proximity. They were fairly large, bigger than his palm at the very least, and quite perky as well. With an expression of immense desire, Gustav pushed her to the bed once more and began smooching her lips intensely. She could feel Gustav's throbbing erection pressing against her belly through his shorts as he lay atop her while they kissed. Gustav moved down and grabbed her titties before sucking on her left nipple passionately, causing Angie loud moans to fill the room. Gustav. Her melodic moans echoed across the room while she held onto Gustav's head as he switched from one tit to the other, firmly grabbing onto them with his palms. Chapter 793. Warning. Are 18 scenes. You can choose to skip to the Gustav. Her sensual moans echoed across the room while she held onto Gustav's head as he switched from one tit to the other, firmly grabbing onto them with his palms. In a few more moments, they were both stark naked with Gustav above Angie's body. "Are you sure you want us to do this?" Gustav asked her as she panted heavily while staring at his thick rod, which was currently pointing at her nether regions. "Chenem. I want my first time to be you, Gustav," she voiced out with a low tone. Gustav's eyes widened slightly as he heard that. First time? He thought internally as his heart began beating even more rapidly than before. Angie reached out and grabbed hold of his erect and thick-looking rod before guiding it towards her entrance. Gustav grunted as he felt his rod rubbing against Angius' entrance, which was dripping with wetness at this point. It felt so stimulating, which had him wondering if this was how it was supposed to feel. Angius' moan sounded like a mixture of both pleasure and pain as Gustav pushed his hips forward a little. 1/2 centimeter of the tip of his rod penetrated her entrance, but Gustav paused to make sure he wasn't hurting her. Angie was still breathing in and out heavily at this point, while her face was turned towards the left as her eyes remained closed. Gustav pushed his hips forward even more, causing his rod to slowly slide in, causing Angie to hiss in pain as she felt her tight cave stretching to accommodate Gustav's length. Gustav could see the pain on her face and wanted to stop, but she wrapped her legs around his waist tightly and pulled him forward to kiss him. Flesh-merging sounds rang out as Gustav's full length slid into Angie completely, causing her to moan in his mouth. Sweat dribbled down Gustav's forehead as he tried to control the amount of stimulation he felt in that particular part of his body being wrapped by Angius' wet and tight cave walls. It was so pleasurable. He could feel his brain going numb as his rod throbbed repeatedly within her. So this is how it feels. It's amazing. Gustav began to thrust back and forth as he had seen in some videos. He also recalled the times he had witnessed some of these acts in reality with God eyes. Gustav. Angie began to feel the pain subside as Gustav began thrusting back and forth repeatedly. Pleasure began to hit her like waves as she moaned even more loudly, pulling Gustav into her embrace. Pa. Slow flesh-slapping sounds reverberated across the place along with Angius' moans of ecstasy and Gustav's low grunts. Gustav could feel something trying to spill out and he knew he wouldn't be able to hold it in for too long, but he was enjoying this too much to stop now. I love you, Gustav. Angie moaned in his left ear as he kept moving his waist. Hearing this, Gustav couldn't hold on any longer and ejaculated inside of Angie. Angie could feel the warm liquid filling her up within and held Gustav's waist even tighter with her legs. They both panted heavily with their bodies still merged together even after Gustav had released semen into her. I love you too. Angie, Gustav whispered in her ear, causing Angius' body to quiver as her eyes widened slightly. Gustav felt warm water on his shoulder area and pushed himself up to stare at Angius' face. Why are you crying? He asked. They are tears of joy. A radiant smile appeared on Angius' face as she responded while tears slid down her cheeks. I've been waiting for so long to hear those words, she added. Don't expect to hear them often. Gustav's face had turned a little red again after hearing that. Angie pulled him down and they began kissing again. Angie whispered something in Gustav's ears after their lips separated and he proceeded to lift her up. He carried Angie in his arms with her legs around his spin area while they moved towards the bathroom. A small bloodstain could be seen on the mattress where both of them had just moved from. That night, Gustav and Angie engaged in 3 more rounds of passionate lovemaking sessions and ended up sleeping around 3 in the morning. It was both their first time having sex, but they were mixed bloods, so their energy could not be compared to Slarkov's. This was also the reason why Angie felt pain for a very brief period. Gustav felt he could keep going even after ejaculating a couple of times, but he didn't want to tire Angie out and her moans were so loud, he was sure the entire household must have heard them. They slept happily in each other's arms till daybreak. Tum. The sounds of 2 footsteps climbing down the stairs reverberated across the living room and everyone turned towards the staircase area to stare at the 2 who were just coming down. They were all seated on the sofas in the living room engaging in chats initially and having breakfast, but the moment they heard the sound of the footsteps they paused what they were doing. Gustav and Angie arrived downstairs and saw the strange glares everyone was giving them. Good morning everyone. Angie voiced out with a wry smile as she felt shy from all the knowing glances being sent their way. What? Gustav voiced out with a slightly hostile tone as he glared back at everyone. Oh, nothing, Gustav. Just that the walls have ears, EE voiced out with a mischievous grin on his face. Good morning Angie. Good morning Gustav. Eldris proceeded to greet them with a smile. Good morning Angie. I'm sure you had a wonderful night, Matilda voiced out with a smile as well as a tone that depicted hidden meanings. "Oh, the night must have been wonderful for sure," Ee voiced out once more. "Pa." Ealdris slapped the back of his head while giving him a stare that said, "Keep your mouth shut." Chapter 794. "Hey, come on," Ee yelled out with a tone of injustice. "They know." Angie screamed internally as she saw the looks on everyone's faces. The others like Elevra and Vera chose to pretend like they knew nothing about what was going on, but Ee, Falco, and Matilda were giving subtle hints that they were aware of everything that had transpired during the night. Hints weren't so subtle compared to the others. Angie's face was already a shade of red at this point as she felt embarrassed while walking towards one of the sofas to sit. "Everybody knows we had sex," she was screaming in her head as the stairs felt like they were poking through her. "Angie, Kia," she screamed out with a spooked tone. Matilda tapped on her shoulder from the side. "Thumbs up." Matilda raised her right thumb with a smile on her face. Angie felt like the ground should open and swallow her up right now. "Mph." Gustav made a low HMPH as he walked towards the kitchen area. "There's food over there," Mara said while pointing at the dining area. "You call this food? How do you all manage to put this in your mouth?" Gustav said with a tone of ridicule. "Boss Danzo wouldn't approve," he said with a low tone and then a smile before going through the kitchen door. Mara smiled after hearing that. Looks like Hez slowly beginning to let go of the guilt he feels. She was glad about this because she saw Gustav as a big brother that she never had and would never want him to feel guilty about something he didn't have control over. Sure, they were both sad over the loss, but she knew even her grandfather would not be able to rest in peace if Gustav went on every day blaming himself for what happened. "All of a sudden I feel like I shouldn't have eaten," Falco voiced out. Me too," Timmy and Ee voiced out as well. "My rival is about to cook some good meal. I think he'll wait for that," Rhea stated with a delighted tone. "None of you are getting any." Gustav's loud voice drifted out from the kitchen. They all had wry looks on their faces after hearing this. Everyone knew how good Gustav's cooking was. Even though the meal they were being served was good, they knew it was nothing compared to Gustav's meals. This made them wonder just how good Boss Danzo's meals were. They knew about the story of him being responsible for teaching Gustav all he knew about cooking. Hours later, Miss Amy, who was dealing with making some reports to the MBO at the earlier hours of the day, returned back to the apartment. At this point, everyone was prepared to leave for the hearing. Gustav had called Sir Ziel, who was initially worried when Gustav didn't return yesterday. Everything was ready on his ends as well, and he mentioned he'd be bringing Teresa's over to the courthouse with him in a few while Marshall would be attending the hearing with his parents. Initially, Marshall's parents didn't want to have anything to do with this, but Gustav threatened them that he would reveal their shady business deals with the ring lords to the public if they prevented Marshall from attending. Gustav needed as many eyewitness testimonies as he could get, and it was already proven that Marshall and Teresa's were present at the first scene of destruction, so they would be a big help in today's hearing. "Are you ready to go clear your name?" Miss Amy asked. "I am," Gustav answered with a decisive look. It was finally time to bring this whole thing to an end. Even though his desired result of wanting to come here and save Boss Danzo wasn't actualized, he was glad he put a lot of rotten people in the dirt. There would not be underlying crimes or secret illegal acts being committed around these parts for a long time. Gustav had already struck fear in everyone's hearts about the possibility of them being uncovered, so those with power trod softly. Gustav and the others headed to the courthouse together in an MBO aircraft, which arrived at the desired location in less than 1 minute. Chapter 795. Many of the city's citizens had come today to witness the hearing as well. Almost all of them were in support of Gustav. The courthouse was full in no time and many people had to wait outside. Some had placards in their grasp which said, "Gustav is a hero." Multiple screens all across the city displayed the happenings within the courthouse, and those who had gathered outside were able to watch how it was going. 3 people dressed in white robes customized with the modern-day emblem that defined law and justice could be seen seated on an exalted platform up ahead. They had condescending looks on their faces which depicted they were the judges for today's hearing. They sized Gustav up as he came in and moved towards a particular small light-structured cubicle. The aura of superiority and gaze of pride that could be seen on their faces lowered the moment they spotted Miss Amy's entry. Her majestic aura instantly filled the entire courthouse, and even though the 3 judges sat on an exalted platform, they didn't feel any way superior to her. How could they? Higher-ups in various positions of power knew very well who Miss Amy was. The normal citizens all across the earth were only familiar with Jack being the strongest mixed blood in the world, and even though they had heard about Miss Amy since she didn't like to be in the public eye, a lot of people wouldn't be able to recognize her if they came across her. "Let the hearing for Mr. Gustav Crimson begin," one of them voiced out after everyone within the courthouse had settled down. A man clad in a business suit moved towards the middle and began to direct the flow of the hearing, first mentioning the whole crime situation and what role Gustav played in it. While the hearing was ongoing, Gustav's eyes darted around the place and he spotted Sir Ziel sitting somewhere with Damien, Ciri, and Teresa's. He then looked around more and spotted the Relmain family with their son, Marshall, seated at a particular corner as well. Gustav was glad internally that they were here as planned. All the questions poised at him one after the other was answered intelligently. Gustav made use of the story he had formulated about his initial reason for coming here, and the key parts of the story had Boss Danzo's name inputted. The underground battle facility was mentioned, as well as how Gustav infiltrated the place to save Boss Danzo and gather more information about all the hidden illegal activities that had been committed by the Ring Lords. He mentioned that Boss Danzo was being forced to fight against his will and he didn't have any means of getting out of their hands. Occasionally, Gustav would chip in narrations on how the authorities of this city had failed in executing their basic task, which involves keeping people safe. The cops in the vicinity had wry looks on their faces anytime he mentioned this. Concurrently, Teresa's was called out to give her first testimony, in which she mentioned her abduction wasn't at the hands of anyone, but the Ring Lords who wanted her to fight in the underground battle arena. The entire crowd erupted in gasps as they heard this story. Teresa's had omitted the part about the Rel family being involved, as Gustav had managed to settle with them and made sure they would never bother her again. Now all the blame was falling on the Ring Lords, just as Gustav planned. He felt even though they were already dead, they would still take the fall for everything he did since they were to blame in the first place. The lawyers, through cross-examinations, asked a variety of questions, including why he didn't try to tell anyone else about what he knew, why he didn't report to the authorities, and ask for backup from his fellow MBO officers in Burning Sand City. Gustav went on to mention how even the so-called authorities were corrupt and passed on a set of data to the judges, which included all the authorities the Ring Lords have been in cahoots with. I only do things for my own benefits, but it never includes harming innocents for the sport of it. Y'all are not just villains, you are scums, Gustav voiced out. Scums that don't deserve to be in existence. Haha, I'm a scum too, but... Gustav's face suddenly turned extremely serious and cold at this instant. You harmed my father. Boom. His right palm suddenly lit up with blue flames after voicing this out. KRRH. A loud scream was heard from the cell as Detective Borsch's head was set ablaze. Gustav let go of him at this point and Borsch stood to his feet and began running about the small space in pain. KRRH. Aruraj. It hurts. Please. Put it out. Kia. MYYIS. My please. He screamed out in agony as his head remained ablaze even after dashing across the place repeatedly. Bang. He slammed into the cell gates by mistake since he was unable to see anything and fell on his back, writhing on the floor, rolling from side to side as the skin on his face burnt off completely along with his long hair. Gustav watched this scene without a shred of pity in his eyes as Borsch's voice kept turning hoarse as he pleaded. "There's still 2 of your subordinates left," Gustav voiced out as he walked towards the cell gate. "Maybe in your next life you'll choose the better option of not harming innocents," Gustav said as he walked out of the cell, still ignoring the screams. Hours later, Gustav was back in the apartment with Angie and the others. "I literally can't go anywhere without people trying to take pictures. I need to leave this city soon," Gustav voiced out with a tired expression. "You're a celebrity hero now. Learn how to live with the game," EE stated. "This reminds me of the entrance exams last year. Is this going to be a yearly thing?" Gustav wondered out loud. Chapter 799. 5 months later. Bang. 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 Mountains on the sides of a canyon exploded into smithereens as a figure sped across the surface of the stream in the middle of this insanely long canyon. The mountains crumbled down, falling towards the silhouette dashing across the water. Fui tilde. The figure leaped multiple times and flipped across the air, dodging some of the mountain pieces which had been turned into projectiles. True 2 flying mechanical humanoid bots appeared on both sides of mountains along the canyon. Circular head-sized flying machines appeared on both sides as well and began shooting out blue pencil-sized beams towards the figure running across the stream. The figure performed lots of moves, dodging the multiple beams being shot across the place skillfully while still charging across the surface of the stream. At this point, the figure was closing in on the end of the canyon even though the entire vicinity was clouded by beams flying around with immense speed. The 2 massive mechs flying shot out 2 circular beams towards the front which slammed into each other, connected together and started increasing in size. Traha krhh. It crackled with electricity immensely as it expanded, making contact with the water as a dangerous electromagnetic field was created. Fui. The figure kept charging towards the field of electricity like they couldn't see it. Suddenly, boom! A jet of water was blasted across the air from behind as the figure suddenly accelerated with a speed that caused them to become almost invisible. The figure appeared over 1,000 feet away in an instant, arriving at the end of the canyon. The whole vicinity suddenly began to glitch and dematerialize after he arrived at the end of the canyon. The mountains began to disappear along with the streams and the sky with the sun. The environment shrinked down and in a few more seconds, the place had transformed into a dark space lit up with several floating gems. Level 47 cleared. An automated AI voice rang out across the vicinity as the ground below the figure began to move. It moved him forward, allowing him to arrive at the entrance of this dark space. Up ahead, a glass wall could be seen and 3 people in MBO outfits were standing on the other side. "Good job clearing level 47, only about 13 more levels left for you to complete this course," the one with a black buzz cut in the midst of the 3 voiced out. "Cadet Vol Brown, we'll be recommending you for a 4-star mission soon which will help your ranking if you manage to perform well enough," the lady on the left with teal-green tied hair voiced out. "Thank you," the figure, which happened to be a 511 male, voiced out in appreciation. "Make sure to put in your best efforts," the second male with a face full of purple tentacles voiced out. "I will," he said with a light smile while bowing slightly before walking towards the exit. The 3 stood in place, waiting for him to leave completely. Next candidate is Gustav Crimson, the one in the middle voiced out as he stared at the holographic projection in front of them that showed them a list. "The Gustav Crimson? Hero kid?" the female officer by the left voiced out with a slightly astonished look. He is the one," the male officer with the buzz cut voiced out once more. "Interesting, it would be nice to see his progress. He should be graduating in the next 6 months, yeah? The tentacled face officer said with an intrigued expression. He should, but that would only be determined by how he performs in his upcoming missions, which would most likely be issued in the coming months, the male officer with a buzz cut answered. He should be classified a year 3 now since he has spent 1.5 years being a cadet, the male officer with a buzz cut added. Then where is he? Why hasn't he come in yet? The female officer voiced out with a look of confusion. That is odd, he should be in by now, the tentacled face man voiced out. Trine Tilda, the holographic screen in front of them, suddenly moved the highlight to the next name on the list. Why was his name skipped? Did he decide to miss this evaluation when knowing we inspectors will be here today? The female officer voiced out with a tone of annoyance as she stared at the screen. Tilda, the door behind them slid open and an MBO training officer walked in. Where is Cadet Gustav? The female officer with the teal-green hair voiced out. Officer Crimson already completed this course some time ago. The AI was just following the program since a completed course cannot be redone, the MBO training officer voiced out. It would seem every other person that had arrived here to scale one level or the other were only trying out the levels they had stopped initially and were unable to go beyond. If a cadet had already passed all the levels, they would be unable to participate in this course anymore. What did you say? He completed all the levels already? Aren't there 60 levels in this course? The inspectors voiced out in disbelief. Yes, there are 60 levels and he cleared the last one a few days prior to your arrival, the training officer responded. The last cadet that had just cleared level 47. The inspector with a tentacle-like face stated. Cadet Vol Brown? The training officer voiced out. Yes. Isn't he in his final year? The inspector inquired. The training officer understood their looks of disbelief and smiled as he responded, yes, he is. Officer Crimson is quite spectacular, being amongst the first 30 cadets to complete all 60 levels of this course and being the first and only cadet to complete this course amongst his fellow second years. The inspectors stared at each other in shock. Unbelievable, this was the thought circulating through their minds. Chapter 799. 5. Higher-ups debate regarding Gustav. A few of high-standing MBO officials were holographic projections since they couldn't attend the meeting in person. But it was quite obvious that this was an important meeting since Gustav was involved. Revoke his MBO title, one of them voiced out, as it would seem the meeting already begun. There's no definite proof that he's the culprit, another one voiced out. The witnesses say he transformed into the dark and reddish creature from the reports that was seen floating above the places that were destroyed. That power level is bordering on peak delta and beginning beta. According to the stats he's supposed to be a falcon ranked. It simply doesn't make sense that a first-year cadet would be able to perform a feat that even veteran officers would be unable to. He still needs to be brought in for questioning. The world government demand answers. He has been declared missing even though he's supposed to be in the city. That's enough proof that he is deeply involved in this incident. An innocent person wouldn't hide. The officials argued back and forth as a side stood on the theory that Gustav would not be able to perform such a feat since he was still a cadet, while the other side were sure he was deeply involved if not responsible, which was tarnishing the image of the MBO. It became a debate on whether or not to revoke him MBO title and how to find him. The MBO still had their methods, but to actualize some methods, harsh decisions would have to be made. A middle-aged looking man with a double-tipped green arrow tattoo on his chin area along with a long green braided hair in the middle of his head was at the front of the table. This happened to be the most important position around the table. However, he still hadn't said a word yet and kept listening to the others argue. I suggest we implement the life sign tracking apparatus and find him instantly. You know what the side effects are. Is anyone willing to negate it for him, or are we just going to let him suffer it when we are not sure if he is truly responsible for the incident? Tough situations require tough measures. The whole place quietened the instant the middle-aged man with the one strand of green braid made a loud hum. Everyone turned to face him since they could tell he was about to say something. Has his mentor been informed yet? The man questioned. Young Miss Amy is currently on a mission, so I don't think she has been informed, one of them answered. It has only been 4 days since the incident, no drastic steps shall be taken yet, the man voiced out. Yes, Great Commander Merbuis, every official in the vicinity answered in unison. Deploy a squad of special agents to Burning Sands City with Scout-related bloodline abilities to find him. 1 more week of searching and sending out warnings for him to turn himself in should be enough leniency. After that, drastic actions can be taken if he still chooses to remain hidden, Grand Commander Merbuis stated with a strong tone. Also, inform his mentor, he added while standing to his feet and turning around to leave. I'll like to see how the young miss will react to this, he said internally while leaving the room. Vehicle City. In a city surrounded by a wall of blue clouds, the streets were peaceful and bustling with activity just as a city would. Vehicle City was known for their interspace travel stations. If one wanted to travel out of Earth and wasn't rich enough to afford going through MBO means, Vehicle City was the place to visit. Lots of people who wished to migrate out of the planet or just wanted to visit other planets on expeditions made use of Vehicle City a lot. Although the organizations that owned space stations in Vehicle City were licensed, making it legal, some people still wouldn't travel with them even though it was cheaper. Chapter 800. Although 29 other cadets had also cleared this course, it was spectacular not just because cadets in their final years were numbered in the thousands, but this meant that every other cadet that had completed it was a final year cadet. A final year cadet was 2 classes above the second years, and yet a second year had managed to finish a course that many other seniors hadn't completed. Are you sure? One of them had to ask again. That's why his name was skipped on the list. I could show you footage of his time here if you want to see, the training officer voiced out before moving to make some settings. In a few moments, different footage were being displayed on the holographic screen and all 3 inspectors watched with awe-stricken faces. How is he improving at such a quick pace? The female inspector could not hide her astonishment. This is in no way normal. He seems to be displaying strength beyond the Echo rank, frightening progress has been noted. This needs to be brought to the attention of the higher-ups, the other 2 inspectors voiced out as well as they took note. Meanwhile, underwater, a charming figure with floating dirty blonde hair sat at the bottom of a river. His legs were crossed as he sat at the bottom of the river with his eyes closed and his upper body bare. His glistening smooth skin and his muscular frame were quite visible under the river even though it was dimly lit. His hands were clasped together as he stayed silently in the same position for a long time without moving an inch and breathing in or out. It almost looked like he was a statue dumped in the water, but his glistening skin and his floating long dirty blonde hair depicted otherwise. After what seemed like hours, his eyelids finally twitched and he slowly opened his eyes. A golden glow appeared in his eyeballs for a moment before disappearing. He slowly stood to his feet and began to walk underwater. His movement was sluggish and carefree, but it radiated with mightiness and pride. In a few seconds of walking, his head poked out from the surface of the river, and his figure was revealed bit as bit the further he walked. The rays of light coming from the sun shone on his drenched figure as his hair, which was initially floating underwater, dropped down to his shoulders. He looked so godly as he walked out of the river with just his white pants. Well-chiseled abs were displayed with his broad and muscular chest as he arrived at the shore. Daily task completed, 3/3 stay underwater for 6 hours without breathing. He stared at the system notification for a few seconds before letting it clear from his line of sight. Why not make it 12 hours next time, so he'll be unable to attend any of the camp drills? Gustav said internally with obvious rhetorical hints. I don't generate the tasks. I mean I do. But I don't, it's hard to explain and your puny brain would be unable to comprehend, the system voiced out in his head. Sure. Just say you lack control, Gustav said internally with a light chuckle. Who's the puny one now? Gustav said with a tone of ridicule. I live inside you. I could cause both your kidneys and your liver to fail right now, the system reminded him. Why attack my liver now? Aren't my kidneys enough for you? You'd still be alive if both kidneys were gone, but if I was to add your liver to the fray now, hey. The cute girly voice of the system echoed in his mind along with her evil laughter. Fine, you win this round, Gustav said internally as he arrived in front of a tree up ahead. Currently, Gustav was looking like he had grown a little bit above 6 feet and his body had become broader. His skin glistened like that of a baby's. His hair had grown so long, it was covering his nape. It looked like the 5 months that went by were spent doing a lot of training as Gustav's presence radiated pressure, subconsciously. His body temperature suddenly rose immensely, causing all the water on his body to dry up. His upper MBO outfit appeared in his hand as he prepared to put it on. How long do you intend to watch? Gustav suddenly voiced out as he wore the top of his uniform. Damn, you noticed me? A feminine voice was heard from up ahead, but no one could be seen in the vicinity. Just because you became very tiny doesn't mean you'll be able to escape my range of perception, Gustav said while staring at a part of the tree. Within the cracks on the barks, a small dot that was barely visible suddenly flew out, passing Gustav's left shoulder area. A bright light shone behind Gustav and a dark beauty appeared in place. Sheesh, you were looking hot as fuck when coming out from the river, you sure you ain't a reincarnation of some ancient god or some? She voiced out while staring at Gustav with a look of adorable. Gustav turned around with a nonchalant look and stared at her. Gods do not exist. Can't you guys let go of that fairy tale? It's been thousands of years already, he voiced out. Haha, everyone is entitled to their beliefs, Gustav, she said while moving her face closer to his, trying to inspect it. Angie sure is one lucky girl, she said while slightly tilting her face. Gustav placed his right hand on her face and pushed her backward. Your spittle is flying, he voiced out while proceeding to turn around. Haha, that was a good burn. You're so cruel, I'll be sure to get you back, the dark beauty voiced out as Gustav walked away. Gustav couldn't be bothered to answer as he kept walking away. This dark beauty began walking forward at a quick pace as she tried catching up with Gustav. Currently, Gustav was at the second step of Echo rank, but his strength far outmatched that of an Echo rank, which always put looks of astonishment on everyone's faces. Gustav proceeded to check his skills and abilities panel. Skills and abilities: dash, level max; sprint, level max; chop, level 14; slash, level 16; god eyes, level 11; hover, level 7; combination, level 5; super jump, level 13; strength boost, level 2, bloodline acquisition, level max; bloodline hold, level 2, bloodline transfer, level 2. Gustav's skills and abilities had about 7 panels and he had managed to unlock the abilities in 4 panels already. There were still 3 panels left. All of the abilities and skills here were system related, so they had to be raised level by level. The only way to do that was by consistently making use of the specific abilities or getting rewards from the system that leveled up every ability. He had never made use of some of them, but they had moved up a level because of this. Gustav was currently conflicted because he had maxed out dash and sprint levels a long time ago. His speed was still increasing due to the points he added to his speed attribute points daily and his continuous growth in bloodline rank, which would get boosted even further whenever he activated sprint and dash. However, he didn't want this to be the limit for them, even though there was still a combination available to surpass that limit. But even with his thoughts and desires, there still had been no change in any of them even after repeated usage over the last 5 months. He even used his credits to get some information about breaking limits from the systems shop, yet the information was unable to help him with this. It cost him a lot of credits even though the information did not serve its desired purpose. Gustav had made use of it to train his other abilities which aided in his speedy growth over the past few months. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.